Hey guys, tonight we slip onto a shoreline that smells like rain and smoke. A place where the Pacific licks the land with patient waves and ravens keep their own kind of office hours. You stand right at the wrinkled hem where salt water meets cedar roots, pretending you're braver than your shoes look. And I whisper that this is a good night to learn how light once had to be stolen before anyone could see their breakfast. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Drop your city and the time on your clock in the comments so I can picture where you're listening from. Tiny apartments, dorm rooms, long-haul cabs, late-shift kitchens. Now, dim the lights. Maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum. And let's ease into tonight's journey together. Salt hangs on your lips even though you haven't actually licked anything except maybe your own curiosity. The beach is a belt of wet stones and driftwood, rubbed smooth by 1,000 tides, and you move along it with the careful swagger of someone trying not to twist an ankle while also pretending to be very poetic. The horizon keeps flexing its shoulders. Clouds rise like slow mountains, and a faint aluminum gleam runs through the water as if the sea had a spine. A raven somewhere upstream croaks a comment about your coat, and you decide it's either a critique or a welcome. Hard to tell with ravens, because their sarcasm to sincerity ratio is fantastically mysterious. In this dusk, the world isn't quite dark, isn't quite day. It's like the sky forgot to finish a sentence and now everyone is just nodding politely. Mist threads between the spruce trunks behind you, an indecisive ghost that can't decide whether to be fog or perfume. Each breath feels like you're drinking the weather, which is either nourishing or nosy depending on your mood. Timber needles make a soft mattress over the soil. When your boots press down, the ground sighs in the same key the ocean keeps. That soundtrack, the hush, the hush, the hush, does not demand applause, only attendance. A gull floats past like a paper airplane with better self-esteem, and you realize how skilled the locals are at ignoring the cold. A blanket over knees, a cedar hat pulled low, a fire that won't boast but will stay awake all night if you feed it stories. Waves tap the driftwood like a metronome practicing self-control. Every few beats, a bigger breaker throws itself into rehearsal for a show that will never premiere. The applause is private, the audience is barnacles. You walk until your thoughts slow to the pace of shorebirds, picking at edges, savoring crumbs of detail. A line of bull kelp coiled like rope, a crab shell the color of old pennies, a bit of glass sanded into honesty. When the wind surges, the bay breathes deeper. When the wind slips, the bay pretends to sleep. That's your cue, by the way, to slow your shoulders, to let your spine remember it's a column, not a coat hanger, to notice that being here is a verb, not a souvenir. Somewhere behind the first row of trees, a longhouse used to stand, and maybe still does in the way a memory stands. Upright because someone cares. You picture cedar planks wide as a door and smelling like clean rain. Each board split from a living giant without killing the tree. A practice as patient as good manners. The smoke hole above would have been a star window, open like a mouth that remembered songs, and inside there'd be a fire speaking in orange paragraphs. Children would have leaned against their aunties. Elders would have arranged themselves in their names, and in the space between words, cedar bark would fuse the present to the future the way twine ties a bundle. Your seat would be close enough to feel the shadows blink when the log pops. Between the sea and the house line runs a lane of pebbles that crunch like unfancy cereal. You tow a stone and it hops once, twice, then admits gravity has tenure here. A black shape winks from a branch, and only when the head tilts just so do you realize it's not a crow. Ravens were the night differently. Heavier bill, throat feathers that look like a scarf that refuses to lie flat, a tail shaped like a wedge rather than a fan. When it calls, the sound has texture, like someone cranking an old door that still opens because it wants to be part of the evening. You return the greeting in your best raven, which sounds suspiciously like a car with the parking brake on. The bird considers you with professional restraint. Along this coast, languages once layered the coves like lichen. Tlingit where mountain meets fjord, Haida curling over the archipelago, Tsimshian and Niskoe braided along river mouths, Kwakwaka'wak was spanning inlets that fold like origami. Each language held raven by a different name, bright with clan meanings and responsibilities, and you can feel the syllables even if you don't deserve to pronounce them. Names do work. They carry inheritance, remind the day which way is forward, and let you know when a story is a guest with rights. Every time the waves breathe, another vowel enters the room. The etiquette is simple: listen first, then listen better, then maybe ask a question after you've earned the right to not sound like a pop quiz. Under the eaves of the forest, the floor keeps its own museum. Ovoid stones have the same curve as form lines carved into bentwood boxes. The negative spaces between fern fronds mirror the shapes on crest poles. Even the path itself curves in that elegant way you see on woven hats. You pocket a spruce cone and realize you've just given yourself a splinter, which is the land's way of signing your visitor log. Raven drops down, not close enough to be rude, not far enough to be shy. The bird hops once, finds a clam shell, and taps it against a rock with scientific optimism. If it cracks, dinner. If it doesn't, data. It's the original peer review, where the peers are the rocks and the review is loud. Past the stream mouth, you find a tide pool that looks like a pocket universe. Starfish, sea stars to be respectful, cling like lazy constellations. Anemones flex their slow lens cameras. Snails draw cursive along the glassy floor. Light is scarce now, almost a rumor, and you can see why an entire legend might begin with the world as a dim hallway. People once lived by these clocks. The tide chart in the head, the salmon calendar in the bones. If dawn arrived late, so did safety, so did travel, so did the work of being a person who takes care. Imagine trying to carve a canoe by starlight and gossip alone. Imagine raising children in an afternoon that never concedes to morning. No wonder the idea of stealing the sun feels like community service with a mischievous grin. Inside your throat, a laugh tries to escape when your foot sinks into a polite puddle pretending to be land. This place requires shoes that forgive mistakes and socks that don't hold grudges. The wind brushes your ear with the taste of wood smoke, which means someone inland has lit a welcoming explanation. There is always a fire, and there is always someone telling the right story for the weather. A drizzle begins. Not a storm, just the sky signing its name, and your jacket earns its keep. Raven puffs its neck feathers, shakes twice, then looks pleased with the general concept of being waterproof. You consider making a fort under the driftwood log, but fort building is a social act, and your only friend at the moment is a bird who is obviously unionized. Outside the immediate hush of the beach, a whole highway of life is roaring softly. Salmon run because they are older than roads. Whales pass because their maps are written on the inside of their heads. Candlefish, eulicon, flash through estuaries so oily they can literally be dried and burned like tiny lamps. That last bit is your odd fact for when trivia night gets weird. Yes, a fish that doubles as a candle exists, and this coast once traded its grease like light in a jar. The trails carrying that grease, the grease trails, crossed mountains and valleys, social arteries that pulsed with stories, goods, alliances, and occasionally dramatic eye contact. When you step on the old earthwork of such a trail, you can feel the archive humming under your heel. Further down, the spit narrows, and beach grass knits together a fluttering fence. A single canoe could nose ashore here without announcing itself, and part of your brain immediately writes a heist movie where you are extremely stealthy and definitely don't trip. In real life, stealth is a job for people who have practiced not stepping on the crunchy part, and you are a beginner, which is a good career. You pause to practice being quiet. The trick is not to stop breathing but to let the breathing carry the listening. Raven approves by doing nothing at all. That's the gold star of the animal kingdom. Non-interference. A trickster doesn't hustle every minute. A trickster also waits for the coffee to brew. Meanwhile, the word raven keeps getting larger in your mind, occupying more square footage than a single bird. In some places, raven is a crest, a right to a story, a law you inherit along with a name. In others, raven is a particular person in a tale. Very clever, occasionally disastrous, always interesting. People sometimes ask whether these are children's stories or adult stories, and the answer is yes, which is how wisdom handles trick questions. The scene you're walking through, the creak of wood, the chew of the tide, the low roof of the sky, feels like the perfect theater for an origin. Light locked away, a proud owner, a loophole exploited with charm, and the world finally lit like it's meant to be read. Afterward, meaning after the first telling, because a story never actually ends. The legend spreads along the coast, adapting its shoes to each village road. Details change the way accents do, not to confuse but to belong. In some versions, the hoarder of light is a chief who doesn't understand sharing. In others, an old man who knows he should trust, or a grandfather whose granaries of brightness need a better policy. The nested boxes hold sun, moon, and stars in that order or another, depending on which ancestor is speaking and how the weather has treated the fishing lately. The moral always eludes a neat pin. Is raven heroic or rude, community-minded or self-serving? You prepare your heart to accept both as an answer that teaches responsibility better than any cheerful poster. Tonight, the Museum of the Shore lends you an exhibit label for the ordinary miracles. How cedar can be house, robe, rope, net, and cradle. How salmon can be river and ceremony simultaneously. How a bentwood box can be steamed from a single cedar plank until its corners fold like logic. That last bit sits in your hands as a marvel, the way a smooth puzzle clicks when the final piece agrees. You picture the box that will hold the stolen light. The grain closed like a pair of lips, the lid reluctant, the edges burnished by the touch of people who know what they're guarding and why. Sun in a box is a metaphor until someone treats it like logistics. Instead of rushing the plot, the shore invites you to calibrate your senses to older measurements. Try counting the beats between drips from the eaves of a driftwood log. Try naming the shades of gray sliding over the inlet. Pewter, slate, sealback, cloudbelly, the color of a kettle that knows stories. This is not procrastination. This is rehearsal. When the moment for stealing arrives, when raven has charmed a household until even the guard dog offers its belly, your eyes will already know how to receive the day. You might think you live in light all the time, but that's because electricity has convinced you it's a sun subscription. Here, dusk is the default. Daylight is a guest with a strong personality. Eventually, your mind pulls out a chair for history, because atmosphere can only preheat you so far before facts want to eat. A mainstream anchor point slides into place. On this coast, great gatherings called potlatches once served as the engine of social order. Naming, marrying, adopting, apologizing, ranking, an economy of generosity that made the laws public and the public lawful. In the late 19th and early 20th centuries, colonial governments tried to outlaw potlatches, misreading generosity as waste and ceremony as crime. The ban in what is now Canada lasted from 1885 to 1951. Many communities kept the practice alive anyway because law and life are not the same kind of furniture. When you imagine the room where Raven's story lived, remember it was never just entertainment. It was infrastructure. Another corner of understanding turns the color of strong tea when you realize how the sea taught time. The Salish Sea and the Gulf of Alaska don't deal in gentle schedules. They run on tide tables, salmon runs, storm windows, and moon moods. The first moments after dawn decide whether you launch a canoe or sit tight, whether the smokehouse gets another rack of fish or the nets return for repairs. Stories like the one about Raven and the sun aren't simply cute. They're weather reports with ethics attached. If light arrives because someone cared enough to go get it, even if that someone is a feathered specialist in loopholes, then light is a responsibility, not just a convenience. That changes how you hold a match. Across the water, a freighter's lights drift like a patient necklace, a reminder that routes have always connected here. Hideaway to the mainland, Sitka to Yakutat, river mouths to ridge lines. Canoe wakes used to braid those routes long before engines hummed them into monotone. Trade made kin. Kin made law. Law made room for story to park its canoe and be fed. On the wind's tongue you taste a hint of grease. Not from a kitchen tonight, but from the idea of those old Yukon trails, slick with promises that smelled like candlelight. You consider how a single substance can be food, lamp, gift, treaty, memory, and how your own world also runs on multi-tool items you forget to name with reverence. Above the black stripe of forest, a late gull scribbles its signature across the sky, and the raven on the branch signs its counter-signature in a different ink. Not every culture along this coast agrees on the same raven all the time, and that disagreement is not a bug, it's a feature. Scholars are still debating whether the raven steals the light complex traveled primarily from north to south or sprouted in parallel from multiple routes like Salal along a logging road. The timeline is a quilt. The patches are oral histories, carvings, linguistic threads, and the sometimes helpful, sometimes clumsy notes of visitors. Your job is not to referee but to notice how a story can be both river and delta, one flow, many mouths. Below the cliff face, the tide writes in cursive that only the moon reads fluently. Each loop wipes out a footprint, and each new step reauthors your membership in the evening. You picture how a longhouse roof would shed this mist, how smoke would ribbon up and out, carrying a recipe for belonging. Maybe someone inside would have just finished a paddle with a raven carved into its blade. Maybe someone else would be braiding cedar bark into a cap whose brim foretells the weather by how it holds its curve. You could sit cross-legged and trade warmth with everyone else who came in out of the damp, a tiny public among the greater one of the village, and when the teller cleared their throat, the room would tilt toward the first sentence as if a tide had turned. Perhaps you're wondering how a bird gets from clever to cosmic, from stealing lunch to stealing the sun. Tricksters are efficient. They collapse categories that were too bossy anyway. The raven you're about to accompany is both an everyday bird who loves shiny bits and a shapeshifter who can become a pine needle, a speck, a baby who torpedoes straight into a guarded household through a grandmother's love. If that sounds improbable, that's because you've mostly met physics and haven't been properly introduced to care. In Trickster math, love is the elevator that ignores locked floors. You can hear the cables humming already. Legend does not hurry. It saunters. Before any box is cracked, you need to know why boxes matter. These aren't cardboard disappointments with missing tape. They are bentwood boxes steamed and folded from a single cedar plank until the corners learn to touch without fighting. They hold salmon and names, regalia and songs, winter food and summer ceremony. Light in a box is not just a plot device. It's a claim that brightness requires custody, that what everyone needs sometimes lives under someone's lid until the time is right, or until a raven convinces the time to loosen up. Your hands itch at the thought of that lid, not to steal exactly, but to liberate what wants to be shared. Scholars will be back later with their arguments, but for now a different debate floats in which star names attach to which constellations here, and how old those maps are. Some say the patterns we now call Western were overlaid onto older readings. Others point to shared insights that any night sky might suggest to careful eyes. Historians are still debating this question, and while they do, you keep walking because the tide does not pause for footnotes. Your gaze catches a scatter of first stars nudging through the cloud fleece, and there's a proud feeling that doesn't belong to you alone. A pride in being the kind of creature that looks up and manages to translate dots into directions. Elders would tell you, if we were sitting where the drying racks creak softly, that winter is the classic season for big teachings. Nights are long. Work steps inside. Stories concentrate like broth. The tale of Raven and the sun tastes like winter because it deals in scarcity and the clever refusal of scarcity to have the last word. If you listen closely tonight, you can hear the longhouse geometry snapping into place. Hearth in the middle, benches along the walls, names carried like lanterns, children staying awake by dreaming with their eyes open. You've joined late, yes, but the room makes space. There's always room for one more listener if they mind the rules of respect. Finally, the bird on the branch grows restless, as if it has remembered an appointment with mischief. It drops to the beach, strides with that bright, bossy action, and hops onto the nearest rock to survey its empire of unanswered questions. You are about to commit to a heist that will leave the world better lit, which should feel noble but also feels like you're going to spill something on a very important rug. That's fine. This coast has patience woven into its fog. The important part is that you're willing to be taught by a creature who laughs at your hair but will also show you where the doors are. The water draws back, and the wet sand shows a reflection of the sky and the bird in you, all temporarily united by the kindest mirror in the world. Smoke unrolls from the unseen chimney like a quiet banner, and the path you follow widens into a threshold that seems to remember every foot that has crossed it. The longhouse breathes, boards exhale resin and rain, and warm air greets your cheeks with the confident kindness of a host who knows your favorite seat. Embers mutter in the center hearth, coals carrying private conversations from one log to another while the room gathers around their orange grammar. A notch of sky shows through the smoke hole, a tiny rectangle of damp blue that blinks whenever the fire sighs. Palms extend toward the heat, then hover back, learning the cadence of comfort the way hands learn music. Cedar waits in everything your hands touch. Benches are cedar, springy and faintly sweet. The posts that hold up the roof are cedar, carved with form lines that turn light into language. The storage chests that line the wall are cedar, lids burnished by fingers and time, hinges cut right out of the plank so the whole thing moves like a single thought. Even the ropes above your head, thick, soft braids that dry fish and stretch skins, owe their strength to cedar's inner bark, peeled in long ribbons in spring and patiently twisted until the strands remember how to hold one another under strain. Clothing keeps the theme. Capes, skirts, and robes spun from bark fiber and softened by patient hands until the fabric breathes like cloth found in a forest's pocket. Fire takes its time because time here is a patient animal. Flames lean toward each other and then away, as if agreeing on choreography, and the smoke chooses its lanes like a river working around islands. Smell-wise, the evening is a recipe. Cedar, salmon oil, a little damp wool, the faint metallic note of tools, and a sprinkle of the outside sea riding people's hair like a loyal passenger. Lungs learn to translate, and the translation says rest. It also says pay attention because warmth is not a luxury so much as a teacher. Sparks hush when someone speaks, which you take as proof that even fire respects protocol in a room built with this much intention and practiced kindness. Planks lift into walls that read like stories even before any words are spoken. Knife marks scallop the surface where adzes once walked. Each scallop remembers a wrist, and each wrist remembers a teacher. Beam joins beam in joints that seem too elegant to be sturdy and too sturdy to be elegant, which is the sort of paradox you can live inside while the wind presses its ear to the eaves to hear if the people are talking about it again. Along one massive post, a crest figure leans into the glow. Raven above salmon above a being with hands that might be your own. The whole room feels carved from memory and made flexible by use, like a sentence that improves each time it's said. Bark becomes thread the moment a knife coaxes a start. Inner bark, not the brittle outer, slips away in hushed streamers, and hands do the rest. Twist, fold, twist. The dance turns pulp into cord, cord into nets, nets into suppers and ceremonies. Hats begin as bark but choose to be architecture. Sloping brims trained by weavers to drip rain exactly where it belongs, which is anywhere but your nose. Cloaks go further, shagged or twined, sometimes trimmed with down so a formal walk looks like a small weather event. When your fingertips graze a basket rim, you feel the neat arithmetic of warp and weft and the way cedar, kindly stubborn, holds a shape the way a promise holds a day together. Raven perches on the crossbeam as if it filed the building permit. Head cocked, it considers the choreography of people. The way bowls migrate from shelf to lap, the way children scoot closer to the warm side of a grown-up's shadow, the way the doorway remembers the weather so the rest of the house doesn't have to. A single low croak drops like punctuation, and someone near the fire smiles because the old stories always start when the bird clocks in. In some tellings, Raven lives in the rafters between jobs. In others, it simply likes the acoustics. Either way, that beak looks like it could pry open a secret, and the air behaves like a door that would enjoy being opened correctly. Winter stretches like a velvet hallway, and that is the official semester for origin stories. Nights are long enough to hold complexity without spilling, and the work that requires daylight. Felling, fishing, traveling, shrinks its claims so listening can expand. Elders shape the calendar by season and tide. Today counts, but so does the 5th winter from now and the 7th winter before you were born. On this coast, education aligns with weather. Summer teaches with sweat, winter teaches with songs. You settle into the bench the way a canoe settles into water, and the longhouse adjusts its breathing to match the room's attention. It feels less like stopping time and more like putting time where it belongs. Etiquette sits beside you like a well-dressed aunt who expects your best behavior and loves you anyway. Don't cut across a song. Let it land. Don't assume a story is public just because you can repeat it. Some belong to particular families and carry obligations along with plot twists. Don't speak the names of certain beings at certain times unless you are ready for results. Attention is a doorbell. Do notice who gestures when a joke catches like kindling. Timing is part of the craft. And when food circulates, berries, dried salmon, a ladle of broth, take what honors, not what hoards. Courtesy turns out to be less a rule book and more a toolkit, the kind that fixes the roof even while the storm is still rehearsing. Names anchor the space the way posts anchor the roof. A child introduced with ceremony earns a larger shadow, and that shadow will shelter future choices. The names you hear tonight hold histories of canoes that did not sink, alliances that did not break, and storms that did not win. When a speaker calls themselves by a name that belonged to a grandparent, the air shifts. Past walks into the room politely and sits down where it can see. Names are not labels so much as promises. And the house makes room for those promises the way the beach makes room for each new tide. Somewhere in that alignment, you feel your own posture unkink into something that can carry more light. Tools crowd the shadow line near the benches like cast members waiting for their cue. Adzes nap with their lips toward the wall. Wedges lean in sets. Chisels glow with the thin oil of use. The adze handle curves as if carved by a stream rather than a person. And fingertips learn how the edge speaks through different woods. Spruce says yes. Alder says later. Cedar says tell me why. A coil of spruce root waits in a basket, patient as rope before a ship is built. This small armory does not threaten. It promises. It promises that wood will yield to patience, that shape is a conversation, and that craft is simply a long relationship with the idea of almost. Steam bends cedar into geometry the way kindness bends an argument into understanding. A shallow box in progress lies near the fire, its planks softened by heat and soaked towels until the corners feel like they remember being young. One side lifts, then another, the carver urging the wood rather than ordering it, and wooden pegs wait nearby to make the new shape official. That smell, wet cedar getting a second chance at flexibility, feels like an apology the forest doesn't require but appreciates. And when the lid finally kisses the rim just right, you hear a click that has nothing to do with sound and everything to do with respect. Canoes sleep outside like moons laid on their sides. Each is a body carved from a single log, hollowed with adze and fire, widened with water and spreader sticks until the hull learns to think like a wave. Ribs aren't needed because the log remembers how to hold itself together, which is an excellent definition of composure. You picture dawn launching one from the beach. Paddlers stepping in with the balance of dancers, blades dipping with the quiet authority of muscle memory. The longhouse faces the water on purpose. Travel is not a side quest here, but a verb that writes kinship across bays and inlets like a careful hand. Grease smoke climbs the rafters in pale ribbons carrying the future's lunches with it. Strips of salmon hang from crossbars, edges lacquered by patient heat. Fillets sleep beside coals like red pages being edited. Insects that would like to audition for membership are politely disinvited by cedar's chemistry. And the smoke writes its preservative alphabet across each piece until salt and time can take over the archival duties. A small odd fact curls into your lap like a cat. In many villages, sphagnum moss serves as a remarkably absorbent diaper and wound dressing. Forest sponge is healthcare, which is both practical and poetic. The whole room smells like a contract between appetite and tomorrow. Stories file in like relatives who know where the spoons are. A singer clears their throat. A drummer taps a hollow log, and the room puts on its listening face. Origin tales feel the space the way a hand feels grain, checking which direction to move so the wood will welcome the blade. Tonight the theme is light, but the syllabus is bigger. How new things come to be, how responsibilities attach to gifts, how cleverness needs a seatbelt. Laughter punctuates serious scaffolding. Tricksters keep people nimble precisely because the world prefers to nap. Every chuckle is also an instruction not to fall asleep on your duties. Scholars hover in the back of your mind because they always do, clutching debates like cup handles. Some write that winter storytelling was a universal rule here, observed strictly to protect sacred knowledge from sloppy summer mouths. Others point out that practice varies between nations and even families, that rules travel badly when turned into slogans, and that daylight never asked permission to be a calendar in the first place. Historians are still debating this question, and the smoke doesn't vote. It only rises. You tuck the curiosity away without demanding a verdict, the way a respectful guest tucks feet under their blanket and lets the host set the pace. Children learn to braid while elders braid time. A small circle near the back practices twisting cedar strips into a cord that will one day carry a basket's weight. Fingers fumble, then find. The rhythm clicks the way a paddle stroke does when shoulders finally agree to participate. The lesson hides in the material. Take 3 weak strands, cross them patiently, and they become one strong memory. Later, when a crest story walks its measured path through the room, you understand why everything moves slowly enough to be braided. Names into Judy's, Judy's into days, days into something that remembers you kindly even when you are busy being human. Music threads the rafters with a soft rope. Frame drums answer the fire's rhythm, and voices bloom in harmonies that sound like a canoe meeting the sea with perfect timing. The words call ancestors by name, thank the salmon for surviving their commute, greet the cedar for being a very high-functioning friend, and wave at Raven the way you wave at a neighbor whose driveway you have borrowed 6 times. Humor sits in the lyrics like a hidden berry patch, sweet and a little dangerous if you eat the whole bush. By the second chorus your shoulders have forgotten rent and remember belonging. Night extends its wings and turns the longhouse into a lantern. Firelight writes moving stories on the faces around you, and even the tools seem to pay attention. A speaker walks to the center, hands open, and begins the formal version of the tale you came for. Even though the theft hasn't happened yet, the room already tilts toward the idea that light belongs with the people. The phrasing is careful. The verbs carry obligations. Metaphors are seatbelted to their meanings. Attention here is not caffeine. It's ceremony. You lean in because leaning in is how the roof keeps standing. Debate lives here as comfortably as blankets. After a song, an elder offers a different ending to a familiar episode. Another counters with the version their grandmother swore by. A third laughs and says both are true depending on how hungry the tide was that year. What looks like contradiction is actually calibration. A community this interlaced can carry multiple truths without the roof leaking. Disagreement never sounds like a fight for dominance. It sounds like the longhouse adjusting its beams to shifting weather. You catalog the sound for later. The creak of wood learning, not failing. Ritual sneaks into ordinary chores because ordinary is not a demotion here. When someone sharpens and adds, a 2-syllable phrase rides the whetstone. When someone sets salmon on the rack, a thanks slips between fingers and flesh. When someone stirs the grease, the spoon recalls a trail that once carried light in jars. Humor keeps reverence from calcifying. A grandmother taps a grandson's ear and declares that his head is as empty as an uncarved box. But what a splendid piece of cedar it will be once someone helps it find a shape. Laughter accepts the compliment hidden inside the tease. Sparks skid up the smoke like tiny test balloons, and a few make it out the hole to deliver weather reports to the stars. Outside, the night inhales. Inside, the room does not rush. The teller pauses exactly long enough for the next bowl of berries to complete its lap, then steers the story back into the channel where Raven will shortly perform a series of ethically gray miracles. Before the plot sprints, the family of the house lifts a feast dish covered by a cedar mat, and the room tilts in the direction of gratitude. Eating is also a kind of listening. The body learns what the mind is too proud to admit. Patience grows like moss on the logs, which is to say it adorns without suffocating. You sense how long skills take to ripen here, how learning is a spiral, not a straight road. A carver might work a single pole for a year. A dancer learns a song over winters. A child might carry a name for seasons before its full responsibilities arrive. The slow pace is not laziness. It is accuracy. When the tale reaches a hinge, some moment that invites the sun to consider relocation, you realize your own breathing has learned to keep time with the room. The lesson is quiet and it lands. Architecture keeps reminding your body that it is cared for. The roof pitches just right so rain hurries away. The posts stand just so to leave room for dancing. The benches sit at a height that flatters knees. The hearth holds heat like a generous secret. Scale matters. A room this big makes an individual feel smaller in a reassuring way, the way a canoe makes you feel smaller when you aim it at a long inlet with a favorable tide. That smallness is not humiliation but relief. The structure is doing some of the carrying so you don't have to pretend to be furniture. Masks watch from the storage shelf like patient relatives who have stepped out of the conversation to save their voices. Painted eyes follow the fire in slow arcs. Carved lips keep their counsel. Some are raven beak strong, brow knowing, others are bear, wolf, salmon, or beings who only visit during certain ceremonies. Some masks belong to a house, some to a lineage, some to a single name that moves between bodies as years unspool. Their presence announces that the room extends into seasons you cannot currently see. You are being looked after by art that remembers more angles than you do. Lessons land gently, like snow that understands roofs. A speaker explains property that is not private the way a wallet is private, nor public the way a porch is public. Stories, designs, songs, and names carry ownership meant to keep them strong, not lock them up. You nod because you have seen what happens to a tale yanked out of its soil and potted somewhere that only waters it on weekends. The rule of thumb seems to be respect plus context equals longevity. Cedar agrees by not cracking when it is steamed with patience, which is as clear a metaphor as any you'll meet this week. Someone murmurs a note about history outside the walls, the kind that arrived with uniforms and paperwork. There were years when gatherings like these took risks. Authorities misunderstood gifts as gambling and songs as defiance, and sometimes the drums had to whisper. Yet the story cycle kept its appointments. Elders tucked them under coats like contraband warmth, and children grew up with the muscle memory of listening even when the lights were supposed to go out. That is one mainstream fact living politely alongside the fire. Ceremony has been pressured, but not erased, because community treats continuity like a job. Tomorrow will ask for practical help, and Cedar will answer as usual. A canoe needs its seams tended. A roof wants a new shake. A visitor requires a gift that speaks clearly. A mat must be woven wide enough for cousins who always arrive with 2 extra cousins. The longhouse makes generosity ordinary, and ordinary generosity is an infrastructure that never makes headlines but always makes mornings possible. When the teacher in the center gestures, the child with the new name stands a little taller as if a pole has been set inside their backbone and asked politely to hold the day. Bird wisdom wraps the room in a feathered shrug when raven gives itself a brisk shake and lets the fire paint gloss along its beak. If a bird could grin, this one would. The plot warms its muscles. A plan sharpens like a knife that's been waiting for wood to arrive. Everyone understands what's at stake because everyone has eaten a day that could have used more daylight. Even the household dog, which looks like a memory of wolves after they discovered blankets, sighs and scoots closer to the hearth as if volunteering for the moral support committee. Sleep edges the room without bossing it, the way fog edges a bay until the boats look painted on. Heads lean together, not from boredom but from cohesion. The youngest child slides into the pocket between an ant's hip and the woven wall, perfectly aligned with the rhythm of her breathing. Someone throws an extra blanket over a pair of knees. The drum moves to a corner to rest. The longhouse has the same talent as a good story. It makes the inside bigger than the outside. In that expanded space, a small crime will soon do large good. Outside, Rain threads needles through the dark and hems the world to the right size. The smell of wet cedar thickens, and the doorway glows like the memory of sunrise. The teller nods to the crossbeam where Raven stands as if on a balcony, ready to charm, scheme, and reroute the world's light logistics. This is where your part in the legend tightens its laces. You don't steal for glory. You participate in a correction. The people need mourning. The salmon need their schedule. The forest wants its leaves to remember their colors. The room answers in one breath you can almost hear. Names rise inside the longhouse faster than smoke. A ladder of syllables you can almost climb as elders begin to introduce relationships the way stars introduce directions. Each name carries a neighborhood, a house, a lineage, rights to songs that arrive like well-trained birds, duties that don't need neon to be bright. The bird on the beam tilts its head as if listening for its latest alias, pleased that reputation has outgrown plumage. Titles behave like canoe wakes. They look delicate from a distance, but they keep a course steady long after the paddles are at rest. Among Tlingit families, the word yield slides into the room with the confidence of someone who knows where the bowls are kept. You hear how moieties divide society into two wings, raven on one side, eagle or sometimes wolf, depending on community, on the other, and how marriage crosses that line to stitch balance into law. Elders speak the name with a weight that feels both playful and constitutional. Yield tricks, teaches, creates, and steals, but he also holds up half the roof of kinship. When someone calls a child Ravenside, the phrase is less a label than a compass, an instruction on whom to listen to and whom to tease. Meanwhile, in Haida territory, a new pronunciation glides in like a canoe nose kissing a beach yawl. The syllable lands with a curl of voice that makes the bird sound like a memory dressing itself in fresh cedar. Stories spill that are cousins to Tlingit ones yet carry the taste of island weather. High winds, quick tides, a fondness for complicated solutions that somehow work. Y'all behaves like a contractor who shows up with charm, a tool belt, and a refusal to read the manual unless trapped. Creation and comedy share an apartment. One pays the rent, the other throws parties, and the neighbors keep coming back because the music is good. Elsewhere along the river mouths, the Tsimshian name reaches across the hearth with an old friend's hand. Samson. Some speakers call him Raven, others Transformer, and the stories themselves wear both jackets depending on audience and season. Here the tricks bend toward remaking the world as much as outwitting authority. A prank can turn into geography before breakfast. You catch phrases about beginnings, how light, tides, and edible order were negotiated by someone who didn't mind bending rules if the outcome tasted like community. The title Transformer makes your brain blink in wonder. Mischief as a public utility, laughter as civil engineering. Down the inlets where Kwakwaka'wak families keep winter packed neatly behind carved doors. Raven shows up with a different set of introductions. Some speakers use an English Raven when talking across languages. Within Kwakwala, the identity threads through crest names, songs, and dances that carry the bird's wit without needing a single uniform word. Masks with hinged beaks and sly eyes confirm that the personality is present and perfectly capable of running a program. In these halls, Raven is not only a storyteller's character but a participant in ceremonies that calibrate law and memory. The trickster's footprints are painted into the floor plan. Pronunciations deserve a little cautious respect, and you feel it in your throat as you try to echo Yeel, Y'all, and Samson without flattening them into your own vowels. Each language carries its own music, and your job is to listen without turning a song into a ringtone. Elders nod when you try and don't make a fuss when you fail. It's the earnest tilt of your head they grade, not the perfection of your consonants. Names are more than reference tags. They are access points to responsibility. If your mouth can't yet carry the sound, your hands can still carry the bowl. Tricksters excel at side hustles, and Raven's resume refuses to stay in a single column. Teacher sits right next to thief without filing a complaint. Creator laughs across the table at prankster, and both share a plate. When a story declares that Raven stole the sun, nobody flinches at the contradiction because the job description is more honest than the title. You're supposed to feel amused and slightly uneasy, the way you feel when a friend borrows your car keys and returns with a full tank and several mysterious stickers. Ethics here are textured, not laminated. They bend like steamed cedar and hold their shape when cooled. Mechanisms hide in the rafters where the masks sleep between performances. A dancer lifts a carved raven mask and your eyes catch the clever hinge that lets the beak snap open mid-song. Exactly when the punchline asks for punctuation. Strings disappear into cuffs, making wings flap with a human pulse hidden in feathers. A whistle tucked behind a tongue can make a voice appear to float on smoke. These small devices aren't tricks in the cheap sense. They're translations, ways of letting wood speak without betraying its nature. The result is a bird who can roll its eyes and a room that happily rolls along with them. Ownership enters the circle with legal shoes on, heels quiet but firm. Stories belong sometimes to an entire community, sometimes to a house, sometimes to a name carried by an individual, because belonging protects clarity and keeps meaning attached to context. A tale like Raven and the Sun may be well known, yet particular versions are carried by specific lineages. To tell one without permission would be like borrowing a canoe during a storm because it looked handy. You learn how rights and responsibilities sit together on the same bench, watching each other respectfully. That bench is sturdy because the arrangement has been sanded by generations. Art fuels this whole world like a quietly athletic river. Formline design curls around the room in ovoids and U-shapes that teach your eyes a new alphabet. One that spells Raven with negative space and movement more than literal feathers. A carver mentions how ancestors like Charles Edenshaw and modern masters such as Bill Reed analyzed, distilled, and revitalized those lines, not to freeze them but to keep them agile. The style behaves like grammar. Break it with knowledge and you make poetry. Break it without knowledge and you make a headache. Raven loves grammar you can dance to, and form lines oblige with steps that have been in the family a very long time. Marriage rules arrive with the calm authority of tide charts. In many Tlingit and Haida communities, moiety systems, raven and eagle/wolf, shape courtship so balance remains audible in the next generation's names. A raven marries an eagle marries a raven, and the children inherit membership through the mother, acquiring a set of uncles who are both relatives and role models. The trickster's title becomes more than myth. It's a governing category that helps the village keep track of who is allowed to tease whom and who is obligated to stand up when obligations tap the shoulder. Humor and law hold hands like old friends. Curiosities keep nudging you like polite puppies, and one of them plops into your lap when the cook explains a trick that turns wood into a kettle. Water in a cedar box doesn't burn because the box and the liquid share heat. Red-hot stones, lifted from the fire with tongs, sizzle and roll, bringing the temperature up until soup politely happens. The first time you watch, your brain insists it's witnessing sorcery. The second time, it admits science can be dressed in cedar aprons. Raven would approve of the method, indirect, clever, and completely practical for feeding people who prefer their broth without charcoal. Researchers make cameos in the long retelling, sometimes helpful, sometimes awkward, occasionally both in the same afternoon. Names like Franz Boas float by in the smoke, the anthropologist who listened to and recorded stories among Kwakwaka'wakw communities at the turn of the 20th century, and John Swanton, who wrote down Haida and Tlingit narratives with diligence and a notebook that probably smelled like campfire forever. Modern indigenous scholars and storytellers. Elders with microphones, artists with chisels, teachers with laughter. Correct and expand those early records, reminding everyone that archives are draft documents until the living say otherwise. The room nods at the idea that recording is a verb that requires community consent and revision to be truthful. Scholars love a good puzzle, and the Raven cycle offers them a jigsaw without a box cover. Some argue that the Raven steals the leitmotif spread primarily from the north down the coast through trade, marriage, and visiting. Others emphasize parallel growth in several places that later braided together into something that feels shared. Linguistic evidence courts carving evidence, and both flirt with travel histories written in the wake of canoes. Historians are still debating this question, and while they do, the fire keeps being itself and the bird keeps being busy. Story isn't worried. It knows how to walk even when the path is crowded with theories. Soot smears the beam near Raven's feet like eyeliner on a performer who had a good night. The bird hops twice, shakes rain out of its feathers though the room is dry, and regards your corner with the bored glamour of a celebrity deciding whether to sign something. It seems to enjoy the way people pronounce its names as if taste testing them. Each new syllable earns a tiny nod, each mispronunciation a politely blank stare. Tricksters thrive on an audience willing to laugh at itself, and this house has practiced that art until it looks effortless. Laughter here does not dilute respect. It marinates it. Coastlines carry more than rocks. They carry dialects of wind and tide, and you feel those dialects translate Raven differently each time you imagine walking north or south. In fjord country, the bird wears mountain weather and hard decisions. On islands, it borrows sea wit and a taste for improbable logistics. Along rivers, it learns a patient patience and a fondness for timing the punchline to the salmon run. Even your body adapts its humor to the terrain. Slick cedar steps breed careful jokes. Sandy beaches edit for length. Steep trails prefer the kind of punchline that arrives right when you need a break. Voices of Tlingit elders roll through the room like a low drum, speaking of Yeel in ways that turn your neck into a listening device. They discuss Raven's roles in creation, how he coaxed daylight into existence, established rivers with a well-timed spill, or set rules about hunger and sharing that still taste accurate. They also tease a little, describing episodes where you'll learn humility the hard way, because balance requires even geniuses to stub their toes. A modern teacher points out that telling these tales in Tlingit keeps the moral furniture in the right rooms. Translation may be generous, but original language remembers where the windows go. Canoes of Haida Gwe appear in the stories I like long sentences written in cedar and intention. Y'all lands on the prow or hides in the bilge, saving the day with a grin that frequently annoys the day. A carver quietly mentions how cedar remembers the sea and how people remember that cedar remembers. This is why a canoe feels alive underfoot. Humor travels with cargo. A good joke anticipates the weather. A prank knows the reef and avoids it with style. In these versions, Raven's arrogance occasionally turns into a weather report and gets rained on, which is fair. Feasts in Tsimshian halls glow with the kind of hospitality that makes arguments behave. Samson's stories wrap themselves around the big serving dishes and climb into the rafters with the steam, reminding guests that transformation isn't just mythology, it's etiquette. A ladle becomes a measure of generosity. A drum a tool for speaking the obvious without sounding bossy. When someone says Samson fixed a problem by cleverly misbehaving, nods ripple because everyone has seen a rule crack open to reveal the duty it was trying to protect. The storyteller pauses exactly where the laugh needs to land and where the moral needs to lean. Dances among Kwakwaka'wak families switch the room into winter language. Masks with hinged beaks clack in time with drums, and a figure in black feathers traces raven arcs that look deceptively simple until you try to copy them with your shoulders. Behind the beak, a singer's voice rides a whistle and becomes a bird in the way air likes to pretend to be anything. The effect is not illusion. It's collaboration between art and breath, an agreement that certain beings will step into the room for a while and everyone will honor the visit properly. Protocol holds the door. Laughter keeps the tea hot. Law hides in these performances like the structural posts hide in the shadows, visible if you care, invisible if you don't know you're leaning on them. Moieties distribute responsibilities. Crests declare rights to images. Names tie people to land in ways that keep both honest. When Raven appears on a pole or a robe, he's not just decorative. He's citing precedent. A gift given at a potlatch doesn't dissolve. It remembers. It binds. It says who witnessed the promise. The trickster reminds everyone that cleverness without accountability is just a windy day. What matters is whether the roof stayed on. Mischief becomes your ethics tutor without asking permission. It asks whether a theft that frees the sun is theft at all or a rebalancing of community resources. It wonders how intent and effect braid, how comedy cleans the lens so difficult truths can be seen without flinching. You sit with the discomfort that the hero is not tidy, that virtue sometimes arrives in feathers with questionable timing and a glint in its eye. Raven refuses to be a poster. It prefers being a mirror that laughs kindly when your hair does something ambitious. Lessons feel stickier when attached to a grin. Contact with outsiders arrives in memory like a sudden gust that rearranges smoke. Missionaries, traders, government agents, and collectors reinterpret Raven through their own dictionaries. Sometimes eager, sometimes patronizing, often convinced that a single translation will do for everyone. Communities respond with strategies as varied as the coastline. Concealment, careful sharing, bold teaching, and the slow repair of meanings bent by foreign pockets. In the midst of this, Yeel, Y'all, and Samsam remain themselves, arguing gently that survival includes humor and that sovereignty includes deciding who gets to hear which jokes. Politics and punchlines end up eating from the same bowl. Biology wanders across the threshold carrying a field guide and a pocketful of bright facts. Common ravens can mimic human speech, learn door latches, cache extra treats for leaner days, and remember individual faces, especially the faces that once tried to shoo them from a picnic. Scientists talk about problem-solving, tool use, even a kind of delayed gratification that would impress a monk. None of this proves the myths, and none of it needs to. It simply shows that the bird in the stories is related to a very smart relative who thrives on curiosity. Raven seems delighted to have the family name carrying both feather and legend. Plans inch closer like a tide trying not to look eager. You sense Raven's attention magnetized toward the house where an elder hoards certain glories inside cedar boxes nested like secrets inside jokes. The longhouse smells of decision. The drumbeat switches from social to surgical. The fire's breath shortens as if anticipating a birth. You are not the planner here, but you become the refracted conscience that asks whether timing is merciful and whether daylight belongs to anyone's private inventory. The room does not give you a yes or a no. It hands you a paddle and asks if your shoulders are ready. Boxes begin to haunt your imagination the way stars haunt the surface of a still inlet. Bentwood corners pretend to be simple, lids pretend to be shy, and the grain of cedar whispers that it remembers sunlight and would like to be reacquainted. The idea that the sun, moon, and stars might fit into nested containers would sound ridiculous if you lived anywhere but a longhouse where impossible things keep behaving like furniture. What the bird wants is not chaos. its circumference, the right size of light for the world that needs to see its own hands. Dinner ends, the fire shifts, and the chances of staying out of trouble approach zero in the most constructive way. Lineages of knowledge take a seat beside you like unannounced cousins who brought dessert. Tlingit moiety teachings, Haida art grammar, Tsimshian transformer tales, and Kwakwaka'wak's ceremonial protocols sit on your bench and crowd your lap like friendly kittens. Their combined weight is comfortable, not crushing, because they agree on one thing: wit without care is just noise. The more you let their distinct voices remain distinct, the clearer the harmony becomes. Raven grins at the ensemble because chaos that lands as balance is the brand. Craft memories linger in your fingertips from earlier encounters with ads and bark, and they interlace with the story's current agenda. The notion that a carved beak can open with a tug and speak a century-old lesson makes you trust wood in a new way. Everything practical keeps shadowing everything mythical, and vice versa, until categories look like cousins instead of fences. To prepare for a caper is to set out the tools of a ceremony. To prepare for a ceremony is to sharpen the ethics of a caper. The border is more of a handshake than a line. Geography slips inside the conversation like a guest wearing rain. Mountains, islands, and estuaries shape narrative rhythms the way commas shape breath. Inland villages tend toward versions where the river negotiates with Raven. Outer coast villages let the surf have bigger lines. Where the fog is bossy, patience gets extra chapters. Where the wind likes drama, punchlines arrive wearing capes. Everything keeps its character and still shakes hands across the inlet. The names change their jackets but not their bones. People are fluent in variation. The Trickster is fluent in making sure variation remains a skill, not a loophole for laziness. Memory crowds your chest when a grandmother leans over her grandchild and mouths yield like a lullaby. That child will carry the schedule of responsibilities stitched into that sound. They will learn who to call auntie and who to call by a title that predates both of them. When they perform a raven dance in winter, the beak will click like a pen signing law. When they laugh at a raven story in summer, the punchline will irrigate the dry places that worry cultivates. A name that carries work also carries relief. You don't have to invent your purpose from scratch every morning. You inherit a chapter to keep writing. Training for the Trickster's lesson continues even while the soup simmers. Someone teaches a teenager to carve an ovoid without letting the corners drift into laziness. Someone else practices the drum pattern that tells everyone when to hush and when to sway. Humor drills quietly, too. How to tell a teasing remark from a wound. How to answer mischief with grace instead of resentment. How to locate the necessary laugh in a conversation with grief. Raven's curriculum assumes you are human and therefore recoverable, even on days when your decision-making leaks. That assumption feels like sunlight before the blinds rise. Generosity steps forward wearing cedar. A host offers a carved spoon with a raven crest to a visiting elder, the gift declaring relationship more eloquently than a dozen paragraphs could. The object will travel home and sit in a place of respect, a wood and grease memory that folds the coast into a palm. Raven's profile on the handle is not a mascot. It is a signature on a living contract. Gifts are not endings. They are punctuation, commas that promise the sentence will continue. You feel yourself becoming part of that ongoing grammar whether or not your accent is ready. Silence arrives not as absence but as a very soft drum. The room cools a degree while the last bowl goes empty. The youngest child in the corner sighs as if the story has mass. In that quiet, you hear a bird on the beam adjust 1 foot, the scrape both ordinary and ceremonial. Plans do their final checks, moral, logistical, poetic, and find that tonight has enough of each. A glance passes between antes that says the same thing a tide chart says on a good morning. Go. Bridges between names finish knitting themselves while the fire settles. Yeel, Yal, Samsam, and the raven who dances in Quackwalla halls share the same feathered grin, even if their voices tune differently. Each introduction you received tonight was an invitation rather than a password. Knowing the names opens ears, not vaults. When people talk about a story traveling, they really mean relationships moving. Boats are good at that, and so are songs, and so is laughter. Raven hums a note that confirms the homework is complete. Shoulders loosen when you realize the trickster is not an outsider breaking in, but a relative reminding everyone how the door works. Permission in these stories matters as much as cleverness. The plan to liberate light respects the fact that light is a relative too. No theft proceeds without a ceremony of attention. Even disobedience has protocols. The ethics thread needle eyes you didn't know your fingers could find. And a neat seam appears where chaos might have been. Somewhere a cedar bough ticks like a clock because the house believes in timing. Windows hold night like bowls hold stew. And the scent of rain leans in as if it wants a preview of dawn's new job. The idea of stealing the sun has turned into a neighborhood meeting, complete with snacks and bylaws, and Raven beams the way a person does when they've convinced good sense to try a risky haircut. No one pretends the plan will be tidy. Everyone expects to clean up after joy. When the storyteller lifts a hand, the air leans closer. Threads of laughter weave themselves into the cloak of seriousness you've been wearing, making it warmer instead of thinner. Raven's trajectory from teacher to thief to creator to teacher again becomes a loop you can wear like a hat. If you tilt it right, rain runs off your face and lands somewhere you can use it later. Names in different tongues feel like beads on that loop, each one catching light its own way. Each one proof that plurality is not a mess but a method. Your chest keeps time with the room and finds the beat sustainable. Quills of rain tick against the roof as if the sky is already practicing applause. Somewhere outside a tide turns with the same confidence as a page in a book you love. Somewhere inside a hinge remembers it was designed for opening. Raven sidles to the edge of the beam and peers toward the doorway that leads to an elder's treasure. If a beak could drum its fingers, this one would. The house listens, the people listen, the masks pretend not to be watching, and the story smiles like someone about to pick a lock for the common good. Dusk deepens and the plan condenses into something you can hold. Like breath on a cold night that turns visible just long enough to prove it was real. The talk about names settles into muscle memory, and the bird on the beam gives a tiny nod that functions as a contract with no paper at all. Across the village, a particular house keeps its own weather, the kind that smells like cedar and secrecy, and that is where an elder watches over boxes nested so precisely that even your impatience walks softer. A rumor sits in your palm. Sun, moon, and stars, all packed away like festival regalia that someone forgot to return to the sky's closet. Beneath the carved house front, a painted screen holds a scene you can't quite finish reading, because the fire behind it writes moving punctuation along every line. The threshold looks ordinary until your knees inform you that the ground is slightly higher here. The better to remind all entering feet that attention is the fee for passage. Inside the walls breathe a cedar perfume that is both domestic and formal, and you recognize the architecture of patience. Beams joined without nails, corners argued into agreement rather than forced into obedience. People speak in a low register that keeps smoke from tripping, and the elder's blanket shows a woven sun crest that is either foreshadowing or a dare. Somewhere inside that calm, a rule has grown old. Light belongs to everyone, yet custody has drifted into hoarding, and the coast feels it. Boats launching late, nets misreading the tide, children squinting at elders who shouldn't have to be guessed at. Stories say the world began in a continuous dusk, serviceable yet stingy, good enough for finding walls but not each other's faces. A person who loves order and fears loss could be tempted to store brightness the way dried fish is stored, not from malice but from an overdeveloped sense of guardianship. You and Raven agree that a correction is overdue, ideally with minimal furniture rearrangement and maximum comedy. Tradition moves through the room as naturally as smoke, and it brings with it a very particular technology: the bentwood box. A single plank of cedar, steamed and coaxed, becomes a container whose corners bend instead of break, whose joints hold because they remember being persuaded rather than forced. These boxes hold everything: berries, regalia, tools, songs in the form of masks that nap until ceremony wakes them. In museums far away, similar boxes sit in glass, and that is one mainstream fact worth saying out loud. Northwest Coast bentwood boxes travel the world as art and ethnography. Yet here they are simply life, part pantry and part memory. Everyone behaves as if nothing unusual is happening, which is exactly how unusual things get accomplished in a house that respects protocol. The elder offers broth that tastes like patience and pepper, and the bowls circle the room like small moons auditioning for freedom. Raven plays the fool near the doorway, dropping something shiny and pretending to forget where it fell, while your job is to translate accident into access. The household dog chooses a spot that keeps an eye on both the hearth and the biggest storage corner, then sighs with the moral authority of someone who owns 3 beds and uses all of them. Instead of a straight sprint to the biggest lid, the plan prefers an elegant detour. Charm as crowbar, timing is key. Raven has done this before in different houses with different rules, and the bird understands that a door is only one way to enter a room. Stories recall a moment when Raven became a pine needle, was swallowed in a sip of water, and returned as a baby whose cries reset the household's priorities. This version asks less of the plumbing and more of the furniture. The bird drops a bead, children chase it, a mat shifts, and the path between you and the corner brightens by exactly the thickness of a breath. Under the edge of the blankets, your hands rehearse what your conscience has already approved. Touch matters here. A box that holds names deserves fingers that treat it like a relative, not a tool chest. The smooth lip of a small lid yields first, offering only a whisper of stored cold to the air. Inside lies nothing that glows, only a preparatory darkness that smells faintly of pitch and herbs. Decoys are part of the craft. You set it aside with the respect due to a teacher of patience. The next lid clicks when you persuade it, a soft syllable that could mean yes in any language. Legend insists that the big box holds 3 smaller ones, nested like thoughts inside a sleepless brain. The smallest is rumored to house stars, the next one the moon, and the third the sun, though some versions reverse the first 2 or refuse to publish the table of contents at all. Scholars will continue to chart the variants, but your fingertips are the only index you need tonight. The first meaningful lid offers resistance like a stubborn door that still believes in compromise. A thread of cold light escapes, and the rafters look surprised, as if the house has just remembered a birthday. Ethics tap your shoulder in the middle of the applause your ribs would like to offer. If the room feels better already, if faces look a fraction more legible, is this really a theft? Consent gets complicated when the beneficiary is everyone. The elder's reasons, too, aren't cartoon villainy. Perhaps storms once frightened a household into keeping a private dawn, or grief convinced a leader that safety meant certainty in a box. You keep your sympathy where it belongs, on the bench beside resolve. Raven glances at you as if to say, Kindness and courage can be roommates. Tools come in flavors the hardware store doesn't carry. Timing is one, charm another. Patience can be sharpened like a knife on the stone of a slow hour. Stone boiling, the old method of cooking by dropping hot rocks into a water-filled cedar box, taught everyone here that indirect heat accomplishes miracles with fewer scorch marks. That is tonight's method too. No prying, only soft invitations for lids to remember they are wood before they are locks. A breath held at the right length becomes a lever. A silence at the right moment becomes a key. Oddly enough, a practical detail gives you courage. Cedar swells when damp and tightens its grip on the contents. Today's weather has been dry, and the wood relaxes just enough to offer your fingers a civil handshake. Another small fact skitters into the room under the door like a curious insect. Spruce pitch serves as both glue and chewing gum, pleasant if you like your mint flavors to taste like responsible forests. The elder chews without looking your way, and the gentle rhythm says thinking is occurring in a language older than your questions. Raven files that gum fact away for later, because a trickster never wastes a sticky idea. Meanwhile, the moon decides that compromise is a charming idea. When the lid tips, a wash of pale patience rolls into the house and out through the roof, and everything slows the way conversation slows when a friend begins a hard story. Shadows soften, the drumbeat learns to breathe between strokes, and the elder's hands loosen on the blanket as if a long argument inside their ribs had temporarily escalated to a truce. Outside, the beach flattens into a sheet of pewter. Inside, faces look carved by someone determined to be kind. Raven blinks once, a little dazzled, then pretends it planned that exact luminosity all along. Scholars would like to know the order of release and what symbolism clings to each sequence. Whether stars should precede moon to teach humility or follow to teach hope. Some assert that the triple containment maps different regimes of time, night as navigational dotted lines, month as tidal muscle, day as labor and ceremony, and that this hierarchy shifts by community and context. Historians are still debating this question, and the elder's eyes are not a footnote. They are an edit in real time. Your hands, meanwhile, keep their agreement with the room. Careful first, clever second. Preparation for the last lid feels like tying a canoe to a dock that you know will be cut free in the next breath. The fire pauses its own cracking as if refusing to step on your line. Raven steadies one foot and tucks the other against the beam, a gesture that reads as both readiness and prayer. The elder finally speaks a name, not of a person but of a responsibility that has been sheltering beneath the word custody. The syllables land on the wood like rain and sink in with the same intimate seriousness. Cedar under palm feels like a living argument for collaboration. The big lid is heavier than noon and lighter than guilt. It lifts only when the room agrees to it, which is to say when you exhale without ambition. A bright pressure sifts through the seam like the first breath after surfacing, and your pupils try to protect you by shrinking before your better self insists. Look, sun does not so much leap as negotiate its exit, remembering that roofs exist and that openings have etiquette. A splinter of day escapes and ricochets along the rafters until it lands in your chest and starts making plans. Timing suddenly becomes oceanic. If the sun bolts too fast, the house could burn. If it hovers too long, every eye will learn what it doesn't need to know. Raven deploys a trickster's gentlest tools. Feathered shade to baffle the glare. A beak to shepherd the light toward the door without panic. A sound like a chuckle to teach the situation not to take itself so grimly. You shepherd pots and mats out of the path like a road crew clearing for a parade that must not stumble. The sun listens, which seems unlikely until you remember that listening is what gets complicated things through narrow places. Across the village, a gasp ripples outward as windows turn into bright mouths. Trees accept shadows they have earned. Roofs rediscover edges. The path decides to be obvious. On the beach, the wet sand becomes a mirror the stars can finally recognize themselves in. And the incoming tide takes on the look of 1,000 coins sliding home to the same purse. Children wake in mid-dream and declare that breakfast is now likely to be tomorrow instead of a rumor. Adults with complicated politics feel their shoulders lower a notch because daylight is the original mediator. Finally, the elder stands, slow as a tide that knows where it is going. No one scolds because the scolding season has ended. No one claps because the clapping belongs to water and birds right now. A long look travels from your face to ravens, then up the smoke hole where daylight keeps promising to return. The elder speaks in a tone that tastes like cedar tea. Wealth misunderstood becomes a problem. Wealth shared becomes law. That is the mainstream lesson floating like an obvious canoe through a shiny inlet. Outside the door, the world unbuttons itself. Mountains unwrap their ridgelines from fog scarves. Gulls discover their outlines. A raft of kelp glows like polished bronze under the first slanting beam. Somewhere a paddle strikes water and draws a line that will become a day's plan instead of a guess. Potlatch season in your mind clicks into focus. A public place where gifts turn into law, where witness turns into ledger, where a copper shield can speak louder than a courtroom. Light does paperwork on every face, signing names with a brightness that cannot be forged. Afterwards, the house does what houses do when a crisis ends. It returns to chores. Mats straighten, bowls stack, ashes settle into diagrams only the fire understands. The big box, now empty of its most glamorous tenant, still gleams with purpose because containers do more than contain. They remember. Someone will polish the lid with oil and a cloth woven from bark and memory. Someone will watch for cracks the way they watch for storms. Someone will say a word that keeps the wood friendly. The elder sits a little lighter, as if a backpack has been set down where a story can keep an eye on it. Astronomy rushes the door with the impatience of a friend who likes being right. Sun blesses the calendars that were waiting to be updated. When to launch canoes, when to smoke fish, when to dance names into new bodies. Moon joins with its favorite old authority, the tides, and begins a duet that moves boats and moods. Stars relax into their proper job of drawing dotted lines between destinations. Navigators smile into the new brightness and start editing routes that have been running on memory and bravado. The sky looks pleased to be working again instead of hoarding possibilities. Biology puts a hand up because light cares about chlorophyll whether or not poetry approves. Spruce tips blush, huckleberries plan futures, and seaweed flexes its confidence. Skin asks politely for warmth that bone can actually use. The smell of the world shifts from damp to awake, and every to-do list grows a column titled, "Because There Is Day Now." If you needed a quirky detail to lodge behind your ear, take this one. In the brighter hours, shiny beetles become excellent decoys when Raven wants to distract gulls from unattended snacks. Debate, of course, refuses to retire just because dawn has clocked in. Some argue that the elder did wrong by locking light away. Others suggest that the initial custody might have been protective once, a way to keep a fragile world from blinding itself before it had the etiquette to share. Researchers disagree about which community first housed this particular version of the tale, whether the nesting order maps regional priorities or simply individual genius. Historians are still debating this question, and the renewed day politely ignores them so people can get their nets mended. Gifts begin to migrate because dawn asks for witnesses. A woven hat patterned with raven's curve finds its way to a guest who helped stack wood last week. A small spoon carved with a sun crest becomes a thank you that needs no envelope. Copper glints from a shelf like a thought that will get its own chapter later. In the corner, a chilcat robe briefly unfurls. Mountain goat wool and cedar bark woven into geometry that knows how to move when drums tell it to, and then folds back into patient privacy. Mainstream knowledge tucks itself into the moment. Chilcat weaving is famous here for patterns that seem to breathe, and the robe's fringe looks like rain deciding to dance. Kitchen logic tests the new conditions and approves. Boiling stones hiss louder in brighter rooms. Knife edges report their status with honest glints. The storage corner reveals that the dried berries really were tucked behind the box with the painted salmon. Someone laughs in relief so pure it smells like spring. The elder sends a child outside with a scoop to fetch fresh water, and a little caravan of responsibilities forms behind them. Another following with wood, another with a message to a neighboring house, another with news for a canoe already leaning toward the tide. Maps adjust themselves inside your head like furniture shifting to welcome guests. Where the path showed only as texture, it now reads as invitation. Where the river kept its mouth nearly private, it grins and offers directions. Where the sea has been reciting lullabies, it now starts in on the day's work songs. A plan for travel that was impossible becomes merely challenging, which is the best kind of plan. Bentwood boxes will carry lunch and anecdotes. Paddles will spell arguments with the tide. The longhouse will stay lit enough for jokes to find their way home. Stories, being good at timing, do not end simply because the sun cleared a doorway. The elder chooses a new speaking position and begins a version of events that leaves out none of the important confusions. Credit falls where it should. On many hands, many breaths, many teachers, and even Raven gets styled less as a hero than as a relative doing the world's homework with a flair for comedy. A child in the corner practices saying the word for responsibility without tripping, and the failure is adorable and instructive. Laughter files the edges off of pride until it fits in the drawer with humility. Pathways out of the house widen with each step the day takes. On the beach, a forager notices sea asparagus going emerald in the honesty of morning. In the forest, a carver squints at a pole and knows which chip to remove next. In the inlet, a canoe nose points at a rendezvous it can finally see. Even the way people tease improves, less anxious and more musical. Sun sketches the edges of everything and then goes back over the lines to make sure you saw them. Raven finds a shell, turns it into an echo, and leaves it where a child will discover acoustics at exactly the right age. Cleanup becomes its own ceremony, the kind that places everything where it can keep telling the truth. The boxes are returned to their places, not empty but reinterpreted. The big one receives a respectfully folded blanket whose pattern resembles light behaving itself. The elder, now less a warden and more a historian, points out a hairline crack along one corner and teaches how a sliver of cedar sewn across the inside will keep it from gossiping with the weather. Maintenance becomes a moral. Things worth sharing are also worth fixing. Promises circulate as quietly as soup, and a schedule emerges for who will speak at the next gathering so witnesses can carry the news across water with suitable outfit changes. The plan includes travel to Kinup and down the coast, which means the story will adapt its boots as it always has, walking the boardwalks of one village and the pebble spit of another with equal affection. You prepare yourself to be corrected by relatives who love accuracy more than comfort, and the prospect feels like sun on the face. Warm, clarifying, a little relentless, and very good for growth. Honeyed light pours through the smoke hole and paints the rafters as if the house has grown its own orchard. Somewhere a pair of ravens debate whether peanuts are an acceptable breakfast, and somewhere else a child decides to learn the drum pattern that calls stories to order. The elder smiles with the particular satisfaction of a person whose inventory now includes relief. The plan to steal the sun has become the practice of sharing it, which is a better verb and a better hobby. Beyond the doorway, the inlet gleams like a polished copper, and the forest stretches like a well-rested dancer ready to make the calendar jealous. The bird beside you shakes its feathers and turns its head, inviting admiration as if it had just redecorated the entire region. A breath leaves your body that you don't remember holding, and you file the sensation under evidence that ethics and mischief enjoy each other's company. The day clears its throat, and a dozen errands grin back. Footnotes would love to join the scene, and your smile makes room for a small, portable bibliography in your head. Similar folktales live in other homelands. Coyote, hare, spider. Clever ones who pry open the world for the common good and ask everyone to keep their humor polished. What distinguishes this coast shines everywhere you look. Cedar as co-author, boats as paragraphs, boxes as libraries, and Raven as the editor who knows when to steal from the wrong shelf to restock the right one. Mainstream knowledge tucks its hands into its sleeves and nods, content to be useful without taking over the narrative. Ultimately, the memory that stays with you is not only the flash of the sun escaping but the quiet that followed, the way the house reassembled itself around a new normal. Rules did not vanish. They adjusted. The elder became lighter without becoming smaller. Raven became prouder without becoming louder. And you became more certain that stories are tools built to keep communities aligned with their best selves. The big box rests easy in its corner, an empty library that still smells like brilliance, ready to guard the next thing that needs keeping, only now with the windows open. Morning has barely unfolded its clean hand when the question starts pooling in the doorway. How did the bird on the beam become family? And how did family become a path toward the boxes everyone pretended not to watch? Daylight from the last chapter rubs its eyes, but the room still wants the earlier chapter inside the chapter, the part where cunning puts on diapers and ethics borrows a cradle. The fire obliges by leaning back into a slower burn, and your attention, obedient as a well-trained paddle, turns upstream to the moment before the lid ever thought about moving. Afterwards is a nice word for later, but story doesn't wait for clocks. So the longhouse rearranges memory into a gentle rewind. Bowls return to their shelf, conversations slide into low gear, and faces tilt toward the beam where the bird's shadow rehearses innocence. A plan is about to become a person. A trick is about to become a relative. The world is about to be reminded that households are engines of cosmic change disguised as places to keep soup hot. You lean into the backflow of time, the way a canoe eases into an eddy to study the river without drowning in it. Raven clears its throat like a comedian about to do serious work and scans the room for doorways that aren't doors. Strength won't help. Charm will. Theft would be noisy. Kinship is quieter. The elder who guards the nested boxes is a stern reader of the world. But even stern readers have soft chapters. Somewhere in that household, love waits for something small to carry, and Raven has the exact resume for smallness. The bird shakes rain from its wingtips, squares its beak like a promise, and drops from the beam toward ordinary air with a smirk that reads, "Watch this." Inside a cup of water sitting by the hearth, surface tension shivers like a drum skin sensing an audience. That is the stage. The entrance line is not shouted. It is whispered. One green filament drifting where nobody expects a plot device to be hydrated. Pine has volunteered, offering a needle as slim as an idea, and Raven, who knows that transformation is just good manners stretched across time, thins into a sliver and lets the cup accept a guest. You see the way liquids keep secrets. The surface quiets, and the household returns to breathing that sounds like rain on cedar. Outside the door, a drizzle takes its job seriously, writing the roof's biography letter by letter. The elder's granddaughter, clever, curious, not yet suspicious, fetches the cup with the absent-minded grace of someone whose hands have learned helping the way lungs learn air. She crosses the mat, offers water to the elder, receives a nod that lands like a leaf, then sets what remains beside the screen where cooler air lives. Pine and plan bob politely, and Raven, now sized for pregnancy by metaphor rather than biology, measures its timing against the house's heartbeat. Meanwhile, the rules of kinship warm their fingers over the coals. In many Northwest Coast communities, children belong through their mother's lineage. Uncles on that side hold teaching duties like paddles, and aunties carry laughter like medicine. Adoption is ordinary compassion wearing ceremony, and fostering forms a net under anyone who needs one. The household that will soon host a miracle does not know its guest yet, but it has already practiced the right verbs. Feed, welcome, witness, remember. You feel the social architecture settle around the coming event as cleanly as joinery clicks. Beneath the formal blanket of law lives another soft textile. Daily etiquette. Who sits nearest the fire, who pours first, who checks that the door remembers which way to open when weather gets bossy. Babies are the fastest diplomats any house can hire. They flatten grudges with a sigh and collect witnesses with a sneeze. When a baby arrives, protocol flexes to let the newest heartbeat claim row seats without paying for them. And even the most dedicated guardian of principles remembers how to hold a bottle at 2 in the morning. That is the hinge on which tonight will turn. Across the hearth a small quiet stirs, and the elder tips the last swallow of water toward a mouth that has advised lightning and approved tides. A green thread rides the sip like a stowaway who believes in plot. Time releases its breath, and the room doesn't notice because good transformations prefer to be mistaken for ordinary continuations of trust. In the next days measured by firewood, not calendar squares, someone will place a hand against a stomach and say, "Strange," and someone else will say, "Blessed," and the whole house will begin to hum a tune it knows but hasn't sung in years. Tradition is very calm about strange blessings, because tradition has seen worse and better and calls both relatives. Ceremonies for welcoming infants vary among nations up and down the coast, but a pattern holds. There will be names considered, elders consulted, songs that walk the room like gentle guardians, and perhaps gifts whose work is to make promises physical. A cedar cradleboard may be shaped. Blankets may be woven tighter. A special hat might be braided with a brim that keeps rain and too much attention from the baby's face. Whatever the details, the house will dress care as if care were a guest of honor. Etiquette for guests applies beautifully to the smallest guest of all. People lower their voices not because babies can't handle decibels, but because respect likes to hear itself think. The fire trims its sparks. Dogs adjust their naps. The doorway becomes a little slower about admitting drafts. Aunties compare recipes for sleep. Uncles quietly check the fishing gear because a household with a baby prefers its pantry to outpace its appetite. Even the bentwood boxes seem to listen, their lids holding secrets like professionals, and the big corner box, the one every joke skirts, pretends to be furniture instead of gravity. Stories move into prenatal mode, a style of predicting futures with kindness instead of certainty. Someone tells how Raven once turned into a child and cried at precisely the right moment to open a path that had not existed 5 minutes before. Another counters with the version where the bird became a moat in a sip not of water but of oil, and the household's affection for a miraculous child retaught a proud elder how to untie a knot made of fear. Historians would love an authoritative map, but the map keeps glancing at the weather and changing routes. You accept that good stories travel with options. Scholars, to be fair, have their reasons. Notes collected over the past century show variations. Pine needle in some Tlingit and Haida tellings, a speck of soot in others, a grandfather in one village, a powerful chief in another, a daughter in one, a granddaughter in another. Some argue the pine needle version organizes the episode around the ethics of water and growth, while the soot version leans into hearth and transformation by fire. Historians are still debating this question, and the debate is useful without being bossy. Meanwhile, the house keeps making soup, because scholarship is best served with something warm. Consent, even in myth, prefers to be present. When the elder begins to glow with that heraldic shift that announces a baby is on the way, the household rallies without interrogation. A helper is assigned to listen for cravings. Another fetches the good moss tucked behind the door for impeccable diapers. A neighbor brings a carved rattle shaped like a salmon who can keep beat. The elder's eyes, stern yesterday, are full of the private astonishment known mainly to gardeners and grandparents. Something has said yes, and the yes is alive. Your own breathing adjusts to the rhythm of waiting. Tools for babyhood come from materials with opinions. Cedar offers its inner bark to be softened and twined into blankets and tiny shirts. Mountain goat wool, when available, contributes a luxury that does not apologize for being excellent. Spruce root promises baskets within reach of a sleepy arm. Cradleboards are carved with curves that persuade the smallest spine toward comfort, and the headpiece may be decorated with form lines that promise company during naps. Nothing is toy-like. Everything is work-like in the kind way the work of making growing feel safe. Oddly specific knowledge steps into the room like a friend with a pocket full of solutions. Spruce tip and pine needle teas carry vitamin C like a secret sunlight, and many northern peoples have leaned on those small cups of forest brightness during winters that try to teach scurvy new tricks. Nobody prescribes tonight. The elders' cravings will choose their own curriculum. But the idea that a needle carries nourishment as well as plot pleases the room so thoroughly that even the rafters seem to nod. Raven, still tucked inside the unfolding miracle, smirks at the poetic symmetry. Moonlight, on evenings when clouds take intermission, checks on the household through the smoke hole and lays a coin of patience on the elder's blanket. That visitor has its own schedule with tides and trees, yet it never minds pausing for a birth. The rest of the village slows to match church of cedar and smoke welcoming the day's most important weather. By the time labor begins, everyone has chosen a job that is both humble and vital. Tending the fire, heating water in boxes with hot stones, humming the song whose melody can persuade muscles to open a door and keep it open. Preparation is a choreography learned over centuries and edited every season. Privacy is negotiated with etiquette and drifting textiles. Assistance is offered without swagger. Instructions are spoken softly enough for dignity to hear. The elder breathes like a tide. The household breathes like a smaller tide. And time learns that the difference between pain and purpose is often a chorus of trusted voices. When the cry arrives, sharp as a shell, bright as a blade of sun caught in water, every person in the room briefly becomes a lighthouse. Cedar greets the newborn first, not with a word but with a smell, a softness, a temperature that says, "We had this ready." A tiny bundle meets a tiny hat and a blanket of patient bark fiber. A rattle makes a sound like dry rain, and the elder's sternness melts into a kindness so strong it feels like furniture. The baby's hair is black as the sentence that brought the bird to this plan. The baby's eyes are the color of yes. If love could be measured by how quickly bowls of broth find a mother's hands, the measurement would break from generosity. Timing for the next phase relies on a graduate-level course in crying. Raven as baby must choose intervals that are adorable, persuasive, and polite. A surprisingly difficult trifecta. A wail too long alarms. Too short fails to secure access. Too cheerful ruins the I am small. Therefore you must carry me past all the places adults keep important things strategy. The first test is a success. A single, round cry that lands precisely when an ant stands, which means she scoops and sways and wanders. And now the bundle's map includes the corner where the boxes pretend to be walls. Village aunties are not fooled often, but this one is content to let joy run the errand. She carries the child to the good light for admiration, which happens to be near the stack of nested cedar containers where the big story naps. A second cry, shorter, more specific, asks for water in a tone nobody refuses. The cup of choice is the elder's, and the water station lives near the corner that matters. In myth, logistics are just feelings with better directions. You watch the route draw itself like a tide line. Finally, the wardening elder rises, the way a mountain rises from fog. Quiet, inevitable, carrying weather. Pride has already rearranged their expression into something that makes sternness look like it went to choir practice and came back with better posture. The baby meets the elder's gaze, and the elder meets the baby's entire agenda without knowing it. A low laugh schedules the house's next 10 minutes. Feeding, strolling, pointing out the carved salmon on the storage chest as if it were swimming for the first time. Showing the baby the copper shield that has opinions about law. Beyond the obvious joy, rules begin to reconfigure as if someone has moved a river by a hand's breadth. Where the elder once placed a broom, a cradle goes. Where a basket of moss once lived, a stack of clean swaddles takes over. Where the big box's presence once pushed conversation away, now an orbit of movement makes that corner part of the baby's tour. Humor works like oil here, softening edges, making latches less stubborn. The house doesn't drop its boundaries. It reweaves them with a gentler, wider stitch. Astronomy likes to watch these domestic maneuvers the way gulls like to watch low tide. Moon sets its patient metronome to the infant's naps. Stars take attendance when the door opens for the night air. Sun, in the morning still new to its job, slips across the floorboards and finds the baby's face on purpose. The household's calendar, once tied to guesses and practiced muscle, now begins to consult the sky again, even as it indulges in the deep work of rocking and warming. The macro and the micro trade inside jokes. Biology, that teacher who always wears sensible shoes, adds an aside to the mythic syllabus. Infants know faces early. They crave patterns. They memorize voices faster than any adult could commit a song to heart. The baby's features hold traces that look like Raven when the fire throws just the right shadow. But to everyone else, this is simply the newest relative who smells like cedar and milk. If the child's eyes find the boxes too often, well, babies like corners. Nobody blames curiosity for rehearsing. Debate returns because the house is an open university. Some argue that the elder's first generosity is already enough, that the plan should bend into gratitude and stop there. Others point out that abundance behind lids isn't abundance for the people who must paddle, fish, plant, and carve in permanent twilight. A few recall versions where the child asks specifically to play with a favorite toy that happens to be a box with a suspicious glow, and someone else laughs that toddlers always select the one forbidden object in any room. Historians are still debating this question, and so are aunties, which is how you know it matters. Gifts accumulate around the cradle like small empires that refuse to fight. A tiny paddle carved with a raven crest, a pair of baby moccasins with beadwork that announces big intentions, a basket barely wider than a palm for future berry seasons. Each present is also a document. It declares who witnessed the arrival and who intends to stand nearby when the child's name is formally placed like a crown that fits. Responsibility floats with the ribbons, not heavy, just honest. Kitchen tasks resettle into their new orbit around naps. Stone-boiled soups sing hotter. Fish flakes into portions that suit a household temporarily arranged around comfort. Eulachon grease, that candle-bright food, waits in its bowl with patience that smells like power. An odd, delightful morsel of knowledge surfaces with the dishes. Some families historically dipped a fingertip into grease to mark a baby's forehead. A little signature from the ocean's pantry. Whether or not it happens here, the idea curls into your pocket like a well-fed cat. Maps of the house redraw themselves with a baby's foot as the compass. The route from hearth to doorway now includes a mandatory stop at the window where light practices being gentle. The path from storage chest to bench now angles in such a way that an adult's elbow must nudge a lid every time it passes. This is not clumsiness. It's choreography. The boxes learn that proximity to affection makes locks less certain of their job, and the elder learns that love and vigilance can live in the same chair without biting. Lessons in comedy enroll themselves without paperwork. The baby experiments with sounds. Coos, grumbles, those sudden vowels that make adults gasp laugh as if surprised by weather. Raven's genius blades the edges of these noises into tools. A grumble when the lid squeaks, a pleased chirp when the beam of light slides across the floor, a dignified silence whenever the elder looks directly at the big box as if to say, "No hurry, I trust your timing." You find yourself rooting for perfect mischief the way you root for carpentry that doesn't split the grain. Pathways to the corner thicken as errands pile up. Someone needs a towel. Someone else needs a fresh cup. Someone is simply wandering because babies turn walking into a hobby. The elder, carrying the child, pauses by the boxes to adjust a blanket, and the baby's hand, soft as a question, touches the polished rim. No scandal erupts, only a shared intake of breath that tastes like bright cedar. Raven learns the hinge and catalogs the texture. A lid that has never felt a baby's fingers acquires the memory. Cleanup, which in a good house is also ceremony, occurs at the threshold of nap time. Mats are shaken, bowls stacked, kindling arranged. And as the elder shifts one small chest onto another to make room near the cradle, a minor repositioning opens a line of sight between the water jug and the great box's corner. This matters because thirst will soon be an actor with a speaking role, and the path from jug to elder's cup will route the household past the exact coordinates where a decision can masquerade as routine. Promises start to attach themselves to names still being braided. A sponsor volunteers to witness the child's first winter dance. Another pledges a hat when the brow deserves a brim. A third agrees to bring copper to the potlatch that will one day shoulder this baby's true introduction. The elder, tired and changed, whispers a private vow to tell the story of today with accuracy and laughter. Those two ingredients are the recipe that keeps memory from drying out. Honeyed afternoon light settles on the rafters, and nap breath becomes the room's metronome. The baby sleeps, which means the plan sleeps, but both keep growing even when nobody is watching. You learn the generous boredom of a happy home, the pleasant inventory of small noises, the productive silence of tools resting, the way a dog's sigh can convince the entire building that it is good to be alive. Ravenous child is not planning in words. Planning is happening in the angle of a wrist and the education of a household's habits. Footnotes murmur in the corners because scholars never truly leave. Yes, there are parallels in other traditions. the trickster becoming kin to slip past gatekeepers, the sacred object that is both a public necessity and a guarded treasure. Yes, early collectors sometimes wrote down versions that compressed or rearranged details, and later tellers have corrected those notes with the patience of people who prioritize truth over speed. Yes, masks with hinged beaks will one day dramatize this precise episode, letting the audience hear a cry and watch a lid lift without any carpenter's shame. All of that hovers like annotations on the air, but the baby's breathing is the only citation that matters right now. Ultimately, the point is simple without being small. Transformation isn't a cheat code. It's the discipline of becoming exactly what a situation requires so that care can do its work. Raven doesn't win by force. Raven wins by intimacy, by learning a house well enough that the house chooses to help. In a moment, thirst will enter wearing politeness, and a request for water will walk everybody past the corner where destiny pretends to be storage. That will be the beginning of what you already know becomes tomorrow's daylight. But for now the room rests, the elder dozes with a smile that changes the weather, and your ears, newly trained, can hear the hinge that will open when it is time. Protocols ripple through the house like barely visible threads, and the moment you tug one, a dozen others tighten politely to keep the room from unraveling. The elder's corner still guards its satchel of brightness, the boxes stacked with the dignity of cedar that knows its resume. The miracle baby from yesterday, Raven wearing a onesie of innocence, breathes in a rhythm that sets everyone else's shoulders. Meanwhile, a much smaller plan sharpens its beak. If doors won't open, teach the household to open them for a thirsty child. Thirst arrives as theater without fanfare. A tiny mouth purses. A soft whimper lands exactly at the moment when an ant stands to reach for the water jug, and every adult in the radius of responsibility rearranges themselves to be the hero of hydration. This is not manipulation. This is logistics powered by love, and you feel the current of caregiving carry the child's cradle closer to the corner where lids pretend to be sleep. The first sip is a rehearsal, the second is a proof of concept, and the third introduces the subplot, a string. Water holds a very particular kind of authority in this longhouse, not only because the inlet has opinions, but because shared sources require shared manners. Cups do not dip their entire pride into the jug. A separate ladle serves the assembly. People keep their personal bowls tidy so generosity doesn't have to negotiate with squeamishness. Elders drink first when the room agrees. It's not rank so much as respect for the calendars stored in the oldest hands. Rules vary from village to village and family to family, but the theme stays steady. To drink is to remember where your mouth fits in the chorus. Ladles rest on hooks that remember every feast, and one of them, carved from mountain goat horn, holds a secret that delights you once someone tells it. Horn can be softened by heat and bent into shape, then cooled into a spoon that looks as if it grew in a curve without trying. The spoon's handle arcs like a wave paused mid-laugh, and a small raven crest stares back from the tip, amused to see its own face on the tool that will advance tonight's plot. When an ant lifts the ladle, the baby coos. When the ladle returns to its hook, a string flicks. Customs govern food the way tide tables govern fishing. No one eats alone if a guest sits near. No one hoards delicacies in a corner unless the delicacy is a story that requires permission. Yulican grease glistens in a carved bowl. Winter's butter, lamp, and treaty, waiting for salmon strips to dip with the reverence of a signature. The first salmon of the season will be welcomed with ceremony when that time arrives. Its bones return to the water so gratitude can find the river's ear again. Mainstream knowledge sits down with you here. First salmon rights are among the coast's most widely shared practices, differing in detail but not in purpose. which is to keep appetite in conversation with gratitude. Silence sometimes behaves like a witness with impeccable manners. Adults notice a string the width of a twig, see it disappear beneath a mat corner, and decide that the house is very good at raising innovative children. The village pretends not to see, because mentorship can look like letting a prank breathe until it demonstrates whether it belongs to malice or to teaching. When the baby sighs, an ant absently slides the mat with her foot, and the string obliges by tilting the ladle just enough to propose a tiny spill. Taboos live where courtesy sleeps, and tonight they wake to work. Don't step over a person stretched on the floor. Don't point with the index finger when a respectful chin lift and eyeline will do. Don't waste water in winter when even the river seems to conserve its shine. A household like this shields its stores the way a paddler shields a flame crossing an inlet. Cupped hands, careful pace, jokes soft enough not to bump the bowl. Stories sometimes exaggerate a rule to make its purpose audible. Historians are still debating which specific prohibitions in Raven's theft tales mirror everyday law, and which are narrative devices designed to let ethics be seen from the cheap seats. Raven as baby treats the rulebook like choreography. Step near the jug when no one will trip. Breathe at a pitch that suggests thirst but not alarm. Glance at the corner with the boxes only when the elder is smiling at a different joke. You watch this performance with the fascination of someone who has seen a canoe slide through surf on a day when physics felt genuinely affectionate. The string, cedar bark twine, gently frayed, has been tied to the ladle's handle during a moment of nap-level distraction. A tug now would be a crime. A tug at the exact moment the door opens for fresh air will be a misunderstanding rich in pedagogical value. Everyone in the room knows that babies move rules around like furniture, and the elder tolerates the rearrangement with skepticism practicing kindness. A small spill near the boxes would require cloths, bowls, and bodies to fuss in exactly the spot where lids resist friendship. The house's common sense hums like a low drum. Do not spill toward the heirlooms. Do not drip on the carved chest. Do not splash the mat that tells a story of a river in form lines. The trickster's thesis, however, claims that rules can teach better when asked to stretch. Kitchen air smells like cedar smoke and fish oil, two fragrances that give every piece of wood in the room a PhD in patience. Stone boiling starts again. River stones heated in the fire, plucked with tongs, hissing into a water-filled cedar box, because soup is the polite partner for plots. The temperature rises. The steam thickens. The ladle sweats in the humid glow. You track the string's path beneath the mat like a small river learning its first curve. History wanders in with a well-stitched anecdote about trade routes called grease trails, paths by which rendered Yulican oil moved inland and back again, carrying stories and kinship along with calories. Coppers, large, shield-like symbols of value, glint from a shelf, reminding you that the coast practiced a sophisticated law of generosity long before law books arrived wearing boots. These facts are not background. They are the frame. A story about theft here lives inside a culture that measures wealth by what you give away without becoming poor. Anthropology would love to write a footnote about water etiquette in winter, about separate ladles, communal bowls, and children learning the rhythm of servings before they know their own shoe size. It would also caution against flattening all nations into one label because Tlingit rules are not Haida rules, are not Tsimshian rules, are not Kwakwaka'wak rules. And even within a single community, houses fold their manners like clothing tailored to specific shoulders. Scholars are still debating whether the forbidden cup motif in certain Raven episodes reflects a widespread pattern or a local joke that traveled well. Oddly satisfying details color the plan like beadwork along a hem. A tiny cedar float carved to look like a raven's eye serves as a knot hider on the string near the ladle. From a distance it reads as decoration, Up close it's a pulley with a sense of humor. A water-absorbing pad woven from sphagnum moss. Yes, the same moss that has doubled as wound dressing and baby care for generations. Waits near the jug, ready to leap into service if any liquid forgets its lane. A carved heron spoon sits beside the horn ladle like a backup dancer pretending to audition for lead. Elsewhere in the room, Eulicon grease gleams like a tame sun, and a guest explains a storage trick you file away happily. Renderings could be poured into dried kelp balloons, sealed, and hung to keep fresh, a bright, slippery pantry suspended from the rafters. If you need a quirky fact to tell a friend later, that one packs light and travels well. The spoon dips, the baby murmurs, and the room enters that delicious microsecond where four people think they are in charge of the same helpful act. Stories within the big story begin to brag softly. A version in which Raven's baby cry lines up with the taboo against refusing water to a visitor. A cousin tale where the child requests a drink using a name that pulls on kinship like a rope. An alternate where the ladle's shadow crosses a carved beaver rite when somebody says the old words about sharing in lean months. Each variation aims at the same hinge. Liquid moving toward lips, bodies moving toward the wrong corner for the right reason. And each gives the house an excuse to break into choreography without apologizing. Practice makes moral muscle, and this home has been carving those muscles into memory for winters beyond counting. When the baby's cry lands in the center of everything, hands act before reasons do. A mat shifts, a ladle tilts, a bowl hustles toward responsibility. You feel the string's gentle tug pull a thin ribbon of water into the air. A bright syllable that splashes onto cedar where it should not be and promptly turns everyone into a cleaning brigade with impeccable timing. Etiquette dictates the response. No accusation, just cloths. The elder steps first. Authority always volunteers for mopping, and an aunt follows, and then someone else fetches the moss pad, and now 3 people kneel in a place that, 5 minutes earlier, might as well have been a locked room. The big box lifts an eyebrow it does not technically have. Raven, inside the infant's suit, measures the angle of the elder's knee to the lid and performs subtraction on gravity. Craft saves the day from farce. A folded cedar bark towel wicks the spill without scraping, because the house respects surfaces the way it respects names. The horn ladle is hung on a different hook, slightly closer to the corner, slightly more trusting of reach. The baby blinks the precise blink that ends meltdowns and starts laughter. And the room returns to normal as if normal were a harbor you can sail into on purpose. Food returns to being a conversation without becoming a lecture. Dried salmon strips pass from hand to hand, each dip into grease a tiny treaty renewal. Berries make their rounds with the soft custody of woven baskets. A child in the corner practices not dropping a spoon on the floor every 3 seconds. Humor climbs back onto the bench, and someone tells a joke about a stingy cup that got adopted by a generous family and learned better manners. The punchline lands when the elder's hand rests unconsciously on the big box's lid, and even the masks on the shelf manage not to wink. Children, sensing the day has decided to be funny again, invent a game that involves carrying pebbles from one end of the room to the other without letting their toes point at the elder's seat. A training exercise disguised as play. One child ties another with a pretend cedar string leash that immediately turns into a friendship bracelet, because you are in a house where control keeps rehiring itself as care. The baby makes a syllable that could mean more water please or this string is excellent, and the aunt by the jug decides to interpret generously. Meanwhile, the village continues its talent for benevolent denial. A neighbor at the doorway remarks on the weather, squinting past the obvious shift in the household's gravity. Another asks if any spare cedar bark could be traded tomorrow for spruce root because a hat brim needs fresh discipline. By the time the small spill has been erased and the path rehearsed, 5 different adults have made sure the route from jug to cradle passes the corner exactly so, without admitting to any choreography whatsoever. Time chooses this moment to offer a mainstream reminder. The potlatch banned under Canadian law from 1885 to 1951, yet sustained by communities anyway, was and is the public engine of witnessing, gifting, and law. Eating together is never just eating together. It is saying out loud who belongs, who carries which responsibilities, and who will remember the promises. Even a spill can become part of that memory when it moves people where truth needs them. The house nods without stopping its small work. Finally, the elder laughs, the sound like a cedar lid settling home. No one accuses the baby of espionage. No one pretends water never misbehaves. Instead, a new ladle, this one with a heron carved on the handle, joins the horn spoon, and the hook above the big box becomes the default storage for both. When thirst visits again, the route will be shorter, the timing cleaner, the choreography smoother. Mischief has made its case, not against law, but in favor of a law elastic enough to let light through. Midnight doesn't show up tonight. Evening lingers like a guest who keeps telling one more good story, and that's perfect because a certain corner of the room has a clock that ignores numbers and listens only to courage. The big cedar box breathes its resin fragrance the way a cedar always does. Sweet, steady, unbothered by your accelerating pulse. And the smaller boxes nest inside like well-behaved secrets. Raven, still wearing the baby act like an award-winning costume. Times a gentle fuss so that half the house leans toward water, towels, and tenderness, which is exactly the gravitational field your plan needs. Inside that field, the elder rises with the authority of weather deciding to be kind. A ladle arcs, a bowl pours, and the floor becomes a chore list everyone volunteers to complete. Your hands pretend to be busy with moss pads and folded bark towels, but the real job is reading the lid the way a navigator reads the skin of the inlet. Which edge wants kindness, which corner prefers confidence, where a breath will fit like a wedge cut by patience rather than by teeth. The box, if wood can have a mood, appreciates being courted. Under the palm of your left hand, the smallest lid gives a polite sigh. A cool breath slides out like a silver thread, and the rafters take notice the way a room notices déjà vu. In several versions of this legend, the star box is the first to consider parole, but not every house agrees. Some say the moon prefers to go first because tides run the schedule. Historians are still debating this question, and you don't pause to referee. You tilt the hinge, and whatever is ready will meet the night on its merit. Everyone plays their part without announcing the script. An ant wipes the tiniest puddle known to coastal architecture. A cousin hums a song tune to comfort. The elder's blanket shifts, making a corridor of attention toward the corner where the boxes pretend to be furniture. You slide a thumbnail, clean, respectful, beneath the seam, and the lid answers in a syllable that is both no and not yet. It wants ceremony. So you give it one. A brief breath in, a longer breath out, a thought shaped like gratitude for cedar that turned forest into house and house into keeper of the world's bright paperwork. Between the lid and the room there lives a thickness of time you can fold only once. Fold it wrong, and the story wriggles into jokes that take years to fix. Fold it well, and dawn walks in like a new employee who already knows the job. Your fingers agree with the fold. The lid rises. Darkness inside looks smooth, not empty, like a winter lake before the first pebble. Then, dot, dot, pinpricks whisk free, a scatter of light bees eager for flower assignments. They slip, swirl, laugh, and zip upward, some taking the smoke whole, some curling into corners, some catching in hair where they register delighted protests. Carefully, you shepherd the glitter with a cedar fan, more suggestion than command. A star wraps itself in the breath above the fire and becomes a kind of punctuation, a reminder that sentences in the sky are mosaics rather than straight lines. An elder chuckles, a sound that means both approval and brace yourself. There's more. If anyone asks later why bits of light zipped out before sun and moon had their turn, you'll say that sequencing is a polite fiction and that stars sometimes ignore meetings in favor of fieldwork. Somewhere in your head a handbook updates itself. If Starbucks, then open slowly. If laughter, then keep lid from clapping shut out of excitement. If a child tries to catch a star with a spoon, let them, because attention is the best school available. A tiny point of brightness alights on your wrist and decides to stay there for half a breath. And in that half breath you understand why navigators long ago trusted night to be a library. Mainstream knowledge settles into the moment gently. Many peoples along this coast use stellar, lunar, and tidal cues for travel and timing. Those cues arrive tonight like old friends, no fuss, all function. Protocol adjusts to the glitter as if the house had been holding its breath waiting for exactly this mess. No one panics at light on the move, partly because children are present and partly because mischief that cures a bigger problem is the preferred genre. Even the masks on the shelf seem to lift their carved eyebrows. Raven blinks in baby mode, then coos, which is Trickster speak for, "We're still on schedule." You angle the small lid back, replace it, and let the stars negotiate their new geography by consensus. Geometry waits patiently in the next box, which is heavier and cooler, cautious the way the moon is cautious with tides. When your fingers test its seam, the wood answers with a voice like polished bone. Firm, old, willing to discuss terms. The elder stands closer, blanket folded back, not to block you but to pair authority with trust. "Slow," says the blanket without moving. "Now," says the room without talking. The lid yields, and the moon unfurls the way a sigh unfurls after a good apology. Strings of mild light pour into the longhouse and settle across bows, baskets, and brows. Shadows lose their edges and become comfortable instead of argumentative. Taboos that dislike waste and rushing relax because the moon never hurries angry people. Someone laughs for the first time today without glancing at anyone for permission. Outside, you can almost feel the beach gleam like a pearl hiding under wet sand. And inside, every crease in the cedar shows you its grain, as if confessing that wood remembers water. Laughter gets filed under medicine, and the house passes the bowl. A small joke lands. The baby insists on holding the moon, which is not recommended in most safety manuals but charming in legend. Someone dutifully lifts the child high so the pale glow can slip across a forehead in the gentlest blessing. An aunt mutters that the moon has always loved infants because it recognizes its own habit of waking up at odd hours. The elder smiles without objection. Raven coos with perfect courtroom timing. Suddenly the air tilts, not because anything is wrong, but because something is right and about to be loud about it. Sun, patient like a kept promise, presses from inside the largest box as if listening to the speech and deciding it agrees. The lid warms under your hand. A line of brightness forms along the seam, thin as fishing line and twice as eager. You whisper a thank you to the cedar, the elder, the household, the humor, and the rules that bent when they needed to. Heat piles softly against your fingers, and the wood smells like a feast of light. The elder nods once, a gesture that writes permission on the air without letting it brag. Raven's baby hands reach, and that is the hinge. The oldest and newest person in the room both say yes. The lid lifts. No explosion happens, just a correction. Day arrives like a dancer who owns the floor, and every shadow in the room forgets it was trying to be in charge. Language fails happily for 2 seconds. After that, your job becomes wrangling radiance with theater manners. A fan of woven cedar barks laments briefly that it is out of its league, then proves it is not. Air moves where you tell it. Light veers away from blankets. The dog, who has impeccable instincts, vacates the scorchable zone with professional dignity. Raven sheds the infant act long enough for beak and wing to take a shift. Feathers cup and shape the beam like hands guiding bread dough. Older tellings say this is where Raven's feathers turn black. Smoke kisses pale plumage and leaves it midnight forever. A souvenir that doubles as a warning against hanging too close to what you're stealing. No one mentions pain because the world is being careful tonight. The change is drama, not harm. In other tellings, the beak takes the tint, beak like polished darkness, the better to crack secrets later. Scholars note both and shrug, and you choose the version that makes the room smile the widest. Meanwhile, sunlight behaves like a teenager who has discovered an unlocked door. Quick, delighted, a little reckless. A measure of it bolts for the smoke hole, of course it does, and another slice explores the doorway with the unwise curiosity of a guest who thinks the party is already outside. That's your cue for choreography. Bodies pivot. Mats slide. The elder becomes a traffic director with a blanket for a baton. You steer the biggest beam toward the roof opening because the sky is ready to parent it. Patience earns its gold star here. Panic wastes time. Ceremony bends it. A drum thumps a heartbeat to keep everyone moving the same speed. You hold the lid at an angle so the remaining sun emerges in a ribbon instead of a flood. Raven hovers at the smoke hole like a goalie with too much charisma. The first thick band of day squeezes through, hits the damp air above the roof, and roars into astonishment across the village. On the beach, gulls suddenly have outlines. In the water, waves suddenly have opinions visible to the naked eye. Nothing catches fire, which is worth saying out loud because people have been worried. The cedar glows instead of burns, pride rather than crisis. The elder speaks one sentence you will remember for as long as breath remains available. We keep what we can share. The line lands like a law and a lullaby simultaneously. You tilt the last slice of light toward the opening, and Raven rides it like a pilot guiding a new boat through a familiar channel. Small catastrophes pepper the success because light enjoys slapstick. A stack of polished bowls throws a phoenix across the wall that briefly startles a cousin into dropping a spoon. A string of dried berries sparkles like a necklace that overcommit to a joke. The dog barks once at its own shadow and instantly forgives itself. Your feet learn the room the way dancers learn a stage. No tripping lines, no blind corners, only rhythm. The beam behaves and then, emboldened, sprints. Gravity converts quickly into chase. The big spill of sunlight chooses door over smoke hole, figuring that doors are for exits and also for entrances, which is not wrong. Raven lunges, you dive, the elder laughs, and 3 other adults pivot from witnesses to participants without changing facial expressions. The door flings itself wide like a fan club president. Beyond it, the beach stretches like a runway already filing a flight plan with the sky. Across the threshold, the world inhales a brand new vowel. Trees that were silhouettes become fir, spruce, hemlock with bark textures you could write poems on. The inlet polishes itself until boats could shave in it. Mountains lengthen like cats and yawn. Sun, convinced it has places to be, streaks toward the tide line with the bravado of someone who just found their signature look. Raven launches, wings declaring professional interest, and you follow because this is your internship with the oldest internship supervisor alive. Memory chooses particular images to carry in the front pocket. One is the elder's hand lifting in blessing toward the retreating blaze. Another is the way the fan on the floor stopped wobbling and lay like a happy tool after being asked to do too much. A third is the moment your breath went from borrowed to earned, because you helped light get where it was supposed to be going. In the background of these, boxes remain. One now shy with stars, one comfortably pale with moon residue, one empty of sun but full of story. Timing gets athletic the instant your boots hit the pebbles. The sun's leading edge kisses wet sand and throws a mirror so startling the gulls stage a polite retreat. If a spill of brightness could laugh, this one does. It splashes, it rearranges clouds into compliments, it tries to bounce like a skipped stone. Raven races, a line of ink slicing the day. You run, lungs learning the oldest duet, effort and joy. The entire village becomes an audience and also a stagehand crew, because this theft is public, and everyone owns the punchline. Ethics keeps pace beside you like a friend who has opinions but carries water instead of a lecture. Was it stealing when the outcome belonged to everyone? Was it rebellion or repair? The elder's sentence echoes, and you feel the answer become a practice rather than a verdict. On this coast, wealth circulates as gifts. Law writes itself in dances, speeches, and copper shields. Art holds memory so it doesn't leak. The sun looks at all that infrastructure and decides to sign the contracts. Tools that have always been around suddenly reveal their superhero identities. A child holds up a woven hat, brim wide as a smile, and sunlight slides across it like admiration. A fisherman raises a paddle, and the blade casts a clean shadow that looks like a letter you don't know how to read yet. A carver's adds gleams where it leans, sort of an eyebrow, sort of a hinge, mostly a reminder that work loves clarity. Even the smooth back of a wet rock volunteers to be a small theater for a new trick. A star fragment, late to the meeting, lands there and decides to stay local. Details try to crowd into your attention all at once. Seaweed suddenly owns 5 shades you hadn't earned yesterday. The edges of driftwood acquire biographies. A crab scuttles from admiration, and its shadow outperforms its body in a brief comedy that is not cruel. Mid-chase, a fact blinks awake. Common ravens can remember faces, hold grudges, mimic sounds, and hide extra food for leaner times with strategies that would impress a chess club. The myth never needed biology's permission, but biology seems pleased to wag its credentials anyway. Steam rises where sun kisses water, and the beach throws a soft fog back at the sky as if to say, "We like you. Don't rush." Raven slices that steam into ribbons, you duck through them, and the world smells like a kettle that decided to get a job as a horizon. Light refracts briefly into a color you have no word for, pitying your vocabulary while treating it with patience. You promise to get better at naming things that matter. Touch becomes a teacher when you stumble on pebbles that are not yet ready to be ankles friends and recover with a dignity that would make an elder proud. Your hand, skimming a driftwood log to steady yourself, finds the heat of the new day already sinking into grain, a warmth that will make carving easier even if the schedule doesn't care. Raven glances back and does something with its wings that feels like applause. The sun, pleased and busy, keeps moving. Then the chase opens into comedy again because no origin scene on this coast refuses to be funny at least once per minute. A gull, offended at being upstaged, scolds the light as if it were stealing a sandwich. A harbor seal pops up to see why daytime decided to start in the middle of things, tilts its head, and approves. A distant whale exhales a glittering plume that sun catches lovingly, turning breath into a thin tower of cheers. You run right through the tail of that cheer and come out brighter for no good reason except joy. Light finally threads itself through the smoke hole of the world, the gap between cloud and hill that decides when a village gets mourning, and the beam that was a ribbon becomes a banner. There will be stars to shepherd later, constellations to nurse into places that make sense for canoes, classes, and dreams. There will be a moon to introduce to its full job description again. But this exact slice of the story belongs to the door and the beach and the first sprint. The box back in the house, now warm to the touch, returns to being wood with a good secret. Chaos doesn't quit. It evolves into order with a comic flourish. Children point at their own shadows, then at the shadows of stories carved into masks and poles, discovering that everything has found its outline. Elders compare this morning with the oldest morning they remember, which is all mornings before now, smiling at the arrogance of light and forgiving it. The plan you rehearsed with strings and ladles has become a neighborhood event that will be told later as obvious, which is fine because obviousness is what success looks like after the work is done. Running slows to walking, then to standing like a human punctuation mark in a sentence the ocean keeps writing. Raven circles once, twice, 3 times, the internationally recognized sign for nailed it, and lands on a piling with the nonchalance of a band headliner pretending to be surprised by applause. The elder arrives without hurrying, blanket trailing dawn, and hands lift not to take ownership of light, but to gather witnesses into a circle with room for laughter. An entire coastline feels different, and so does your chest. Footsteps crunch on the pebbles while the village recalibrates to sunlight as the default setting. Nets are about to be checked with a competence that will look like magic to anyone who thinks magic ignores practice. A carver's eye measures the day's brightness against the pole waiting in the yard and mutters a plan. Somebody declares the weather salmon-colored, and nobody argues because the word tastes right. The elder, still the house's axis, says nothing for a long moment. Then, eat. Then tell the story well. Walls of the longhouse, when you look back, have learned a glow. The smoke hole, which recently learned it could negotiate with the sun, looks pleased with its continuing relevance. The boxes sit in their corner like actors after curtain call. Makeup off, grinning, tired, proud. The smallest, the star carrier, hums a little because a few sparks stayed local and have adopted the ceiling for practice. The moon box is closed but not offended. It knows it will be busy tonight. Air tastes like cedar and new plans when the crowd filters indoors for the first daylight meal of forever. Bowls clink, laughter resets, and the drum near the hearth goes from heartbeat to heartbeat with the dance option. A child who missed the sprint wakes and scolds you for not waiting. You promise to tell it in full color, which turns out to be a brand new phrase in several languages at once. Raven snags a spare strip of salmon with gentle audacity and cocks its head in the direction of "You're welcome." Edges everywhere decide to be honest. Knots and beams show themselves as signatures. Weaving patterns on a chilcat robe breathe like waves. The crease in the elder's blanket chooses to be a line rather than a fold. That honesty makes jokes better. It also makes work easier because tasks like filleting, stitching, and carving rely on light to admit where it has been hiding. The house thanks the day by being the kind of house that can hold it. Outside, children discover that skipping stones requires fewer retries when the sun helps differentiate water from suggestion. A canoe's red ochre shines like a happy heartbeat. A copper shield on a shelf throws a quiet sunrise all its own. Mainstream knowledge drifts back into your mind. Coppers on this coast are more than metal. They're legal statements, displays of wealth used in potlatches to declare status, settle debts, or dramatize arguments. Today, even the casual gleam from a small copper looks like the law grinning. History nudges your shoulder to remind you that parts of this coast have seen ceremonies pushed into corners by laws that did not understand generosity. Potlatches were criminalized for decades. Masks were confiscated. Songs were told to quiet down. Communities did not listen to erasure because they answer to older calendars. They kept telling stories with doors closed and windows guarded by patience. Days like this one are why remembering matters. Light returning is both cosmology and policy. Debate, well-fed and happy to be here, resumes its leisure pace. Someone argues that the Starbucks first order makes better metaphoric sense. You navigate before you celebrate. Another counters that moon first respects tides, the original traffic cop of these inlets. A third says the best version is the one that makes children's eyes widen the most. Scholars outside the house will keep collecting variants. And in a perfect world, they'll bring berries when they ask questions. Trivia sneaks in like a neighbor with an extra loaf. Barnacles, though glued to rocks, can live for years and wave their little feathery feet to snag breakfast out of passing water, which is partly relevant because sunlight just made the Titterpool Ballet easier to see. Also, kelp forests create underwater shade where fish recover from the bright. Even in a new dawn moment, someone needs a gentle dusk. The ocean balances neon and nap expertly. Craft answers the morning by planning to get better. A weaver reaches for cedar bark stored cool and dark and tests a strip that wanted to be stubborn yesterday. Today it chooses to be agreeable. A carver checks the ovoid curve on a mask that will one day open its beak with a tug that will make children gasp. In daylight, the lip line admits how to be truer. A singer tries a verse and learns where the room will applause break. Yes, even songs rehearse with sun. Cedar, being cedar, acts as if it has been waiting patiently for exactly this brightness since it stopped being a standing tree. The inner bark glows like a friendly animal. The outer surfaces of boxes show off straight grain and tight seams that would make any joiner proud. You touch the big box's lid again because gratitude begins at the site of our best conspiracies. It feels warm, but not offended. If a plank could wink, this one would. Mats around the hearth look newly woven even though they're not. Everything wears a thin halo like a polite victory lap. Someone jokes that the floor is cleaner now that it can see itself, and a cousin threatens to bring mirrors down to the beach to teach the tide some self-awareness. Laughter returns in real time, peanut buttering the morning with kindness. The baby, Raven, sleeps the sleep of a saboteur whose evaluation is secure. Spill management becomes a legend within a legend. Small errors elevated to cautionary tales that end in dessert. A newly confident ladle tips again, but this time 10 hands catch the drip before Cedar needs to help. A child announces that water likes the floor because it wants to read the basket patterns, and nobody corrects the science because the poetry is doing a fine job. The elder, who has not stopped smiling since dawn breached the roof, declares that accidents are just unpracticed dances. Echoes of last night's rules still hold, in the form of gentleness, in the way people hand bowls to one another with gratitude traveling faster than hunger. The difference is that gratitude no longer needs to squint. It can count freckles, admire carvings, and notice the exact necklace of smoke curling toward a hole that also let the sun through. Protocol wasn't replaced by daylight. It made room for it the way a good host makes room for guests and keeps their coats away from sparks. Colors begin to name themselves as if auditioning for a weaving. Salmon wants to be called copper pink with opinions. Spruce tip argues for tea green. The inlet tries mirror metal and gets instant approval. Even shadows submit applications. Rest black, cool gray, story blue. You do not vote because the committee is the day itself, and your job is to listen and carry bowls and make sure the baby's hat keeps the breeze out. Neighbors from a few houses over arrive with dishes and stories because that's how news moves, on feet, with seasoning. A cousin from upriver claims they saw the sky change direction, then admits they meant mood, which amounts to the same thing. Someone from the next bay promises to carve this event into a panel by the solstice. Someone else vows to beat them to it with a song. Healthy rivalry is the seasoning of memory. Finally, the scene eases back into the longhouse, where the final hinge of this chapter sits. The boxes, reclosed with tenderness, are not prisons anymore. They are archives that helped reboot the world. The elder places a small bundle, a folded scrap of cloth, cedar-scented, into the empty sun box, a placeholder that says, "We remember." Raven perches on the beam again, shaking out feathers with a little more swagger than yesterday and a little more soot at the tips, very fashionable. Aftermath tastes like breakfast plus responsibility. There will be journeys to make because news wants witnesses. There will be lessons to teach because wonder, unlike dried salmon, can't be stored for too long. There will be potlatches where gifts redistribute the pride of this dawn into blankets, copper, names, and songs. A carved paddle leans ready by the door, a polite reminder that celebration is a verb that prefers travel. Breathing slows to the cadence of regular life upgraded. Chores resume with new lighting. Mending nets, splitting shakes, scraping a canoe hull smooth where the grain has opinions. The fire, which did a lot of acting last night, retires to its usual role as chief of soup and gossip. Children practice their shadows and declare them well-behaved. The dog investigates the corner where the boxes live and decides that it has learned some interesting stories recently. Raven watches the room as if auditing a class it intends to guest lecture later. A single croak drops from the beam, wry, satisfied, promising further office hours. The bird is teacher, thief, creator, and auditor all at once, and the room is perfectly content with multi-hyphenates. The elder meets your gaze with that balanced smile found only in people who have seen plans go sideways and still arrive at horizon. Tell it right, the look says, and bring a towel. Silence, not the empty kind but the capacious kind, settles for a moment before the day pulls you all forward. The beach will need walkers. The inlet will need paddlers. The night will need singers when the moon resumes its best work. Somewhere along those paths, a few hot sparks of star will want shepherding to their proper corners of the sky, and the story assures you that your hands already know how to guide them. For now, a bowl of salmon waits, a bench is warm, and the big box is just a box again. Except, of course, for the part of it that still hums with the secret that opened the day. Spray hangs in the air like powdered glass as the chaste sun schemes low over the tide flats, and bright crumbs tumble from it with every bounce. Sparks you scoop and fling with cupped hands that are suddenly very good at coaching light. Pebbles underfoot click their careful metronome, the kind that keeps bravery in tempo, and the inlet widens as if it, too, has been waiting to breathe properly. Behind you the longhouse exhales cedar. Ahead of you the shoreline kinks into coves, and in between the world decides to relearn its edges while you practice the fine art of throwing daylight like a polite juggler. Across the glimmering sand a spilled ribbon of brightness threads through eelgrass, and when your fingers flick a stray bead into the sky it does not fall back. It chooses altitude, an ember deciding to be a star rather than a rumor. Raven snaps up another bead in its beak and tosses it farther, like a card dealer who somehow stacks the deck in favor of the entire coast. Children laugh from the dune, discovering their own shadows in full sentences for the first time. Elders stand in the shallows with the kind of grin that is half weather report, half prayer. Beyond the first line of driftwood the tide sleeps shallow, a sheet of pewter stretched smooth, and your footprints collect water in miniature lakes that mirror the brand new sky. Each time raven claps wings, a puff of day shakes loose and tries to go exploring. You pitch it higher with the easy authority of someone throwing bread to clouds. Canoes wait with noses wet and patient, their flared bows already reading the wind, and the crews keep watching the dots gather overhead like a map printing itself in real time. Under the kelp beds the sea makes its algorithms visible. Long golden cords loop and sway, brown fronds flare and settle, and riffling fish move like bullet points. A bead of light slips into a kelp bulb, and for a playful moment the ocean wears jewelry. Then it rises, escapes, and sticks above the roofline of the world as if someone had hammered sky and nail together. Your hands keep the rhythm. Scoop, toss, breathe, scoop, toss, breathe, until the motions feel as old as paddling and as natural as laughter. Raven cruises a lazy circle, black cutout against a morning that grows bolder by the syllable, and croaks once in that gravel baritone which always sounds like advice disguised as laughter. A fragment in the shape of a comma escapes your grip, rises, and pauses exactly where a canoe prow will point later tonight. A celestial punctuation mark encouraging journeys to end with breath rather than collisions. The water answers with tiny mirrors. The beach answers with quartz. The trees answer by loosening their fog, the forest version of applause. Navigation wakes inside your ribs like an old friend, because that's what bright points do for people who travel water. A cluster of new sparks gathers where your palm releases them, and the arrangement reminds you of 3 dots in a row and a fourth a polite step away. Call it a belt if you want to borrow a Western map. Call it something local if your grandmother taught you better. Either way it points, and pointing is a kindness. A steadier light claims the highest spot and refuses to wander. The rest arrange themselves as if they've been paid in tide tables. Paddles lift from racks as if they, too, have ears. The canoe crews start that quiet pre-launch dance that looks like a stretch but is really a promise. Wooden blades will appreciate this crispness later, when the inlet has opinions and the headwind pretends to be a lesson. For now the paddlers watch the sky assemble itself into directions and the beach into departures. A boy tests the reflection of a star in a puddle and learns that a good map can exist both overhead and underfoot, which is the kind of geometry boats adore. Meanwhile, the tide flat sparkles with tiny galaxies where light fragments land on wet sand, then fade upward as if choosing promotion over gravity. Your throw turns into a story in its own right. First flick to make a leader, second flick to appoint companions, third flick to set a path across the sky like stepping stones polite enough for paddlers to borrow at night. Raven, perpetually more dramatic than necessary, volleys a particularly bright chip so high it whistles, and everyone near the water inhales like an audience at a good cliffhanger. Bioluminescence answers from the waves with its blue-green vote, 1,000 dinoflagellate doorbells lighting when foam is knocked, as though the sea is trying to applaud without waking the plankton. When your boots kick water, the spray writes cursive so elegant even barnacles feel underdressed, and for a second you are confused about which light is sky and which is ocean, and then decide the confusion is the point. Some nights along this coast, people say, the water glows enough to make a paddle stroke look like a comet rehearsing, and tonight you can almost taste that rumor turning into weather. History saunters up with a hand in each pocket to remind everyone that cedar log canoes have carried families, trade, and news along these routes for thousands of years, and that crews learn stars as thoroughly as they learn tide rips and wind funnels. A mainstream fact plants its feet. The North Star stays roughly fixed relative to the horizon in the northern sky and has been a reliable friend for navigation the world over, even while names for it differ by language. What the house did with boxes you now do with dots: open, arrange, share. Oddly specific knowledge tugs your sleeve when an elder points to a horn someone keeps for emergencies. A musical trumpet made from a single strand of dried bull kelp, the bulb forming a resonant bell. The long stipe, a tube that leans into the wind as if gossiping with it. Children love them for obvious reasons. Adults pretend otherwise until weather needs announcing with flair. A bright fleck lands on that kelp bell and briefly crowns the instrument, then slips away to join its colleagues, as if nominating the sea for Best Supporting Actor. Canoes slide from their beds with the decorum of whales, keels skimming the new light pooled in the shallows. Hands on gunwales, hips relaxed, you and your crew kneel without hurry, and the hull greets the water with a sound that belongs only to cedar learning its name again. When the first strokes dig in, they pull silver out of the surface as if daylight were a net you could lift. And for a breath you believe it entirely because belief rose lighter than doubt. Out beyond the bar where waves thicken into a formal handshake, the new stars begin to behave like a syllabus. One cluster keeps near the horizon to the northwest, teaching you where land will be in several hours even if cloud negotiations fail. Another strings across the mid-sky like the handle of a dipper, and yes, that memory helps even if local stories carve a different picture from the same dots. Historians are still debating this question of how pre-contact constellations on the northwest coast were named and taught from house to house, but debate does not interrupt paddling. It only adds footnotes to your wake. Kelp forests root the edges of this classroom, their holdfasts clinging to rock like fists with excellent manners. Seals track the canoe in mild curiosity, glossy heads lifting and sinking as if they were punctuation marks in a sentence the sea has rehearsed for centuries. A fragment of light floats down and kisses a seal's whiskers, and the whiskers glow like rumors until the spark springs free again, apparently unimpressed by cheekiness. Over the canoe's beam the world arranges colors you haven't earned names for yet. Eelgrass jade, musselshell indigo, foam that insists it is more than white. A sliver of brightness wedges itself into the notch where the thwart meets the gunwale, then hops to the sky and joins a line that looks suspiciously like a canoe of light, a boat too high to paddle and too patient to tip. That shape pleases the crew. Everyone wants to be held by metaphors that pull in the same direction. Between strokes the paddles rest along the gunwale and drip in unison. 5 liquid metronomes teaching the crew the same breath. Each drip rings the ocean like a subtle bell, and the light responds by sharpening the edges of distance. Island, islet, far headland wearing a scarf. Overhead your earlier throws have stabilized into a dotted path, a breadcrumb trail for the version of you that will come home late and grateful. Elsewhere on the water, a gull tries to scold the day for being so enthusiastic, fails, and decides to escort the canoe for several minutes just to be professionally nosy. Raven ignores the gull the way experts ignore feedback they didn't request and instead steals one more chip of light from the lingering glare near the horizon, tucking it into a nook of cloud that could use decoration. The resulting spark lands beside 2 others and becomes a triangle that tells paddlers to favor the left channel when the tide sulks. Community spreads across the bay in small moving islands. Boats from neighboring houses arriving to witness the morning's alignment. Everyone knows this is not the sort of event one person owns. A woman in the next canoe holds up a copper that flashes so sharply the sky seems to blink. That gleam is law speaking in metal, and the new stars nod as if pleased to have another kind of authority to hang out with. Shorelines ripple past like pages in a carved book. Each cove has a personality. Playful, sly, blunt, and the fresh light introduces you properly to all of them. Ravens on the headland perform stunt flights for the sheer pleasure of seeing their shadows keep up. A few land in a spruce and practice new ways to say the word that means finally in a dozen human dialects, because birds love punchlines too. Yulikan come to mind because everything bright eventually makes you hungry, and that fish has a history of being both meal and flame. People once dried them on strings and, so rich with oil, lit them as literal candles. That fact never stops being audacious. Grease trails carried rendered Yulikan inland as carefully as a song, and your paddle rhythm borrows those old footfalls as if the route is waiting for a chorus. Stars keep negotiating their contracts, settling into angles that suggest stories you can't quite finish reading yet. One cluster to the east resembles a bentwood box seen from above. Another, hugging the south, looks like a mouth about to open for a song. If you wanted academic company, this is where someone in a thick sweater would clear their throat and discuss diffusion versus independent origin. Instead, a seal splashes, raven cackles, and you choose the version that gets everyone home with the fewest sandbars. Salt dries on your cheeks in a fine film, and when you lick it you taste not only the ocean but also cedar smoke lingering from the longhouse, as if houses and boats share breath the way relatives do. A chip of light sticks to the tip of your paddle, then leaps overhead and becomes the wink that will later guide you around a snag when fog plays dramatic. The crew begins to call these new stars by nicknames born of errands: Firewood, Sockmender, Storm Scout, Kettle. Tidal scent thickens as the canoe noses closer to a wide mudflat where clams right braille for passing gulls. The sun, a full, opinionated presence now, paints the ripples until each small ridge looks like a line in a ledger the bay uses to keep track of gratitude. Your hand, acting on a hunch older than arithmetic, grazes the water, and the bioluminescence answers again. A soft glow that makes even your mistakes look rehearsed. In the bow, a child taps a drum small enough for travel, and the beat draws a path through the bright like thread through cloth. Songs don't steer canoes in the literal sense, but they keep time honest and shoulders cooperative. The new constellations seem to hang lower when the rhythm is good, as if bending to listen. Raven, not one to miss a cue, punctuates the chorus with a croak that sounds suspiciously like harmony and then pretends not to be proud of itself. Scholars drift through your thoughts in their usual flotilla. Boas with notebooks, swanton with pencils, living elders with corrections, carvers with chisels that write the margin notes. Everyone agrees on the important parts. Cedar matters, canoes matter, names and gifts make law, and stories do work. The arguments tend to be about sequencing, influence, and translation. The sea, for its part, continues in whatever language wind prefers, which might be why scholars keep coming back with better questions. Copper-edged clouds stack above a far headland, and the wind arrives with them, a favorable push that makes the canoe purr. Fresh constellations to port announce a reliable channel, and you line the boat with those lights as if laying track, the hull skimming in gratitude. A single spark strays and briefly becomes a glimmer on the crest of a wave, and then it's off again, allergic to permanence and enamored of trajectory. Past the kelp forest, the inlet opens into a broader reach, and a flotilla of jellyfish drifts like slow punctuation. Translucent commas suspended in grammar you can almost read. Sun coins clatter across their bells and roll away. The coins become faraway dots that join a group you now recognize as instructions to aim for the gap between two islands when you return. A cormorant lifts off, low and heavy, as if reluctant to admit air exists, then aerolines the bright corridor you just made. After a long arc, the canoe glides into the lee of a small island, a pocket of calm where voices can climb without being pushed over by wind. The elders in the stern propose a rest, and the word tastes like agreement. When you beach the bow, the wet sand hardens under the new sun as though performing the role of dock with sudden seniority, and your knees enjoy the democracy of standing for a few minutes. Lunch behaves more like ceremony than like hunger, which is the proper way to eat on a day that changed its lighting. A strip of smoked salmon breaks with a tidy gloss. A wedge of camas root tastes like the earth doing math beautifully, and a sip of sweetened tea reminds your throat that stories and warm liquids are cousins. Raven prowls the logs as if choosing which angle flatters its profile best when the next carving is commissioned, because branding is eternal. Constellations settle further while you chew, acquiring personalities. The triangle near the cloud nook becomes Auntie's elbow, because Auntie's elbow is unmissable when she points at work that needs doing. The dotted arc low in the west becomes Grease Trail, because it will be handy to have that route sparkle during certain ceremonies. Children propose a name that translates to Don't Trip Rock, and the island legislature, meaning the adults with good eyebrows, passes it unanimously. Debate finds a friendly log and sits, the way debate loves to do in a culture that keeps humor and law at the same table. Some say the stars went to the right places because Raven knows geometry. Others say they went where they were welcomed, which makes them polite guests first and constellations second. A third opinion suggests that people will keep shifting stories until usefulness clicks into place, and then the stories will pretend they were always like this, not deceit, just the grace of memory keeping promises. Evening begins rehearsing off stage, though the day refuses to take notes yet. The sun strides higher and the air smells greener, as if the trees have found a better vocabulary. On the lee side of the island, the water lies flat enough to show off its bios like a polite resume. Herring, sand lance, sculpin, secrets waiting for tides to release them. Forests behind the beach throw shade that for once is just shade, not mistaken identity. A carver runs a thumb along a cedar billet and marks a spot where a mask will one day hinge, remembering the click a raven beak ought to make. A weaver fingers a coil of spruce root and sees patterns that look like the new stars. The plan to translate sky back into basket begins before the dishes are done, because art refuses to wait for perfect silence. Maps multiply inside your head as if cartography were photosynthesis. The paddle length to that point now includes a cross-reference to a star shape. The gap between reefs now owns a memory of a gleam. The long haul home imagines a dotted tether just above the waterline where your blade can almost touch it. Navigation feels less like measuring and more like greeting, and the boat seems to approve. Ceremony sets a reminder in everyone's pocket. Tonight there will be songs that thank daylight for choosing to be shareable, and witnesses will be called by name so the law can hear itself. A potlatch later, maybe this winter when nights enjoy company, we'll fold gifts and names around the memory until it stops being a story and becomes a responsibility. That is how moments grow bones and stand up straight in the archive. Finally, the canoe launches again, noses out of the lee, and joins a highway of ripples rugby passing light up the inlet. The new constellations lounge above like friendly signage. You angle toward a tide rip that behaves like a shortcut only if you ask nicely, and the boat answers with balance you can feel in your knees and in the grin you can't politely hide. Home does not rush to shorten the last miles. It prefers to draw them. The longhouse returns into view with the visual logic of a sentence that lands its verb exactly where it should. On the beach, relatives wave with the kind of wave that doesn't count how long it lasts. Smoke adds a flourish to the punctuation, and somewhere a drum remembers to be heartbeat again. Inside the doorway, the big boxes mind their manners. Lids down, corners proud, no gloating. The star box hums the softest hum because a few last sparks nested on the rafters and intend to be persuaded skyward after supper. The moon box waits like an instrument between songs. The sun box holds a carefully folded cloth smelling of oil and cedar, a placeholder that says the house remembers the job it helped finish. Stories move into the center of the room with the mastery of dancers, and the day gets revised into the kind of past that improves with every witness. People take turns hanging vocabulary on the moments no one wants to simplify. The way the light behaved like a polite river when you coaxed it through the smoke hole. The sound the canoe made when the first reflection became a map. The exact shape of Raven's neck when the biggest spark chose escape velocity. Accuracy and affection agree to ride home in the same canoe. Rest approaches on light feet, and the room opens a path. A child sleeping on a pile of blankets mumbles a constellation's nickname and smiles, as if the dream just threw a rope around a safe harbor. Bowls clack, then stack. The fire completes a sentence. The doorway yawns toward the inlet as if it intends to stay up late and compare notes with the moon when it clocks in. Brightness keeps working even while everyone settles. The new stars will make themselves useful tonight, and tomorrow's errands will thank them with pragmatic applause. In the kind of quiet that makes a house bigger on the inside than the outside, Raven blinks slowly on the beam and looks pleased with the concept of sky as a community project, which, when you think about it, is exactly what you spent the day helping to build. Morning pours across the beach like warm milk, pooling in every footprint and turning driftwood into a parade of soft-lit benches. From the longhouse threshold, the whole winter village reorients its breathing. Smoke threads upward with new confidence, and the inlet stops pretending to be pewter and remembers it is water. A faint clatter of shell spoons and adze taps sets the tempo. Without saying the word out loud, you decide the day has rolled a clean canvas onto its frame, and every task suddenly looks friendlier than it did in that long half-dark you've been walking through for chapters. Houses stretch their cedar ribs toward the tide line, doorways yawning like contented cats who slept on the warm side of the fire. Fronts face the water by design, not accident. The village keeps its eyes where travel happens, where salmon commute, where visitors' canoes write their names in ripples. Planks hold the gold of old resin under the fresh light, and carved house posts blink, as if someone just opened the theater curtains. As you step down the skids, the day rolls its shoulders and invites you to read the shoreline as a library that finally turned the lamps on. Tide charts live in heads here, no paper needed, and you borrow the local arithmetic just by listening. High slack will come when the shadow of the bluff shrinks to the width of a paddle blade. Ebb will show its impatient ankles as the eelgrass flicks east. Flood will creep in with gossip and a willingness to share. By the time the moon checks in this evening, you'll have moved nets, boats, and expectations to match its temper. Light doesn't replace the tide's authority. It simply lets you see the memo board more clearly, like finally finding your glasses on top of your head. Salmon calendars unfold under daylight with the joy of a schedule that includes lunch. Spring will flirt with Chinook. Summer will deliver sockeyes that redden like they've made an appointment with pride. Fall will bring coho and chum in numbers that make smokehouses hum. Each run has its etiquette. The first fish welcomed and bones returned respectfully to the river so the relationship doesn't get cocky. That's the mainstream anchor. Salmon runs structure, food, ceremony, and law, and daylight is not an indulgence but the colleague that helps people meet the fish on time without tripping over drift logs. Reef netting steps onto the stage with quiet genius, a technology from the straits to the south where islanders rig nets between anchored canoes over underwater reefs, reading currents like sheet music and lifting whole songs of fish out of the water. Nets become windows, canoes become parentheses, crews become sentences that know where to end. In this brightness you can imagine the split-second nods, the upward heave, the choreography that only works when timing and trust shake hands. Scholars will argue origins and refinements. Your job right now is to admire a method that treats the sea like a partner who enjoys punctuality. Clam gardens wink at low tide. Stone walls, low and patient, built by hands generations deep to expand the shallow slope where butter clams and littlenecks thrive. Those tidy terraces are not accidents. They are engineering with barnacle jewelry. In the new light, the terrace lines declare themselves like graph paper on the beach, and you step carefully because someone's pantry is laid out under your feet. Archaeologists have been mapping these for years, and the beach seems pleased that daylight finally helps casual visitors see what aunties always knew. Dinner is a collaboration. Herring hatchery work begins with a bundle of hemlock branches, stripped and clean, lowered into the schooling zone so fish will lace them with eggs like pearls on evergreen strings. When the branches lift again, they drip wealth. The eggs will be shared, traded, dried. That's your odd delight for the pantry of the sea file. Hemlock doubles as nursery, and the ocean obliges. In sunlight, the beads are so bright you half expect fashion advice. Someone jokes that even the gulls are trying on necklaces today and immediately look smug about it. Crests take a victory lap now that shadows are honest. Raven, eagle, wolf, killer whale, beaver. Figures on house fronts, robes, and bentwood boxes catch the morning and return it politely. Names wear the light like regalia. Responsibilities gleam where they attach to lineage, not because daylight creates duty, but because it helps the community see who to thank and where to sit. When a woman steps out with a frontlet on her brow that shows her family's right to a story, the carved abalone glitters like a well-timed joke that also happens to be the Constitution. Paint warms into speech on the big screens and poles that frame doorways. Ovoids and euforms, flowing grammar of the coast, resolve from mystery into legibility so your eyes can practice reading verbs in curved lines. A raven beak clamps around a sun disk in a way that winks at this morning's logistics. An orca curls a fin the way a signature curls at the end of a sentence. A copper shield icon glows with the hint of future arguments solved by generosity. If wood could laugh, the screens would. They have waited through many dusks for this exact kind of proof-of-concept lighting. Bentwood boxes rediscover their wood-grain biographies as the sun tips across their lids. The box that held moon residue yesterday shows faint fingerprints of handling and pride. The pantry boxes stacked 3 high reveal how perfectly a single steamed plank can be persuaded into corner after corner without cracking. Formline designs crawling their sides speak softly in daylight as if to remind you that storage can be elegant without forgetting its job. When a child slides a lid with both hands and whispers the word for care, the morning agrees with a shine at the knuckles. Children spill into the lane with tasks that pretend to be games and games that quietly become skills. One hauls kindling with a seriousness that could anchor the tide. Another helps rinse salmon berries, watching each squish create a juice stain that will later dye something important. A third sits with an ant learning to split cedar bark into long, even ribbons. Daylight turns each lesson's margins into clear space, and your own hands itch to try the ads again because the beam on its edge now catches the exact line you missed last night. Market energy hums along the beach where canoes from other houses graze kelp and nose the sand. Bundles of dried seaweed, baskets, copper ornaments wrapped in cloth, rolls of woven mats, and the kind of news that arrives with good posture all trade hands. Sun makes face reading easy. A grin at the right moment can replace several paragraphs of bargaining. Someone holds up a small mask and the paint says hello. Someone else brandishes a paddle with raven carved into its blade, and the form lines wink like they're planning to pass an exam. Potlatch plans draft themselves on people's tongues, and the light helps everyone rehearse the witness list without stepping on names. Gifts will become law, songs will become minutes, and coppers will flash arguments into resolutions strong enough to hold winters together. A child practices the gift-giver's arm motion with a wooden ladle. An elder adjusts a woven robe so the fringe will ripple correctly when the right drum pattern cues the body into remembering. Under the sun, even the floor looks like it's studying to be a ledger. Weirs at the river mouth show their neat geometry where the tide has dropped. Stone and wood rearranged into funnels that encourage salmon to gather just where people can thank them best. Ownership here is responsibility first. Rights to build, fish, and maintain are held by lineages who understand that abundance is not a free-for-all but a chore schedule. Daylight draws a precise diagram around stakes and gaps, and you follow it with your eyes the way a student tracks a teacher's chalk. The river hums its approval like a baritone. Archaeology backs your awe with a stack of dates and splinters. Cedar longhouses, fish weirs, shell middens the size of small hills, and travel routes braided into the hillsides all point to villages where winter was for telling, weaving, carving, and keeping law audible. That's a mainstream note worth pinning with sunlight. Winters in the Pacific Northwest were not a pause. They were a different kind of work. Inside rooms engineered to hold stories and steam in healthy proportions. The dawn you walk in now simply shows you the infrastructure that dusk kindly hid until you had earned it. Seaweed cakes. The pressed and dried kind that hold summer's taste in flat, stackable logic. Rest in a shaded basket, and someone laughs a little at how beautiful rectangles can be when they mean, we planned ahead. An ant explains that red laver, when layered and dried, becomes a pantry of squares that travel well and rehydrate into comfort. That's your odd fact for later. Edible origami, tied to table, the sort of quietly brilliant convenience food that makes future scholars wonder why they ever called anything primitive. Debate flutters like a polite gull over the question of clam gardens' antiquity, reef net origins, and exactly when certain carving traditions took their current shapes. Some argue the gardens go back thousands of years. Others point to regional differences that complicate a single timeline. A few mutter that museums rearranged people's conclusions by rearranging the artifacts. Historians are still debating this question, and the beach, unfazed, keeps growing clams the way it has learned to under the hands that stack those stones. Signals on headlands, fires by night, carved markers by day, become more courteous under daylight, and messages travel fast. A kelp trumpet blares a note that means arrival without drama, and 3 canoes adjust so their bows kiss sand in a line that would make a drumline jealous. News of a birth, a new house post, a settled dispute, a salmon run's first brave scouts. All of it moves on light like it was built for it. When someone raises both arms in a broad V, the beach answers with bodies moving into welcoming arcs. Domestic rhythms recalibrate in ways so small you'd miss them without paying rent to attention. Weaving migrates to the brighter side of the room. Needles thread themselves on the first attempt. A carver's knife finally stops arguing with the grain the way it did in the dusk. Soup simmers into an opinion you can trust, and cups offer steam that smells like cedar and crushed berries. Even mending nets becomes less like squinting at spiderwebs and more like writing tidy cursive. The house smiles by creaking in exactly the right pitch. Humor stirs the dust at the top of a carved screen and asks for a truce. Daylight makes every forgotten cobweb visible. Someone jokes that the sun is a very strict auntie, pointing out chores with the quiet authority of a raised eyebrow. Brooms declare themselves heroes. Children battle a sunbeam with feathers and lose glamorously. You learn that laughter is the village's W40. Every sticky hinge in the day gets a squirt and swings better. Wildlife obeys its own memos as the brightness walks the beach. Eagles post up on snags with the smugness of creatures whose eyesight just received a promotion. Seals trace cursive at the edge of kelp beds, occasionally punctuating with a whiskery period. Gulls hold a committee meeting on the merits of daylight for theft and conclude in favor. A heron composes itself into a sentence so elegant you almost applaud. If animals could sign guest books, the tide line would be full of signatures in four-toed fonts. Law steps into the open because witnesses like to see faces. Reputation, which is simply memory that wears shoes, circulates with daylight's help, and the village's court, song, speech, gift, prefers to be seen even when the audience already knows the script. When a copper is raised, its surface throws a small sunrise into attentive eyes, merging metal and morning into one persuasive paragraph. Accuracy benefits from shadow's retreat. Nobody misremembers on purpose when the room is this honestly lit. Lessons happen on the beach where Titapools graduate from mystery to syllabus. An elder crouches with a child and points. Anemone, sea star, names adjusted to be kind. Chitin, the little snail that writes cursive you can read if you slow down. You crouch too because pretending to be taller than knowledge is a habit the day makes harder to maintain. When the elder says the word for enough, the child's hand pauses, ethics taught as a tide level. The pool sparkles, intact, both classroom and pantry respected. Maintenance enjoys its moment of celebrity. Roof shakes line up for inspection. Smoke holes get polite trims so they can breathe without gossiping smoke into beams. Canoe seams receive wedges where the day reveals hairline stubbornness. A plank that sulked at the ads now agrees to become a box corner because light lets the blade explain itself better. The house hums the song of small fixes, the kind that keep big problems bored and unemployed. Copper flashes from a shelf and the room pretends it didn't flinch happily. Those shield-shaped valuables, coppers, are more than decoration. They're statements of wealth used in ceremony to declare rank, settle arguments, and make generosity visible. The gleam is different in daylight, less theatrical, more constitutional. When rays hit that surface, you can almost hear a future feast being scheduled, names being arranged on benches like notes on a staff. Wealth here circulates. The shine is a promise to move. Canoes get their grooming with a care that borders on flattery. Red ochre along the hull drinks sunlight and exhales confidence. Pitch seems softened politely so a paddle's cadence won't be interrupted by leaks auditioning for attention. Launching lists get rewritten by the hour, tide height, wind angles, sun glare, all the variables your body calculates now that it has better input. A paddle lifted to test balance momentarily writes a shadow across the sand that looks like the first letter of a new alphabet you are just beginning to speak. Mornings taste like tea steeped until metaphors dissolve, and your hands cradle a cedar cup warmth that trains your voice to the register the day expects. On the lintel, a raven feather quivers in a breeze and points at the inlet like a very polite billboard. Errands await, but stretching counts as productivity for the next 2 minutes. A cousin strolls by with a coil of spruce root and asks if your fingers remember geometry. The correct answer is yes, plus a joke that makes the coil laugh. Medicine leans in without ceremony. Devil's Club, spiny and opinionated in the forest, has its inner bark pounded and prepared into remedies that daylight makes easier to measure and label. Alder yields dye that will cloak nets in river-colored modesty, making fish less suspicious. Sunlight will set that dye like a stamp of approval. A jar of fish oil sits on a shelf with the humility of a superhero in sweatpants, ready to shine lamps and soften leather depending on what kindness the day requests. Scholars wander through your mind holding clipboards that smell faintly of salt. Some insist that towering crest poles rose mostly in the last few centuries. Others point to older base stumps and mortuary contexts that suggest deep timelines. Another camp mutters that designs have been evolving all along and snapshots mislead. Historians are still debating this question, and the debate is healthy. Meanwhile, carvers keep carving because arguments also need chairs. The daylight, democratic as ever, shows you tool marks without picking sides. Even so, the strongest teacher on the beach is the relationship between people and the rhythm that lifts and lowers the world twice a day. Work steps into alignment. Smokehouses resume their steady whisper. Berry racks approve their shade. Paddlers adjust their starts so arrival equals hospitality instead of chaos. Daylight doesn't erase the tide's voice. It harmonizes, like adding a third part to a song everyone already loves. When the breeze smells of kelp and cedar in the same breath, you know the choir is warmed up. Sunlight sheets across the inlet like hammered metal, and the first thing it finds ready is a row of cedar canoes propped on skids, hulls oiled, paint woken up into its lucid reds and blacks. Paddles lean like exclamation points waiting for grammar. As the water brightens, you feel the morning tug you forward into the part of the coast's memory where travel isn't just moving from A to B. It's how law gets carried, how news is notarized, how generosity arrives with a wake and a song. Canoes sleep as trees first, then wake as boats under hands that know when to argue and when to coax. Fire hollows adds as finish, and steam-bent spreader sticks open the ribs so the hull learns to think like a wave. When you run a palm along the inside curve, you can feel where heat widened the cedar and where patience kept it from sulking into cracks. Names are already trying themselves on the bow, nicknames, work names, ceremonial names, because an unnamed canoe is like a story without witnesses. Between the longhouse and the tide line, copper glints from a shelf, a shield-shaped plate that throws a sunrise back at the world even when the day isn't trying. Someone lifts it briefly the way a singer lifts a note, and the gleam makes your chest straighten. Around here people simply call them coppers, but their names in each language are older and more precise, tying metal to story, story to status, and status. This is key to responsibility. You can feel the object asking to be used in sentences that matter. Cedar remembers routes the way hands remember chores. That canoe there, the one with the high prow that cuts wind and sprays bragging rights, could carry a family, their gear, their songs, and a bundle of gifts, and still have room left over for shy laughter. When you shoulder the hull with the crew and nose it toward the water, the boat writes a bruise-less signature on the sand, then floats with the calm of something that believes in buoyancy and good timing more than in bragging. Along these coasts, wealth likes to move where paddles can point it. Blankets, carved dishes, grease from Yulican, baskets, crest hats, and yes, copper, each thing has a path and a reason to travel. Routes stitch the map. Across sounds, around points, through inlets that inhale and exhale on tide schedules grandparents measure with a glance. You take your seat and the water approves. The first strokes feel like a vote of confidence the ocean just cast for your afternoon. Traders from upriver once brought obsidian and stories. Visitors from the outer islands carried shellwork and weather updates. Kin from the next bay arrived with names to bestow and debts to settle, all of it braided by canoes that learned the personalities of currents like they were cousins. In the bow, a child clutches a small basket woven of spruce root and future. In the stern, an elder sights the channel against a familiar seam of cloud. The boat rests between them like punctuation. Somewhere beyond the headland, a copper river, one of the places where bright metal showed itself in native form. Once fed trade paths that webbed north into mountain country and back west to saltwater. Even when the copper you see today was reworked from trade bars or repurposed from ship hulls in later centuries, The prestige was local, the uses local, the meanings local. The point isn't origin so much as choreography. Who saw it, who sang it, who witnessed the way its shine turned into vows. Protocol travels as tightly as lashings. Before the canoe noses past the outer reef, you rehearse which house you're visiting, whom you're speaking for, which gifts ride in which box, and how jokes must pace themselves so they don't step on the law's toes. A copper might be lifted, a song might be opened like a door, a name might be loaned across cousins. Even the wind seems to practice its manners, tugging just enough to be useful. Wealth in this world behaves like a verb, a thing that circulates. Coppers change hands in ceremonies that make memory audible. A host lifts the plate, names witnesses, states the price, and links the transaction to a story older than anyone's eyebrows. Sometimes a copper is partly broken to honor a gift so large no single plate could stand in for it. Sometimes it's symbolically cut to censure behavior so loud even generosity needs a megaphone. You can feel that edge between praise and correction shimmering. Stories hitch rides on boats more easily than on paper. A canoe arrives, unloads a copper, a stack of blankets, a basket of grease, a song, a joke, a list of names that will be spoken in the proper order, and leaves behind a binding memory. Later, when disputes wake up cranky, people will recall who paddled in, what they carried, what they promised, and what the room witnessed. You keep stroking, and the paddle writes commas that help the day keep breathing. Beneath the hull, kelp undulates like a long conversation with agreeable verbs. The boat's shadow makes a brief mask on the forest below. A beak, an eye, a curved brow. The form lines that thread through carvings here are only pretending to be abstract. They've been watching kelp all along. Sun flashes off a copper on the mid-thwart, and the reflected line climbs your arm like the warm memory of an oath taken in public and kept when no one was looking. Maps on this coast were always more than drawn lines. The path from your cove to that inlet is also a song, a series of landmarks spoken in order as the boat moves. The snag that leans like a proud uncle, the green rock that thinks it's a whale, the split point that looks like an open mouth. Now the day has light to spare, those landmarks feel less like rumors and more like the right kind of obvious. Your shoulders memorize the rhythm without asking permission. Mechanics of copperwork hum in the background like a forge whose fire is manners. Indigenous smiths cold hammer and anneal sheets into those shield shapes with rising ridges, the surface burnished to a gloss that speaks across a room. A lineage of prices can be incised across the back, a receipt in metal, a history of exchanges that says who paid what to whom and when, so future gifts can be honest. When you lift the plate by its narrow waist, it balances like a sentence that knows where it's going. Oddly specific treasures round out the cargo. Dentalium shells, long and tapered from deep water living, get strung by measured lengths and used as wealth you can count without making wealth feel cheap. Grease rides and sealed kelp balloons. Glossy and clever. The pantry that laughs at winter. A woven robe sleeps in a box that smells like cedar and decisions. Everything in the canoe has both a use and a story, sometimes the story being the greater fuel. Out beyond the second point, the canoe slides across a seam where river outflow sweetens the salt just enough to make your tongue guess wrong. The crew grins at that familiar trick, and someone taps the gunnel twice, once for good water, once for the reputation of whoever taught them that tap. A gull paces you with the sort of interest reserved for possible snacks, then loses interest in favor of a crab with bad timing. Over the last few centuries, contact with outsiders complicated the script. New metals, new markets, and the maritime fur trade all tried to climb into canoes that were perfectly fine at carrying meaning before anyone else showed up. Communities adopted what served them and rolled their eyes at what didn't. keeping copper ceremonies vigorous even when copper sources changed. That mainstream note matters. Objects shift, but protocols, when tended, carry their own ballast. Nearby a headland wears a regalia of house fronts, poles, and smoke in clean braids. When your bow noses onto the beach, hosts assemble with the movement of people who have launched and landed all their lives. Gifts come first, commentary later. That copper gleam you carried flashes once and then settles into the serious business of being speech you can touch. You disembark into the grammar of welcome. Midday turns the feast ground into a ledger where footsteps are entries. Witnesses sit where their ears can work and their memories can hold. The copper gets raised, named, priced, and promised. The canoe that carried it is named in the same breath, because a gift divorced from the journey that brought it forgets who raised it. When the host's arm arcs and the sun hits the plate, everyone pretends not to be impressed and fails beautifully. Scholars later will write about potlatch as redistributive economy versus competitive display, and the arguments will circle like gulls with opinions. Historians are still debating this question, and the neat answer refuses to show up because reality prefers kaleidoscopes to pie charts. What you know, because your shoulders rode the proof here, is that the copper is not a trophy. It's a public sentence that obligates people in the direction of generosity. Governance in this house speaks by song and object at the same time. A drum brings names onto the floor with a cadence that says, "Listen," and the copper adds a visual exclamation point. Blankets travel lap to lap. Baskets of berries change tense from future to past. Grease finds bread like an old friend. Each transfer is more than calories. It's the law making itself edible. You take a mouthful and learn another clause without needing ink. Markets along the coast never needed permanent buildings to exist. The beach is good at becoming commerce when invited. Canoes raft up, bows to sterns, and people lean across gunwales to trade goods and news. A whaler's story from the outer surf, a weaver's pattern, a carver's new tool edge, a cousin's baby with a name that landed last week. Today a copper crosses the water on a lap like a small sun and briefly rebrands the cove as Parliament. Elsewhere, a canoe painted black and red noses in with a profile so sharp even the waves step aside. High prow, high stern, flared sides set by heat and spreaders. It's a design built to read ocean tone changes faster than arguments do. The helmsman's paddle is long and plain, the way authority often is. Raven watches from the house beam, amused, and you can tell the bird loves a hull that looks like it could edit the weather. Craft stays humble even when surrounded by shine. A carver rolls and adds along his palm to check the blade's flirtation with the light, then nods at the canoe's stem where a small split wants attention. Boiled water, wedges, and calm correct the mood. Later, a weaver holds a roll of cedar bark up to the copper and compares shine to fiber. The conversation between materials has the intimacy of cousins who knew each other before they had names. Names ride boats and boats ride names. When someone calls the canoe by its lineage name, the hull seems to sit up straighter, and when someone speaks the coppa's history, the plate seems to gleam at a slightly more informed angle. Your muscles understand that respect reads as good trim. Everything floats truer when addressed properly. It's hard not to smile when grammar and hydrodynamics shake hands. After ceremonies fold into eating, the trading resumes with the relaxed posture of a village that trusts both its sky and its neighbors. Dentalium strings get compared by length. Grease jars thud softly into boxes. A paddle with a raven crest on its blade draws murmurs about line quality. You watch the copper rewrap itself, not to hide, but to travel, because its next speech is already scheduling witnesses. Smoke from fire pits changes personality under afternoon light, curling upward like paperwork that wants to be clouds. Someone tells an odd fact you keep. Certain canoes were so well loved they received songs as if they were people, and those songs traveled with them house to house like passports that also sang. A child hums one now, off-key and perfect. The copper flashes approval once from its wrappings, as if even metal appreciates being sung to. Evening considers the scene and decides to turn down the volume rather than exit. Crews slide boats back to the tide line, slinging them onto skids with that satisfying hush of wet wood against patient sand. The copper rides home in your boat, exactly where the mid-thwart meets the second rib, cushioned with a folded robe that smells like cedar and good rumors. The return track feels shorter because purpose drafts behind gratitude like a canoe tucking into a wake. Formal memory begins while the wake is still unwinding. Back at the longhouse, witnesses recite the price and the names, what was given, what was promised, who stood, who nodded, and the coppa's path gets stitched into the household's ledger, not with ink, but with voices. A young carver sketches the plate's pattern in mind to translate it later into a panel. A weaver declares the shine should be answered with a design that carries a similar rhythm in fiber. Under lamplight, the kind that used to come from Yulican Greece, bright and sensible, someone reminds the room that governments once tried to outlaw potlatches, 1885 to 1951 in what's now Canada, misunderstanding gifts as waste and law as entertainment. People practiced anyway because community doesn't pause just because paperwork got confused. The coppa's glow this evening feels like an argument won without shouting. Memory, being both artist and accountant here, files the day under wealth moved in the direction of balance. The canoe performed its social job as well as its hydrodynamic one. The copper performed as speech as well as metal. Your shoulders performed as witness as well as engines. The elder looks pleased enough to be a weather system and sends around a bowl that tastes like agreements kept warm. Dawn creeps toward the edges of your already tired eyes while you mend a scuff on the hull with pitch that smells a little like history. A small feather sticks to your sleeve, the black shining as if it had been polished with grease and mischief. Raven, to no one's surprise, is exactly where the best gossip lands, chuckling as if it has already filed the minutes and scheduled the next voyage. Finally, the longhouse dials its breathing down to sleep mode. Canoes rest heavy but proud, their bellies remembering river tongues. The copper naps with the sullen radiance of an object that prefers speeches to closets. Paddles lean in conversations only paddles can hear. The day's lesson is simple without being small. On this coast, boats and bright metal aren't trophies. They are moving sentences that say who cares for whom, how, and when the next gift leaves the beach with a legal shine. Mid-afternoon settles over the village like a well-placed blanket, and the cedar faces outside begin to read as paragraphs instead of silhouettes. A house front screen across the lane glows where fresh daylight kisses paint. The pole beside it, taller than stubbornness and gentler than rumor, leans slightly as if listening. In this brightness, memory is not something that hides in corners. It stands upright, carved, painted, and bolted to the present by people who understand how it carries law. Across the packed earth, a carver's adze marks still scallop a post like fingerprints of time. Each cut is a crescent, a rhythm you can feel if you drift your knuckles along it, and the pattern tells you how the tool bit, lifted, and bit again. Those scallops are not accidental texture. They're the breath marks of the story. When an elder rests a hand there, the wood seems to remember the wrist that shaped it, the song that paced it, and the witnesses who agreed to carry the meaning forward. Up close, a crest figure holds your gaze the way a shoreline holds a canoe at low tide. Raven sits near the top, beak strong, eyes wide, forehead expanding into the elegant geometry locals call form lines, clutching what could only be a sun disk if you've been listening. Below, a second being rides the story with the calm of a relative who knows their chapter is secure. The stack is not an elevator of plot so much as a choir singing harmony. You read up, you read down, you read sideways, and every direction confirms kinship. Formline design behaves like grammar that learned to dance. Ovoids, U-forms, S-forms, inner and outer lines breathing against negative space to animate eyes, joints, beaks, and fins. Once you notice the ovoid, you can't stop seeing it. It becomes the vowel that makes everything pronounceable. The U-forms curve around it like consonants that know their manners. Secondary lines thicken or thin to steer your attention the way a skilled speaker leans on a syllable. The trick is not to translate into English but to let your eyes learn a different syntax. Pigments wake on the cedar like songs when the drums arrive. Black reads as frame and fact, traditionally charcoal or graphite mixed with fish egg glue. Red rolls in as iron-rich ochre ground fine and married to oil. That famous blue-green leans toward verdigris or copper-bearing earths, its turquoise mood shifting with weather and time. A quiet oddity sneaks into your pocket. Fish roe, beaten into binder, helps the paint stick. A coastal chemistry that turns dinner into durability. The result is color that doesn't scream. It converses. Abalone inlay blinks from eyes and teeth with a Titapool's iridescence, pulled historically from far coast shells and traded like polite lightning. When the light slides across a piece set into a raven's eye, the figure feels awake, not spooky, just alert in the way good stories are alert to their listeners. Sometimes copper gleams from a tongue or a disc in the hand. A small sun nested inside the larger memory of the one that escaped the box. Metal and shell agree to share the job of emphasis. Masks nap on a shelf inside the longhouse like instruments between songs. Raven sits among them with an articulated beak. Hinge clever and strong. Painted lines flowing across cheek and brow so that a turn of the head reads like a change in tone. A dancer will wear that face, tug a string, and the beak will snap with satisfying clarity. The sound half laugh, half law. The first time you see it move, the room becomes both classroom and theater. The second time, your ribs make space for the idea that art and governance share a bench. Rattles carved in raven's shape join the conversation with their own small dramas. One classic style perches a human figure on the raven's back, frog at the front lending its voice, sometimes with a tiny bird lying where the master of ceremonies would keep secrets. Chiefs use those rattles to time speeches and tease spirits into listening. The sound is not a casual jingle, but a thread pulling attention into alignment. When the carver turns such a rattle in their hands, you realize the object is a treaty between cheekiness and responsibility. Screens painted with crests guard doorways the way librarians guard rare books. Firmly, cheerfully, with full knowledge of what's inside. A raven and sun motif sprawls over one plank wall as if recounting the theft with a smile. A reminder that the story belongs to people who count it as kin. The screen is not blocking you out so much as inviting you to arrive correctly. A wrong entrance can waste an entire evening of good manners, and everyone prefers when ceremony steps into the room with its hair combed. Boxes stacked in the corner wink with their own painted grammar. The bentwood corners holding like promises. Some shelter food, some sleep with regalia, some hold names when names need to rest privately before being carried into new bodies. The house calls them boxes, your chest calls them archives. When a lid lifts, a cedar fragrance opens that is half rain, half responsibility. You resist the urge to call them treasure chests because the word treasure is too shiny and too small for what they do. Workshops behind the houses hum with that particular music wood makes when people are listening to it. One carver traces a chalk outline on a log's face. Pencil-thin form lines mapping where eyes will live, where a beak will breathe. Another shapes a mask's brow with a curved adze that taps and pulls like a good joke. A third apprentice sharpens a crooked knife, you handle polished by years of hands remembering which angle equals kindness. In the doorway, cedar shavings gather like soft snow you don't have to shovel. Tools carry biographies as clear as any crest. The adze blade, once stone, then iron from trade, now steel forged by a cousin who has opinions about temper, rides on a handle bent just so to marry swing and accuracy. Crooked knives slice with the grain and against it, crosscut and whisper, coaxing clean curves where a straight knife would sulk. Gouges lean nearby like punctuation marks that know when to interrupt. Everything is sharp enough to keep humor healthy. Memorial poles rise quietly in the corner of the village green. Some covering a mortuary box high in the shaft, others marking names that have re-entered the room through grandchildren. These are not idols. They are public documents. House crests stacked, personal feats tucked into a grip, lineage made visible for eyes that prefer to learn while walking. In the older days, some poles weathered into gray elegance and laid down eventually, feeding the next generation of sweet-smelling soil. Nothing about them asks to be a souvenir. Law moves through this carved landscape in the same measured stride as a chief in full regalia. Crests on poles and masks are not generic decorations. They are rights expressed in line and cedar. To carve a raven on your house front is to say aloud the relationships that gave you the right to show that beak in public. Ownership is not private in the wallet sense. It is relational, grounded in community consent. That's the mainstream point people sometimes miss when they mistake a pole for a comic strip or a statue of a god. Quirks of material culture add the kind of delight that keeps memory awake. Dog wool. Yes, actual wool from a now extinct Coast Salish woolly dog, was once spun with mountain goat and cedar bark to weave robes so dense they shrugged off weather with personality. Those robes sometimes appear with masks in ceremony. Fringe rippling like rain made domestic. If you wanted one small astonishment to carry into your next conversation, that's a good one. Dogs with sweaters built in contributing to blankets that dance. Interpretation, even with daylight, requires humility. A vertical stack might read as a narrative to a mind trained on panel comics, but here the story can be lineage, territory, name, duty, a summary, not a sequence. The figure at the base may not be starting anything. It may simply be the one carrying the rest with the right kind of backbone. Scholars publish diagrams and argue footnotes, which can help, but the most accurate reading usually starts with a question to the people whose names travel in those lines. Whistles tucked inside masks turn air into bird voices with delicious mischief. Double-chamber versions let a dancer harmonize with themselves. Small finger whistles hide in the palm and make sounds that seem to float from the beak. When raven strides in and the beak opens on the beat, sound arrives with precision that would make a metronome jealous. Children squeal, elders smirk, and the story adjusts its tie. Performance is not pretend. It's community remembering in motion. Museums far away hold poles and masks that used to breathe in rooms like this one, and that is a history threaded with ache. Some pieces were purchased. Others were seized under the long shadow of the potlatch ban in what is now Canada, 1885 to 1951. With the notorious 1921 arrests at Mimquemlas Village Island, often cited. Over the past decades, repatriations have moved some belongings home, returned to houses that remember their weight. Mainstream knowledge frames this as law and policy. Inside the community, it feels like oxygen coming back. Crest rites survive in voices as well as in wood. A singer announces a family's raven with a name that fits the room like a key in a handmade lock, and the moment becomes an address change filed with the ancestors. A carver raises a new pole not to impress tourists but to update the public record. A painter refreshes the U-forms on a box so the design can keep doing its job when it walks into the light. Everything here balances attention and restraint, like a canoe handling chop with a patient bow. Lessons in reading poles come bundled with kindness. Start with the primary figure, often the one holding eyes with the largest ovoid, and find its main form lines. Follow the flow into secondary figures. Practice spotting split U feathers and cheek curvatures. Notice how negative space activates the whole. Then ask who has the right to speak. If the room says the pole is a guest from another house, adjust your questions. You are not decoding a puzzle. You are asking to be taught a language. Carvers say cedar talks if you're not rude. The log will tell you where a crack wants to run, where a knot can be turned into an eye, where the grain prefers you to pause. Wash the wood with seawater, keep it under shade while you work, and sing to it if you have a good voice or borrow one from someone who does. When the adze finds a rhythm, the chips curl like a script that wants to be read aloud. A pole starts as a tree, then becomes a long conversation with gravity. Ownership of masks echoes the legal shape of crests. Some masks belong to a house, some to a lineage, some to a personal name that walks from body to body over generations. Their dances are not casual. They unfold inside potlatch and ceremony, where gifts do law and law does memory. A raven transformation mask that opens from bird to human to bird is not merely a clever hinge. It is a doctrine. Beings change, duties endure, laughter helps. Debate hovers around dates like gulls hover around a boat gutting fish. Did freestanding crest poles proliferate mostly in the 19th century, after iron and trade wealth sped carving and amplified ceremony? Or were such poles always here in numbers, with survival skewed by rot, fire, and collector bias? Historians are still debating this question, and the wood remains disinterested. It prefers to be carved well now, regardless of how many examples once stood in a particular bay. Evening rehearses beyond the trees, while a practice dance tunes up inside. Drums test the room's echo, feet memorize where the floor forgives, and a mask maker checks the hinge on the beak one more time, oiling the pin with hands that know grease as language. Raven backstage looks smug, which is both in character and necessary for morale. The moment before first beat is when silence wears the most meaning. You breathe it like cedar steam. Finally the song opens, measured but playful, and the raven mask enters with that particular sway that says, "I cause trouble for good reasons." The beak opens and shuts on the second beat of each phrase. The dancer's shoulders translate bird into person and back without bumping into metaphor. A child in the front row copies the move and knocks a cousin's hat. The cousin forgives instantly because awe is a valid excuse. The room glows like a well-told paragraph. Gestures in the dance tie back to poles outside without drawing a straight line you could trip over. A hand circles, recalling sun. A foot stamps, recalling law. A turn of the head remembers wind running through a canoe's hair. The audience doesn't clap. It attends, which is harder and more useful. When the dancer tips the beak toward the star box in the rafters, everybody smiles, the way you smile when an inside joke decides to pay rent. Names surface in the song like stones in a river where the water has dropped just enough to be honest. Each name lands with witnesses, and each witness carries it forward as if it were made of cedar and mourning. The raven mask nods as if keeping minutes. A copper plate on the shelf catches the firelight and throws a tiny sunrise at a woven robe. That glance of shine is not coincidence. It's memory doing cardio. Practice afterward turns into teaching because a good night refuses to hoard competence. A carver lets you hold a crooked knife and feel where leverage sits. A dancer explains how to breathe under the mask so the beak doesn't fog from ambition. A painter shows how black lines taper so red and blue-green can nest without fighting. The rules emphasize kindness. To the wood, to the story, to the people. Precision becomes a form of affection everyone can read. Stories travel from the room into your chest, then back out again when you step under the pole by starlight. The figures look different now. Darker, closer to the hush that used to be the default before the sun learned to keep appointments. Raven still holds the disc well. The carving seems pleased to meet the night halfway, as if reminding you that bright or dim, law remains audible when people care enough to hum it. Under the eaves, a bentwood box sits where anyone can pass a hand over its warm lid. Inside are things that don't eat. Masks wrapped in blankets, a rattle that knows gossip, a headpiece with abalone that remembers dancing without losing earrings to gravity. The box also holds things that do eat, in a sense. Names that will be fed with songs at the season's next potlatch. Reputations that require generosity to stay alive. Storing memory has chores. Elsewhere, a small panel waits with a raven painted mid-theft, beak clamped on a circle, feathers rendered as nested U-forms that imply motion without breaking the rules of design. The painter tells you which parts came first. Black for the skeleton, red for muscle, blue-green for the louder shadow, and where a later hand refreshed the lines after smoke and weather got too familiar. Restoration here is not about pretending to be new. It's about keeping the verb in the sentence. Generosity steals into the tail end of the evening like a polite guest who offers to help wash bowls. A basket of berries goes around with a hand-carved spoon. A ladle of broth checks on quiet throats. Someone passes a strip of salmon that tastes like infrastructure. Gifts are the lubrication for memory's joints. The raven mask by the fire, now resting, looks temporarily shy, which is what any good troublemaker looks like when success becomes a crowd scene. Outside again, the pole leans slightly toward the beach, still listening. A boat slips through the reflection under the stars you helped throw earlier, and the water edits the constellations with expert calm. You put your palm on the cedar and feel, faintly, the adze marks like a heartbeat that forgot to retire. The beak points to where morning will start, which is both foreshadowing and directions. Some art gives you answers. This gives you posture. Back in the doorway, someone tells a curatorial tale. Labels in farm museums once called these poles idols, and masks devil masks, because the writers didn't bother learning the house rules. Those labels have been revised in many places, and some pieces have come home to names that fit. The room does not gloat. It simply resumes. When community keeps its own archive alive, the world has fewer excuses to misread. Work resumes tomorrow at the carving shed. Sawdust ready, stories sharper, coffee earnestly mediocre. A new pole is halfway from log to grammar. A mask's hinge is nearly honest. A box needs its lid to kiss without guesswork. Raven still has a job in the center of all that, reminding you to keep mischief handy in case a rule forgets why it was born. You sleep better near objects that know your responsibilities and still forgive your shoes. Calm gathers along the walls as the fire becomes restful punctuation. The painted ovoids hold shadows like parentheses that don't mind secrets, and the U-forms cradle the last of the day. In the rafters, a star from last night has delayed its commute skyward, practicing brightness in a safe room. Someone snores in a register that harmonizes with cedar, and even Raven seems content to let the beak rest shut. Memory has plenty to do while everyone naps. Evening leans in through the smoke hole like a courteous relative, and the longhouse shifts its posture from work to welcome. Cedar boards breathe out a warm perfume. Benches pull closer to the central fire, as if they've been rehearsing ensemble seating all their lives. The fresh daylight from earlier chapters gentles toward gold, and in that flattering light the room decides to put on its memory. Names have been warmed, gifts stacked in tidy ranks, songs tuned in low voices. The night is about to turn storytelling into law. Lanterns in the usual modern sense don't run this show. It's bowls of oil that historically steadied shadows, the famous Eulicon grease brightening rooms like common sense wearing a flame. Tonight the flames are modest because the sun you helped unbox keeps doing its shift outside, and the moon is clocking in. Smoke writes polite commas under the rafters, and the quiet that gathers is not emptiness but readiness. An inhale you understand with your shoulders first. People choose places with the accuracy of tides finding their lines. Elders sit where warmth helps bones remember their gentler habits. Singers occupy the clear path where the drum will walk songs into the room. Visiting cousins take the witnessing seats, because this isn't a concert. It's a public archive being assembled in real time. Children wedge themselves at angles that get both the story and the snacks. With everyone anchored, the room hums with cheerful gravity. What happens here will be remembered where it counts. Drums test the air, small pulses tapping cedar questions that the house answers by settling a little deeper. First beats aren't for show. They're diagnostic. Does this space like this rhythm? The response appears in lifted eyes and shoulders sinking to a quiet tempo. Heartbeats learn the pattern, as if the room offers a metronome in exchange for attention. It's a trade you accept without paperwork. Protocols arrive in a swing of woven fringe and the clearing of a throat you could recognize across a year. Names go first in order: hosts, guests, lineages whose crests look on from carved beams. Invitations become a verb, rehearsed aloud so the past can overhear. A title in the right place lays a road. A title mislaid trips the evening. When the correct syllables land, posture adjusts by itself. Respect writes into spines before anyone thinks to be respectful. Kitchens have been humming like quiet engines since noon. Cedar boxes steamed with stones turn water into soups with opinions. Racks warm salmon until the edges learn to shine. Clam baskets wait like well-behaved secrets. Berries, salmonberry, huckleberry, glow in woven trays, and a tub of rendered grease sits like a small sun in a carved bowl, important without noise. When food travels later, it will carry more than calories. It will carry sentences that everyone agrees to eat. Steam escapes a cedar-lidded kettle in ribbons that behave like punctuation. Ladles trail commas through the air. Bowls land like gentle periods and laps. The occasional exclamation, someone's delighted, ah, marks a generous dollop. Even the dog practices its listening face. Nose steady, paws refusing impropriety. Hands rehearse the paths between neighbor and neighbor, learning the choreography of passing and thanks without a single rehearsal note written down. Firelight lifts the carved faces on storage chests into conversation. Raven. A beak like a clever doorstop, an eye painted with form lines that refuse to be still. Stares down with the calm of someone recognizing their own best work strolling around on the beach outside. That sun disk tucked into a crest design laughs quietly in the paint, and it's difficult not to grin back. Mischief inside a lawful room feels like courage in comfortable shoes. Guests from upriver choose benches with an ease that confesses they've sat here before. Maybe last winter. Maybe before the decades when authorities tried to say potlatches were illegal. That mainstream fact sits soberly in the corner. In what is now Canada, potlatches were banned from 1885 to 1951, criminalizing the very engine of witness and redistribution. Communities practiced anyway, quietly, stubbornly, because governance here prefers memory to permission. Tonight feels like a well-placed correction. Stories lift their heads exactly when the drum stops testing and starts speaking. A host stands, blanket gleaming with abalone discs stitched like small moons, and offers the short form of a long day. How a house kept light, how raven became kin, how lids yielded when timing and duty shook hands, how stars returned to their jobs as directions. This isn't bragging. It's calibration, the way a navigator updates a map before leaving the beach. Banners of voice stretch along the rafters as the first song opens. Melodies that lived at whisper all afternoon step into a tone that makes the cedar smile. Words flow in languages that taste like salt and smoke and respect. Tlingit, Haida, Tsimshian, Kwakwala, each with a cadence that wears humor like a second coat. Verses teach by being catchy. Refrains do housekeeping in the heart. When your mouth joins, it does so as a guest. That's the right flavor of brave. Singers carry law without making it heavy. They list who witnessed dawn, which houses sent hands and voices, what gifts turned motion into meaning. A second voice weaves tide between pilings, soft, essential. The drum keeps reminding feet about gravity. Somehow the room manages to feel bigger and closer at the same time, like a canoe stabilizing as it fills with people who know each other's paddles. Button blankets swish across shoulders, black wool edged in red facing, crest forms rising from rows of glass buttons that arrived with traders and promptly learned to speak local. That mainstream note matters. Imported materials didn't erase. They were adopted and taught house grammar. In firelight, the blankets glitter the way a coastline does from a canoe. Helpful, proud, precise. Chilcat weavings swing in slow ripples. Mountain goat wool and cedar bark twisted into cloth that behaves like choreography. The warp and weft translate formline grammar into hanging movement. Fringe learns to keep time. Patterns aren't merely beautiful. They are claims written in fiber. When a robe turns and reveals a raven within its geometry, the room nods like witnesses signing well-placed minutes. Raven enters wearing a dancer, beak hinged, shoulders translating bird into human into bird with a few steps and a breath. A whistle tucked behind the carved tongue lets a chuckle float without visible cause. Every child in the front row becomes a detective. When a feather drops exactly where the light can find it, the room signs for delivery with a shared inhale. Yes, we saw that. Yes, we will report accurately. Witnesses are called like stars, by name, in order, with positions that make sense. Each stands. Each receives thanks braided with obligation. Each acquires the weight of tell this later exactly as you saw it. Memory is being plated aloud. The legal system here wears cedar and song, but it insists on clarity any courthouse would envy. Perhaps more, because forgetting is not an option when aunties keep the minutes. Speeches follow the lanes the songs just laid down. An elder's voice sounds like tide on cobble. Steady, persuasive, willing to repeat without boredom. They anchor the box episode in the ecosystem of duty. If light is wealth, wealth must move. If it moves, it needs witnesses. The arithmetic is clean enough to relax a rib cage. Fairness is audible when the math includes gifts. Gifts begin their migration. Blankets walk from lap to lap, turning hands into signatures. Baskets of berries blush when praised and keep moving. Spoons with crest figures travel like small legal phrases counting themselves into the minutes. A carved ladle lands in your palms and lingers long enough to be admired. When it leaves, a line ties you to the carver, to the last pair of hands that held it, to the next meal where it will feed a sentence. Coppers rise with that unmistakable strike of light on metal, shield-shaped plates named, priced, recited. A host declares history incised on the back. Who gave, who received, which song escorted the last exchange. Sometimes, if a gift is beyond ordinary scale, a copper is symbolically cut, integrity broken to honor size of generosity or to censure wrong. The drama is spare, deliberate, never sloppy. Public value belongs in public sentences. Scholars haunt the margins of your evening like well-meaning satellites holding documents. Some argue 19th century potlatches expanded in scale under colonial pressure, new materials, new markets, new politics nudging spectacle. Others see continuity wrapped in adaptation, ceremonies simply doing what ceremonies do, adjust and keep their verbs intact. Historians are still debating this question, and the drum, indifferent to footnotes, keeps the beat like weather. Debate inside the room stays practical. Did we name every witness? Did the coppa's price speak clearly? Did the young ones catch the joke behind the rule? Corrections arrive with a grin instead of a sting. Psychological judo is at work. Pride is invited but not overfed. Humility is praised without costume. Law that laughs tends to travel farther. Laughter rolls from a corner where children try to keep soup from auditioning for the floor. A small cousin catches a drop with heroic slurp. Miniature applause rewards the save. Raven on the beam croaks approval so quietly the sound feels like a handshake. Joy functions here as sealant, keeping seriousness from fraying at the edges. Moonlight announces itself along the far wall, a pale brush that refreshes the room's profile. Tides begin writing their night letter. Paddles stacked by the door read it without moving. Sparks from the star box you left humming in the rafters turn silence into a soft grammar lesson. Constellations you helped sew, Auntie's elbow, grease trail, map themselves against smoke and beam, and the future finds your pocket. Memory works quickly when the room is busy. Two teenagers assigned as recorders repeat key lines under their breath, braiding them into the rib. An aunt taps a knee in the exact cadence of the coppa's price, so she'll recall it in the morning. A child mouths guests' names like a small drum. Questions from tomorrow already have answers. Children get a turn in the center. Feet a little shy, faces brave, and practice a raven step with a beak carved from alder, lightweight and full of ambition. The hinge opens on cue because the oil was generous and the child listened. The room hums approval instead of bursting into applause because awe prefers steady oxygen to fireworks. A new dancer learns to stand in public without needing rescue, and your chest learns to make space for that. Etiquette navigates details outsiders miss. Blankets never meet the floor. Names never skip their order. Songs wait until predecessors finish landing. When a cough interrupts at the wrong moment, an aunt slips a cup that says, "We saw you," and "We forgive you," simultaneously. Forgiveness is policy here. It keeps rooms from breaking when a bowl rattles. Thimbleberry leaves appear on a tray, broad, green, unassuming, lining a platter like a soft fan club for salmon and berries. That odd fact deserves a pocket. In many households, those big fuzzy leaves double as plates, compostable and fragrant, couture invented by weather. When grease glows on a leaf, you understand elegance never needed a store. Servers move with choreography native to attentiveness. A ladle pauses an extra breath at a lap needing comfort. A basket spends longer with a shy cousin. A cup finds the voice that almost broke during a name. Generosity here is explicit. It's the technology that keeps law hydrated. It's easy now to see why this room can hold arguments without splintering benches. Elders bend the night toward its hinge with a short lesson that never says, lesson. A blanket tilts like a balanced scale. A hand draws a small map whose directions lead not to a place but to a habit. The gist: light is kin now, not a trophy. Treat it accordingly and it will stay. Hoard it and your roof learns to leak on purpose. Laughter seals the counsel. Roofs do have jokes. Musicians ease the pulse down and then offer one last bright pattern. A chorus tasting like the day's first salt. Whistles dovetail with drum. Rattles tick like polite constellations. A voice cracks slightly and improves the honesty of everything. Raven's beak opens once in what can only be read as a bow for a plot well tended. Shoulders bow back without consulting pride. Dancers conclude with a turn that faces the doorway, a gesture that says next time before anyone asks. The room rolls its warmth toward the exit, an affectionate exhale in the direction of water and errands. Outside, the inlet holds moon and stars like beads on a patient string. Inside, boxes nap with lids arranged like good lids should. Ready, not nosy. The day that started with opening moves toward tucking in. Parting motions behave like footnotes that matter. Gifts stack near doors in departure order. Children slip into blankets that learned their names earlier. Visiting cousins exchange small jokes that are really travel confirmations. A final check of coppers, masks, and songs. Nothing lost, everything witnessed. Puts the night to bed like a competent host. Earned tiredness sits lightly on the room. Silence returns as capacity, not vacancy. The last ladle rests on its bowl's rim. Embers rehearse small red breaths. Painted eyes on the screen half closed the way eyes do when they listen from the other side of sleep. A thread of music still hangs in the rafters, but it behaves like a neatly folded shawl. Grins linger without needing topics. Supper's aftertaste is gratitude. Salmon, berries, soup, grease. Everything did more than fill. It connected. The hard parts, naming, pricing, handing, remembering, slid because humor kept the floor waxed. A mainstream footnote whispers while you wipe a bowl. Potlatches are not parties in the trivial sense. They are courts, banks, universities, and press conferences conducted with food and song. The definition finally fits your mouth. Hearth coals write their tiny braille, and a few sparks audition briefly for the star program before the smoke hole declines their resumes. Outside, the moon calibrates tide. Inside, a blanket slides over your knees smelling of cedar and faint abalone. Raven above ruffles feathers into decision and tucks beak. That is the sign that mischief is off duty until morning. Afterwards, the room holds your shape a heartbeat longer, like a cedar bench that learned your name while you weren't looking. Tomorrow, people will paddle to neighboring houses and tell what they saw. The Kappa's route will become a paragraph across water. The gifts will unpack into meals and tools and stories. Tonight, the house keeps your breath safe the way cedar keeps secrets without growing heavy. Finally, when sleep finds hinge and latch, a low voice from the beam, bird, memory, both, says nothing you can quote and everything you can use. Keep light moving, keep law laughing, keep names correct, and let generosity do the heavy lifting. The drum's echo fades, the room exhales, and in the hush, a new chapter lays itself quietly on the bench beside you, already warm. Morning drifts in on a tide of paper, and the first thing it washes ashore is a man with a notebook standing at the high water line as if the ocean were about to dictate. Salt lingers on lips from last night's songs. Cedar smoke perfumes sleeves, and the village blinks at the stranger's careful grin. A pencil hovers, waiting for a proper beginning. Yet the day already started hours ago with firewood and tea. The page, to its credit, tries to look brave. The stories, to their credit, refuse to hurry. Out on the damps and a tripod sprouts like a brittle-legged heron. Glass plates tucked in a leather case that smells of chemicals and optimism. The camera is a box with manners from another country, and the lens stares the way a guest does before they learn which jokes are allowed. A missionary wanders the far end of the beach, sleeves rolled, Bible pocketed, eyes kind and certain in the way certainty likes to be. Between camera and book, the air fills with questions measured in millimeters and verses. Along the driftwood you find a plank that fits your back, because good eavesdropping requires lumbar support. The anthropologist introduces himself with a name that will one day fill footnotes. The interpreter stands beside him with a name the footnotes will abbreviate. Payment gets mentioned, tobacco, tea, coins, and the room outdoors agrees on honesty. Stories cost time. Time costs fish. Fish cost paddles. The math is not rude. It is the way a village stays village-shaped. Beneath the camera's black cloth, daylight edits itself into rectangles while a carver politely continues carving, because wood respects steady hands more than reputations. Posed portraits begin. A raven mask lifted for the lens, a copper raised like a small sunrise, a canoe in its best angle. Hold still gets translated because motion is bad manners in early photography. Laughter finds a way to wiggle even then, and one glass plate catches a smile that turns the whole exposure into a long inhalation. Over on the bench near the cookfire, a woman threads spruce root while the missionary asks about marriage with that pastoral tone that thinks it invented you. She answers as she works. Families arrange, aunties approve, songs confirm, gifts record. The pencil scribbles, surprised that vows can be worn like blankets and spoken like paddling cadences. Some things get heard properly. Others slide past the ear and fall into sand, where only crabs and future scholars will find them. Across the path an elder clears a throat and says the word for raven that lands like a beak tapping a cedar beam. Another elder speaks a different word. Same being, alternate neighborhood. Names multiply. Yeel, Nankaleseles, Samsam, Bakwas, and Halilalis for cousins in other tales. Raven among feathers of related tricksters whose scripts overlap. The notebook struggles to flatten kinship into a list. Tricksters grin at lists the way otters grin at shellfish. Delicious, but not the whole meal. Nearby, a translator balances tightrope duties. Render tone without losing humor. Keep the instructions inside the joke intact. Soften prickles without shaving them off. A phrase comes that refuses to become English neatly. A basket of meaning with too many handles. And the interpreter tries 3 versions before choosing one that leaves room for breath. The anthropologist nods, satisfied to have captured a fish. The interpreter glances at the water and wonders whether the river will mind. Meanwhile, the village continues its chores with the serene speed of people who know what weather demands. Cedar bark peels become thread. Eulachon grease checks its own gloss. A bentwood box snaps its lid shut with an agreeable kiss. The camera loves the stillness and ignores the verbs. A rattle. Raven carved on the back. Frog grinning on the front. Waits for evening when it will be language again, not prop. You pat the rattle and feel a promise keeping itself. Instead of marching through a script, the day meanders and so do the questions. How old is this story? Receives the answer most honest communities prefer. Old enough to have grandchildren. Who owns it? Gets a different verb back. Who cares for it? The notebook, not trained in custodial grammar, writes ownership anyway and draws a box around the word. Around here, boxes are for cedar and light, not for people. Afterwards, when the camera plates are rinsed under creek water, a small crowd leans in to see whether the village looks like itself in miniature. It does and doesn't. The masks glare in black and white the way daylight refuses to. The copper forgets how to glow. The canoe resembles a very good line drawing of a canoe. The anthropologist is happy. The missionary is concerned. The raven on the beam keeps its own counsel and cleans its beak on the idea of documentation. Scholars, present and future, carry a phrase in their coat pocket. Salvage anthropology. It appears when people assume a culture is doomed to vanish and rush to record the last of everything. Mainstream knowledge acknowledges how names like Franz Boas, George Hunt, John Swanton, Marius Barbeau, and others collected with zeal, sometimes with care, sometimes with consequences. Communities here nod at the care and critique the consequences, because saving a song on paper is not the same as letting a song feed children. Field notes accumulate like small beaches of graphite. Somewhere on those pages a raven episode gets diagrammed, each turn labeled as if mischief were an anatomy class. A margin admits that a certain phrase is untranslatable. Another page stages a family tree for a mask, arrows pointing to people who actually breathe. The notes try to be kind and accurate. Sometimes they succeed. Historians are still debating this question. How much of what survived on paper describes a living practice versus a version polished for the collector's ear? Cameras, for their part, invent evidence and accidents in equal measure. A staged tableau with masks and regalia pretends to be a ceremony and then forgets how to end. Photographs later sit in albums far away, captioned totem idols, which misses the point by several jurisdictions. The village keeps dancing when the lens leaves. Memory, allergic to captions, prefers witnesses who can carry soup and sing. Missionaries bring their own grammar, heavy with heaven, suspicious of verbs that dance. Some learn the language well enough to teach scripture in it. Others insist English is a shortcut to salvation. A few write valuable dictionaries and then scold people for singing at the wrong times. The notebook records a sermon about humility that does not realize it is a guest. On the beach, a child builds a driftwood fort that does not care about theology and still manages to be righteous. Translators return to the first job every house respects: accuracy with kindness. Legend becomes a sore word here, too small for an origin that feeds law. Myth tries out for the same role and gets told to bring a stronger resume. Better words are available. Histories, adox, kungax, tiele sala. The notebook scribbles phonetics and surrenders when the diacritics multiply. No single alphabet contains this much tide. Pencils, when they rest, look like paddles waiting for wind. The anthropologist flips back through pages and attempts an outline that forgets where the laughter belonged. In the margin, the interpreter sketches a bentwood box because drawing can sometimes teach a thing that prose fumbles. A moth lands on the open book and decides this is a meadow. The moth's confidence is contagious. Catalogs sprout in museums like politely labeled titapools. Mask, raven, collected 1900-something, provenance uncertain. The word uncertain does more work than the card admits. In some cases items were gifted, in others purchased, in too many seized under the potlatch ban or removed during a moment of grief. The card never mentions soup or jokes, or whose lap a mask once rested on. Visitors stare through glass at objects that are trying to hold their breath until relatives arrive. Labels cause trouble the way small rocks cause canoes to swear. Idle, primitive, superstition. Old tags that smell like cellar dust and confidence. Modern exhibits correct many of those, switching to belonging, crests, ceremonial regalia, house property. The shift matters. Words are floors. If they tilt, the soup will find them out. You catch yourself rewriting placards in your head. This box stored light temporarily, then repented. Photographs leave odd shadows in their wake. One shows a dancer posing beside a cedar screen in broad daylight, a thing no ceremony would ask for, and the image later gets mistaken for a ritual. Another shows a child holding a carved rattle upside down because the photographer liked the silhouette. The archive's silence can lie by omission. The village's laughter remembers. Somewhere in a family chest, the child's descendant keeps the actual rattle, still scolding the hand that tries to hold it wrong. Cylinders of brown wax hide in a tin like small time machines with stage fright. An ethnographer cranks the machine, and a singer leans in, lips almost touching the horn, voice adapting to technology the way salmon adapt to river puzzles. The song survives, faint and crackled, and that is both miracle and insult. Later, in a lab, the cylinder plays back to descendants who supply the verses the wax forgot. Oddly enough, some cylinders were stored in old tobacco tins. The smell confused more than one archivist and delighted exactly one elder with a wicked sense of humor. Questions keep breeding. Who gets paid and how much and for what? Is the name recorded the same as the name given? Can a museum own a story the way a house does? The missionary suggests ownership is a contract with heaven. The anthropologist suggests it is a contract with paper. The village suggests it is a contract with relatives who remember birthdays. The debate stays polite because soup is close and the dog is sleeping. Debates also not around authorship. When a published book lists a collector as author and the local speaker as informant, the village rolls its collective eyes. The better books put the speaker first or at least share the spine. In recent years, more voices from these coasts have printed their own tellings, and the language on the page walks the way the mouth walks. Historians are still debating this question of credit, but aunties have decided and proceed accordingly. Oddly specific tools evolve to bridge gaps. Orthographies bloom. Practical alphabets for sounds English never trained for, so that classrooms can teach Tlingit, Haida, Essemaljiaks, Kwakwala without bribing vowels into costumes they hate. Some teachers adopt syllabics. Some prefer Latin letters with modifiers. All demand the budget adore them. Children raise hands, and a grandmother grins because the first sentence she ever scolded in is now on a chalkboard. Humor rescues more data than declarations do. A storyteller teases the anthropologist by inserting a ridiculous aside. Raven inventing umbrellas long before rain, and watches whether the pencil flinches. When the line appears later in print, the village laughs with affectionate ferocity and marks the page caution. Literal. Above your head raven clicks beak twice. A bird's version of a wink. Agency keeps showing up with muddy feet. Communities insist on telling their own chapters, inviting scholars who listen and politely escorting out those who don't. Permits get drafted. Protocols get stated in ordinary voice. Consent becomes a drumbeat rather than a whispered prelude. The missionary, noticing the room's sovereignty, adjusts tone. The anthropologist, noticing the room's interior weather, turns one page back and writes, "Ask again." Consent in practice looks like kitchen chores. Before a story walks into a notebook, tea is poured, relation is stated, Names are placed in the order they prefer, and a small silence asks whether the room agrees. Some tellings are public, others house-only, some reserved for seasons when Snow likes to listen. A field worker who treats everything like a buffet will discover how fast a village can run out of time for them. Repatriation arrives as a canoe, not a truck. Boxes and masks come home in ceremonies that feel like lungs restarting. Museums work with communities to trace paths, write new labels, undo older paper that pretended to be law. In the United States, a key mainstream law, the Native American Graves Protection and Repatriation Act of 1990, has shaken some shelves. In Canada, museum policies and agreements have likewise returned belongings to houses that remember how to hold them. The day opens wider when cedar crosses a threshold the right direction. Lessons from elders turn the beach into a classroom where notebooks are welcome as long as they behave. Write down the joke, one says, or your book will be lonely. Spell the name properly, another adds, or the name will ignore you. Say who your mother is, a third advises, because accountability begins with kinship. The anthropologist's handwriting improves under supervision. Beach meetings become workshops in translation the way low tide becomes a course in biology. An elder points at a pale rectangle in the sand, clam garden stones revealing their straight lines, and a graduate student realizes a thesis topic just nodded at them. Someone with a camera shoots with permission and shows the picture first to the people in it before showing the rest of the world. That simple habit turns technology into relative. Children intercept the notebook like ravens intercept shiny things, asking to draw in the margins. A dozen ovoids appear, wobbly but correct in spirit. A U-form tries on a hat. A tiny copper glints where a crayon insisted it could. The anthropologist pretends to be appalled and secretly feels rescued. No page should be left alone with only adjectives for company. Elders choose which parts of Raven to loan the day. Tell the version with the pine needle, one says, because the children like the quiet of it. Leave out the part where the beak burns, another suggests. Unless the audience needs a souvenir, the missionary volunteers to close with a prayer. The village agrees on condition that the prayer learns how to dance with its shoes off. Compromise is an art indigenous to shorelines. Recorders tap buttons as evening tries on its coat. A young journalist from town asks about the potlatch ban and listens. Actually listens. While an elder recounts raids, confiscations, and quiet practice behind shuttered windows. Mainstream knowledge, corrected at the source, sheds its stiff jacket and sighs like a relieved stove. The journalist turns off the recorder at the right moment and helps carry boxes to the canoe. Accuracy becomes a verb that cooks. Names get spelled twice. Dates get confirmed by the tide. A quote gets read back to the speaker who trims it until the humor fits. A raven overhead imitates a dog, then a log splitting, then what might be the missionary's cough, and the entire lane dissolves into helpless honesty. Even the camera laughs blurry. Somewhere down the beach, a mural grows on the side of a cannery shed. Raven in bright modern color, beak clinched on a circle, background blues that lean toward Pacific and vote heavily. Spray cans rattle like maracas, and teenagers stand back to judge negative space. A grandmother with a bag of rolls arrives, feeds the critics, and says, "Bigger." The wall obeys. Under the eaves, a long table hosts notebooks and cedar cups side by side. Both filled, both necessary. The anthropologist admits on paper that the story they came for is not just a story but an introduction to housekeeping. The missionary writes in a church ledger that generosity is a sacrament here and wonders whether and how that can be imported without theft. The interpreter writes nothing, simply smiles. which is the best field note of the day. Later, as the tide returns to erase boot prints and pencil worries, the village keeps its usual excellence at being a village. Soup goes somewhere useful. Masks rest. A drum checks quietly that the beams still enjoy their echo. The camera gets packed away like a shy animal. The notebook keeps smelling like graphite and weather. The missionary's book returns to pocket with a new bookmark made of cedar bark. The raven stays exactly where the gossip is thickest. Finally, the night clicks into story time again, and the recording devices lose the plot on purpose. A voice starts in the low register used for origins. A baby interrupts. Laughter stitches the room. The house listens the way trees listen when wind tells them their names. Mainstream knowledge will be folded into tomorrow's plans. Classrooms, exhibits, papers. But this hour belongs to relatives and mistakes and the miracle of mischief doing what law cannot. Historians are still debating this question of what counts as true, while the room prefers the version that feeds people and keeps them kind. Morning returns wearing city shoes, and the inlet trades places with a waterfront of pilings, cranes, and gulls that have learned to shout over engines. Salt still rides the air, but a fairy horn gives the keynote, and a mural of ravens stretches along a brick wall as if the story decided to commute. The beak holds a circle, the circle holds a neighborhood, and the neighborhood holds 1,000 glances that add up to witness. A bus sighs at the curb, doors folding like bentwood, and the day invites you to look for the old story in new paint. Side streets offer their own archives. Telephone poles tattooed with flyers, shop windows reflecting clouds like polite Yulikan schools, and utility boxes wrapped in vinyl prints of formline ovoids that refuse to be background. A corner cafe lists salmon chowder next to 3 words in a local language. The barista pronounces them carefully and asks the regulars to confirm, which they do with kindness that reads like curriculum. Somewhere up the block, a youth program practices beats under a banner that says language night, and the syllables warm the concrete. Museums sit like titapools for time, glassy and full of things that move even when they pretend not to. A raven mask behind climate-controlled air regards you across interpretive text that took 6 meetings, 2 elders, a conservator, and a curator to get right. The wall label names the house it belongs to, the carver if known, and the circumstances of return if the piece came home from a long vacation it never asked for. On loan by permission of, reads better than collected by, and your shoulders loosen accordingly. Galleries down the hall tell a larger mainstream story. Potlatch ban enacted in 1885 and repealed in 1951 in what is now Canada. Suppression and survival. Canoe journeys revived. Language classes filling. Nagpur in the United States since 1990 shaping returns of human remains and funerary belongings. UNDRIP passed by the UN in 2007 with governments adapting, or dragging their feet. Policy speaks in panels and charts, but the carved objects do the subtler work. They keep looking like relatives. That's the fact to carry. These aren't art pieces detached from kitchens and tides. They are members of households doing overtime. Docents rehearse a script that is trying to become a song. Ask permission shows up before take a photo, and ask a human before you ask the internet gets an approving nod from a grandmother in the front row. A child on a field trip points at the Raven and Sun screen and announces, with perfect confidence, that birds invented electricity. Laughter moves through the room like weather, and the docent gently steers the ship toward origin and obligation instead of explanation alone. Corridors lead to classrooms where the same legends now wear headphone cords and smartboard light. Teachers introduce Raven with names that match the community they serve. Yeel, Nankaleseles, Samsam, and the room learns to say them slowly, so the vowels don't bruise. A math lesson borrows formline symmetry to teach reflection and rotation. A science unit uses tide charts to explain lunar pull. An art project turns cereal boxes into hinged beaks that snap on cue. The curriculum grins like a canoe learning to fly. Campus buildings a few miles inland add another tone. Glass, concrete, ivy climbing like ambition, and a seminar title that includes cosmology, ethics, and intellectual property. Students compare versions of the light-stealing episode from Tlingit, Haida, Tsimshian, and Kwakwaka'wakw tellings and learn that unity lives with variation, not against it. The professor cites early collectors and living knowledge holders. A guest speaker from the coast points out that a story's owner is the person responsible for its care, not whoever wrote it down first. Historians are still debating this question of diffusion. Did the tale travel with trade and marriage or bloom independently in neighboring nations? And the class, to its credit, decides that cooperation among origins might be the oldest tradition. Digital halls hum like tide lines of light. Archives with passwords curate sound cylinders cleaned of static where possible, photos with corrected captions, 3D scans of boxes that communities can rotate on a screen while deciding whether a hinge needs oil or a crest needs paint. Some institutions call this digital repatriation. Copies returning when originals cannot yet move, and some communities reply, copies help, but the dance needs the actual mask. The compromise looks like access now, return soon, and respect always. Walls around the city behave like notebooks that learn to shout. Murals of raven appear beside eagles, wolves, killer whales, family not fantasy. Painted by crews that mix spray and brush with the confidence of people who have elders on speed dial. A teenager explains to friends that a line isn't just a line. It's a crest right, a passport, a family tree, and a conversation with cedar translated into masonry. The explanation lands because the paint knows how to persuade. Odd facts keep the day nimble. A grocery tote company tried to print a tribal pattern copied from a quick image search and received a storm of phone calls that sounded like polite lightning. The company paused the run, paid a fee, and commissioned the actual artist under the right name. A city festival issued a no-costume guideline for ceremonial regalia. Regalia are not outfits, and added a booth staffed by weavers and carvers to explain why. Even trash cans begin to model ethics when they wear signs that say, respect the host. Campus debates don't stay indoors. In a law clinic, a group examines how traditional knowledge fits or refuses to fit into national IP systems that prefer single author and expiration dates. One student proposes a label, community governed, permission required from X house. Another suggests a living license that travels with stories, updated like tide forecasts. Scholars are still debating this question, and so are aunties who have no patience for paperwork that gets between a child and a song. Parks hold their own classrooms of damp benches and upright cedar. A plaque near a pole acknowledges the house and carver and includes a pronunciation guide written by someone who knows not to insult vowels. Families pause for snacks, and a grandparent tells a short form of the long legend, carefully skipping the parts reserved for winter evenings and house-only moments. Not everything belongs outside. Wisdom here is not hoarding but seasonal. Shop shelves along the harbor sell northwest everything. Candles, shirts, generic ravens with beaks shaped like other continents. And the lesson arrives, soft but firm. Design without relationship is costume jewelry. In the next shop over, woven hats and carved spoons sit with artist names, house affiliations, and the right price. A portion goes to language programs because generosity is the coast's favorite engine. The difference is not subtle. Libraries remember how to be longhouses when the lights are kind and the tables full. Teen volunteers label boxes of oral history transcripts so future readers can find laughter faster. A sticky note on a folder says, "Ask before quoting paragraphs 3 to 7. And the courtesy reads like music. Later, a reading circle meets to discuss a children's book version of the Raven story co-written by a local elder and a teacher. The kids critique pacing like professionals and then run for cookies. Street markets on Saturday arrange themselves like potlatches without the coppers. Gifts, names, witnesses, prices articulated in public. A weaver demonstrates split cedar bark prep, pulling long strips that look like honey-colored rivers. An aunt sells jars of smoked fish whose labels list which river said yes. A drummer taps a slow pattern while a child practices the two-step that makes beaks look alive. Pedestrians linger because the air tastes like trust. Study groups in the afternoon argue over museum labels and find joy in the margins. Someone proposes a fix for collected from to seize during. Someone adds the house name that the old catalog ignored. Someone else writes a sticky note for the curator. More jokes in the audio guide. History eats better with humor. The sticky note receives a smiley face back within the hour. Small victories feel like good tide. Neighborhood schools learn to schedule storytelling by season again. Winter assemblies host origins. Summer assemblies prefer travel tales and canoe songs. Parents arrive with drums and cedar boughs. Teachers hand out permission slips written in both the school's language and the home language, because bilingual consent tastes better. A mainstream footnote appears on the bulletin board. Research supports culturally grounded curricula improving outcomes, particularly when elders are in the room. The room, being polite, pretends it didn't already know. Public art commissions arrive with new clauses. Hire apprentices from the house that holds the crest. Host a free talk under the finished piece. Build maintenance into the budget so the paint doesn't wander off in 3 winters. A Raven panel goes up on a community center, and the unveiling includes soup because grammar is delicious. The beak points toward the library. The sun disk faces mornings when kids need maps. Museums continue repairs to the language of their floors. Do not touch becomes ask to hold if this belongs to your house. No photos becomes no photos during prayers. Open 10 to 5 becomes open when the community needs it. Call ahead. Staff training now includes pronouncing artist names until tongues show respect with muscle memory. A guard learns a greeting and ends up learning the drum part, which is both foreshadowing and morale. Hidden storage rooms become the most honest rooms in the building. Shelves hold boxes that hold blankets, that hold names, that hold responsibility. Curators meet with representatives from the houses that the boxes remember, and together they decide which items are ready for display, which must go home, which need a nap. The word deaccession sheds its bureaucratic skin and becomes return. And the difference is audible. Streets at sunset turn to mirrors, and the mural of Raven gains a sheen that makes form lines look like moving water. Buskers set up across from the art, playing drum and rattle, not as performance but as weather. Passers-by stop and listen. Someone sets down a bag of groceries and begins to sing under their breath. A cyclist slows and drifts like a respectful canoe. City sounds harmonize with the coast they're built on. Teachers end their day grading papers with sentences like, "Light is a relative now, not a trophy," and leave generous comments because grades aren't the only feedback a student needs. A science teacher writes in the margin, "Tidepool observations excellent. Please return the sea star gently next time." An art teacher underlines a formline drawing and adds, "Ask whose story this is before painting it again." The pen behaves like a small cedar branch, waving approval. Elders' voices on the bus ride home transform the aisle into a moving longhouse. A pair across from you discusses the best shellfish beaches and the worst museum questions, then laughs about both with a grace that keeps oxygen in the conversation. When one pauses to rest, the other picks up the line like paddlers trading strokes. Stories commute better than cars. Murals spill into alleys, schools, hospital lobbies, the side of a ferry waiting room. A doctor's office posts a sign offering language interpretation in half a dozen coastal languages. A nurse wears a button with a crest and a kinship term, auntie, because patient care prefers relatives. On a stairwell, an ovoid the size of a sleeping bag smirks, and your feet somehow step smarter. Coffee later tastes like cedar and relief. Friends argue about a new exhibit downtown. Did the lighting flatter the mask or scare it? Did the audio describe the dance or borrow the dance's voice? Did the gift shop find the line between celebration and theft? The verdict lands on pretty good. Could bring more elders. The postcards are actually respectful. Someone tells the odd fact that bentwood boxes can be unbent in steam and laid flat for repair. Then rebent, a metaphor so on the nose everyone laughs. Night programs on the radio push the conversation farther. A call-in show hosts carvers, language teachers, urban aunties who run cultural nights in community centers, and a ferry worker who has memorized the shape of 4 different headlands by moonlight alone. The host asks how Raven helps people handle rent hikes and bus schedules. The answers are tender and sharp. Trickster logic as survival smarts, mischief as policy critique, laughter as legal strategy. Scholars return, carrying updated humility. Citations now lead with community voices. Book tours include house visits. Royalties split the way generosity has always wanted to. University presses print children's books in parallel text. Law schools host panels on consent in research that begin with a song and end with a potluck. Historians are still debating this question of how best to codify protocols without freezing them. The best conclusion so far is to ask every time and be ready for the answer to change. A late-night walk past the harbor reminds you that the original ceiling for every lecture hall is still the sky. Constellations you helped scatter over tide flats now obediently describe routes to the ferry terminal and the grocery store with equal good manners. Auntie's elbow clears her throat over the bakery. Grease trail bows toward the library. Navigation adapts to errands. Errands adapt to navigation. Raven on the mural pretends not to notice that the dots follow the beak. Apartments stacked like cedar planks host families who teach storied verbs in kitchens. Steam from rice and salmon fogs windows. Homework sprawls beneath magnets shaped like paddles. A baby gurgles at a photocopied crest on the fridge door. When the phone rings, an elder on speaker coaches a rattle pattern for the weekend's youth class. City life bends without breaking to make room for protocol, and protocol unrolls with the calm of a patient tide. Sleep tugs, but the night isn't through with you. A museum's facade glows softly where lanterns line the steps for a vigil, recalling the years of confiscation, ashes, and stubborn memory. A curator speaks briefly, then an elder longer. The microphone is polite enough not to squeal. Someone places a single bentwood box at the top stair and opens it to reveal nothing but cedar scent and promise. The message lands without needing a keynote. Raven appears in a window's reflection, beak resting on the circle like a hand on a drum between songs. The bird looks pleased that stories have learned to ride buses without turning into posters, that museums have learned to act like libraries with kitchens, that classrooms know when to fold the lesson back into the house. Trickster authority leans against the night as if it invented afterlight, then lets the city try the word on. Closing time for the mural is never. Paint doesn't sleep, it only cools. Streetlights lay their own constellations along the sidewalk, and a bus pulls away with a hiss like a cedar lid agreeing to a plan. Somewhere a drummer counts off for a late practice. Somewhere a conservator checks a humidity gauge. Somewhere a teenager sketches a crest on lined paper and writes in the margin, "Ask Auntie before tattoo." The world feels freshly inventoried. Quiet lifts you to the apartment window where the harbor holds two moons. One in the sky, one in the water, and the gulls have finally signed the day's last contract with silence. On the desk, a museum ticket stub sits beside a library card and a folded flyer for language night. The trifecta looks like a wish answered by logistics. Breath evens out as if the city has decided your furniture it likes. Tomorrow we'll ask for more of the same. Correct names, honest labels, warranties on laughter, schedules that respect the tide. Work promises to be steady rather than dramatic, which is to say, perfect. When you finally close your eyes, the mural's beak points towards sleep like a small lighthouse, and the dots above it rearrange into a message that fits on one cedar chip. Keep telling, keep sharing, keep the light moving. Sunrise parks itself shyly on the sill, not barging in, just waiting for your eyes to acknowledge the appointment they made with sleep before sleep won. Salt hangs in the air like a polite rumor, and the longhouse breathes the steady perfume of cedar that turns walls into company. Breakfast thinks about itself on the fire, and the room takes attendance. Boxes, poles, masks, paddles, copper, laughter stored in the beams, and that bird on the rafters who has never once paid rent. Light is present, not a theory, and the day wonders what you intend to do with it beyond avoiding furniture. Elsewhere along the coast, the same sun steps onto different thresholds, meeting houses that know its weight in winter, summer, and all the manners between. Villages blink, boats loosen, and the stories that became law last night keep being law this morning. Not because anyone approved them on paper, but because hands reach for tools in rhythms the stories taught. Creation doesn't retire after the opening ceremony. It keeps a workshop. Raven clears its throat on the beam as if to say a workshop needs jokes. Otherwise the hinges complain. Between the first sip of tea and the second, responsibility pulls up a chair. Light wasn't a trophy in a glass case. It was a public utility trapped as private property, and theft in favor of the commons becomes a syllabus rather than a crime. Wealth on this coast behaves like a verb: to give, to witness, to return. So the sun joins the same grammar: to illuminate, to guide, to be shared. That's the oath underneath the mischief, the job description hiding in the punchline. Your part is embarrassingly practical. Keep it moving, not blinding. Bright, not brittle. Even the beam of day across the floorboards reads like instructions. Shadows confess their shapes. Adds marks resolve into tidy scallops. The ovoid in a painted eye takes a deep breath and stops, pretending to be asleep. Seeing, after all, is not the end of the work. It is the start of better chores. Under good light, fish gets filleted closer to the bone. Knots tie with fewer opinions, and names are read without stumbling. The comedy is that clarity makes humility more likely, not less. Mistakes do their best work when they can be seen. Still, mischief deserves a retirement speech before it goes back to the planning desk. Trickster logic wasn't chaos for its own sake. It was precision that refused to obey bad rules, the art of moving through taboo to heal the principle the taboo forgot to serve. Raven's methods weren't polite, but they were intimate. Becoming kin before becoming thief puts duty in front of desire and turns a heist into caregiving. If anyone asks later why the baby cried at the right time, the correct answer is, because timing is a form of ethics. Meanwhile, the house keeps rehearsing credibility. Boxes that once hosted night now nest regalia and soup with equal confidence. Poles keep their vertical grammar. Masks nap, waiting for a drum that can hold the room without leaking. Your job has migrated from thief apprentice to custodian in training. Better to be the person who oils hinges and relacquers patience than the person who assumes light never needs a tune-up. The bird on the beam, whose feathers still carry a rumor of smoke, approves by pretending not to. Instead of chasing meaning like a gull after picnic chips, the day lets meaning sit where it belongs, with tasks. A list writes itself on your palm in cedar-smelling ink. Check roof shakes. Mend the net where the tide made its argument. Deliver a basket to the family across the lane. Ask Auntie about the line in last night's song that everyone laughed at like it had taxes due. Duty here is errands shaped like affection. Light doesn't compete with them. It chooses them for hobbies. Sometimes mainstream facts walk in wearing boots and deserve a bowl. Potlatches were banned in what is now Canada from 1885 to 1951, and belongings were seized under that law. People practiced anyway because governance belongs to relatives before it belongs to paper. In the United States, NAGPRA in 1990 gave teeth to returns of ancestors and sacred things. Since then, museums have been learning the difference between custody and care. Policies matter not as halos but as handles. You lift them when the room is heavy. Because the ocean refuses to be boring, oddities wave for attention without needing a stage. Common ravens in the real world field biology sense, cache food with strategy, remember who is watching, hold grudges, barter for treats, and even mimic sounds, humans included, well enough to worry doorbells. Kelp forests offer nursery shade for fish, and eelgrass writes calligraphy legs across tide flats that look like notes for a song you almost know. That practical magic was here before anyone wrote footnotes. The light just makes you foolish enough to admit your delight. Underfoot, geometry asserts itself. Constellations you flung on a tide-flat afternoon have settled into instructional patience, and paddles obey their signage like drivers who actually completed driver's edition. Auntie's elbow points toward the creek where berries will sulk deliciously in a few weeks. Grease Trail leans toward the cove where trade routes used to land and still do when the weather drinks water. Navigation is simply remembering where the sky keeps its helpful punctuation. Beyond the beach, towns and cities share the same sun and act as if they're on speaking terms with the tide when they get it right. A mural of raven drags eyes upward on a brick wall that might otherwise bore even the brick. A library hosts language night because dictionaries like to be read out loud by grandchildren. A museum label learns to say belonging instead of artifact, on loan by permission of the X-house instead of collected by so-and-so. Policy and paint both profit from daylight. They prefer witnesses to tourists. Before anyone accuses the story of simplicity, let debate pull up a bench. Scholars still argue whether the raven who stole light scenes spread through trade and intermarriage across Tlingit, Haida, Tsimshian, and Kwakwaka'wakw territories, or whether similar cosmological pressures prompted neighboring nations to invent cousins of the narrative independently. Historians are still debating this question, and you are not obliged to pick sides at breakfast. What matters in your hands is respect. Use names properly, know which parts are house only, and remember that versioning is a sign of health. After the errands that kindly kidnapped your morning, lunch tastes like competence. Salmon, smoked, soft at the edges, eager to be admired. Sits beside greens and a chunk of bread that might have been invented solely to escort Greece to its destiny. A thimbleberry leaf volunteers as a plate, perfuming the table with the scent of a leafy conspiracy. A cup of spruce-tip tea, tart as a whistle that just learned civility, reminds you that forests run vitamin C as a side hustle. Eventually, the afternoon insists on a walk, and you let your feet choose the curriculum. The inlet glitters like a demonstration of what specular means. Drift logs hold court like retired canoes. Gulls engage in vocational training for new gulls, focusing on potato chips, stealing, and yelling. Behind the beach, the forest reminds everyone that shade is not the opposite of light. It is how light improves its jokes. Sun through cedar makes the world taste like resin and patience. Perhaps you were hoping creation would present a thesis for your approval, stapled and double-spaced. Instead, it keeps handing you verbs. To mend, to share, to point, to listen, to name. A child asks whether the sun gets tired of the job you forced on it, and the answer that arrives in your mouth surprises you with its softness. It doesn't work alone. Clouds, mountains, trees, water, everything keeps the contract brilliant by participating. Responsibility is the relief of a chore chart properly distributed. Rather than carving a monument to the theft, you carve handles on daily life. A new ladle receives a raven at the tip of its handle, not because all spoons must wear a beak, but because somebody eating soup tomorrow will need to remember that mischief is allowed when care is the goal. A small panel shows the moment the lid lifted. You paint the form lines clean and leave a patch uncolored where the glare would be, because restraint is also a color. Art here remains a solution, not a hobby. Somehow the bird on the beam knows when to offer critique. A single croak falls like a pebble into your focus, and ripples adjust your wrist. The beak on the panel tilts a hair more toward humor. The U form along the jawline widens into generosity. For reasons that would sound ridiculous out loud, the panel looks more honest when it smiles. Trickster authority defends the right of art to laugh, especially when law is reading over its shoulder. Accordingly, the evening's plan grows a spine. Carry the panel down to the community hall where kids have been painting cardboard beaks and adults have been painting syllables onto their tongues. The wall needs another voice, and new paint makes witnesses out of passers-by. A modest pot of soup and a disorderly stack of paper cups turn into a permitting office for grace. No one charges admission to joy. They charge joy with errands. Moreover, the mainstream calendar remembers to be useful. Canoe journeys revived in the late 20th century continue weaving coastlines back together each summer, carrying names, songs, teenagers, and the warranties for both. Language programs rise into classrooms with whiteboards and out onto beaches with driftwood alphabets. Museums schedule repatriations as if they were the real exhibition openings. Schools ask elders to grade the weather for accuracy. Light doesn't cancel any of this. It makes it easier to find. Nevertheless, the night refuses to be merely cheerful. It prefers tenderness with edges. Stories about the bad years get told again with the efficiency of old pain. Belongings that still live far away are named with invitations to come home. Laughter keeps oxygen in the room like a wise nurse. If creation means anything, it means the capacity to keep making and remaking after injury, not as amnesia but as design. Healing belongs to a department with too many chairs to sit in alone. Inside the hall, the panel finds a spot that makes the room's sentences smoother. Paint dries with a smell you want to bottle and call patience number 7. Children practice the two-step that lets a beak appear alive. Adults practice the attention that lets a child become an adult without someone writing a report about it. When the drum checks the rafters for echo, it finds more than acoustics. It finds permission. Outside the door, stars you through days ago sit like houseguests who cleaned the kitchen unasked. Constellations reassert their teaching roles without swagger. They are the opposite of neon, persuasive by honesty. A canoe sliding home uses one dot and then another like stepping stones across the mind. Navigation and prayer share a page without arguing footnotes. The moon rises with the tone of a supervisor who enjoys their job. Across the water, a seal draws punctuation marks in slow ink, and a heron arranges its legs into calligraphy not available in the school supply aisle. The odd fact that gray whales can sleep with half their brain and keep the other half steering crosses your mind and then swims off with dignity. Nature here doesn't audition for metaphors. It hires them as interns. The light you liberated keeps writing job descriptions for grace. Within the house later, the boxes hum a quiet major chord that might be invented memory. The star-scented one seems proud of the ceiling. The moon-scented one anticipates evening duties. The sun-scented one has adopted the folded cloth as if it were a small animal that needed keeping. You've stopped calling them treasure chests even in your head, because treasure implies hoarding, and hoarding is what made mischief necessary. Archive is better, pantry better still. Against the pillow, a plan for tomorrow arranges itself and yawns. Deliver the panel to Auntie, who will decide if it can live where children can smudge it with honorable fingerprints. Ask the museum about the crate you heard was coming home. Fix the leak that threatens to turn law into a drip. The list isn't glamorous. It's durable. Creation may be cosmic, but it insists on local skills. Alongside all this, a private inventory compiles. Which jokes softened which rules, which names felt like a canoe's bow kissing sand, which songs used your bones like instruments, which moments you forgot yourself enough to remember the room. Light doesn't flatter. It reveals. Being seen can be embarrassing and then liberating in the same minute. The bird on the beam sleeps with one eye politely open. Finally, the chapter that began with a heist bows toward a conclusion with a chore. Keep the story honest when you carry it across water. Return what isn't yours. Invite laughter before opinions harden. Make sure the breakfast fire knows where it belongs. Leave a bowl for anyone who arrives late and hungry. If someone asks what the light means, bring them to a day where soup and names share the same ladle. That is a sentence even sun understands. Afterglow from the doorway lines up with your pulse like a metronome choosing mercy. Stars nod their attendance. The inlet approves without speech. The longhouse sighs itself back into rest mode. Raven stretches, beak glancing against the beam with a sound like the period at the end of a satisfied page. Mischief, having saved the syllabus, promotes itself to maintenance. Responsibility claps once, and the night goes peaceful. Beyond any reasonable conclusion, clarity keeps raising its hand. A voice, yours, the room's, the bird's, all three, decides the definition of sacred is anything you're willing to take care of when no one is watching. Sun fits. So does cedar. So does a name that waited 3 winters for the right shoulders. The instruction the morning delivered now becomes a lullaby. Keep the light moving through kitchens, courtyards, classrooms, beaches, and bureaucracies until even paperwork tempers its tone. Because the calendar will forget. Pin one last mainstream note to it with a cedar splinter. Repatriations continue, canoe journeys keep stitching shorelines, and language nests turn noise into infants' first grammar. Institutions change when houses teach them how. Aunties change institutions by insisting coffee arrive with pronouns and correct spellings. Historians are still debating how best to archive humor. Archivists have begun laughing in self-defense, which is promising. Somewhere after the final tidy-up, the bird drops a feather that lands precisely where a child will find it tomorrow. Evidence survives that way here, not as exhibits under glass, but as invitations in the dust. The child will bring it to a grown-up who will tell just enough of a story to keep curiosity fed and not so much that mystery goes unemployed. Wonder prefers part-time hours with good benefits. Meanwhile, the sky wraps the room in the polite dark that belongs to competent villages. Your breathing enters a treaty with the tide. Dreams audition, and the casting decision goes to the one that knows how to walk without stepping on names. Light, now established as a relative instead of a raid, pulls a blanket up to your chin and asks nothing dramatic, only fidelity to ordinary brightness. Afterlight drapes its soft grammar over the rafters, and your ribs answer with the long, slow sentences that live between wakefulness and sleep. If someone were to ask what you're supposed to do with the daylight you helped steal, the answer would be gentle and annoyingly specific. Wash the ladle, mend the net, call the auntie, carry the panel, practice the beak, pronounce the name, tell the joke, fix the leak, return the crate, witness the gift, and leave a bowl out. Creation loves lists that end in kindness. Finally, and the word carries no hurry. Breath deepens, thoughts lengthen their vowels, and the world arranges itself into a house that wants the lights dimmed but not gone. Mischief purrs under the bench like a cat with union benefits. Responsibility pulls the door to but doesn't latch it. Raven closes the beak with a courtesy click. Night holds you, the way cedar holds stories. Lightly enough for dreams, firmly enough for morning. Slow water finds the pebbles and teaches them to breathe at your pace. Each hush rolling through the ribcage like a soft hand smoothing a blanket. Light outside the smoke hole has stopped announcing itself and now simply rests. A thin silver on the edges, like a smile that decided to keep quiet. Names from tonight unspool into longer syllables, and laughter, remembered at half volume, becomes the warm cotton lining on the inside of sleep. If worries try the latch, let them read the sign on the door. Back tomorrow, bring soup. This room is cedar and breath and gentle law. This pillow is a shoreline. This blanket is a tide that comes exactly to the line your shoulders trust. Raven on the beam has tucked everything important beneath a wing, and even the drum has turned its heartbeat down to the end credit tempo. In the distance, oars lift and settle without getting anywhere, because arriving is not the point anymore. What matters now is a steady drift toward dreams where the sun is not a task you owe but a friend who waits, already brewing tea. Let the eyes grow heavy, let the hands uncurl, let the light, newly social and sensible, sit on the sill and keep watch while the stories sleep. Night holds. Morning will know your name.